What's up, everybody? Man, I'll never get over the fact that it tries to replay the song every time. Nope, what's going on? So, I got a big surprise for everyone. Maybe not a huge surprise because some of you might have seen it already, but I am not actually alone tonight. Sean's schedule changed, so he's on work crap. So, I was like, you know what? I want to bring some people on. The first dude I want to introduce, because I got two of them, the other one just popped in, is all the way from the haunted basement. Everyone, please help me welcome our good friend, Triple B. He's on. He's on. Oh no, you're still muted, bro. You're still muted.
Yo, all right, man. I had to mute off. There we go. Yo, what's going down, everybody out there in YouTube land? Triple B's is back once again in a haunted basement studio, and I am so lucky enough to be in the Hydrasylum Productions right now. So let's roll, Jay. Man, thank you so much for having me here.
Absolutely, but Triple B is not the only person here. We're going from the haunted basement to the weird living room, maybe, because we got Mr. Eddie Von B.
Hell Hydra!
Oh, jeez.
Oh, my man.
What is up, Triple B, my brother?
Eddie Von B, man, so glad to hear your voice, and I'm so glad to talk to you live. I want to say, man, love you, brother.
I just found out about this 2 minutes ago, or out of set a camera up. But sorry, guys, gonna have to deal with just my little blinking dot.
That's all good, brother.
So, right now, folks, I know most of you probably are, but if you have not subbed to Triple B, I am putting his YouTube link in the chat there. And Ed doesn't have one, I don't think.
I'm working on it.
What? This is, like I was telling Triple B backstage, there's no format tonight. They're not like a big topic. This is just a chill and a hangout kind of thing. I wanted to ask. We'll go Triple B first, man. Tell me your comic book origins, man. What got you into comics?
Well, what got me into comics was that my mom and dad divorced when I was like really young, and so like I was always living with my mom, but in the summer times I got to go back to California where my dad was every single summer. I spent my summer with my dad, and he, took me to like the newsstands, and like I saw the newsstands and there was these comic books there. I'm like, oh, and I just started buying comic books. And the very first book that I bought was a G.I. Joe comic book, to be honest with you. And I just fell in love with it. I think like Duke was on it, like Snake Eyes and stuff. So I had a couple of them. And I remember one day, like I was young, like we had a drink of soda and it spilled on one of my G.I. Joe comic books. And I was like, oh no. And it got all wrinkly. The page got wrinkly. And I was just so upset about it. And that kind of made me like want to make sure that I took care of my comic books when I was growing up. And then yeah, definitely then we started seeing like Wolverine on these covers of X-Men books. And that like really gravitated me to go to the X-Men, the uncanny X-Men run, because I was growing up at that time. And it was this amazing the biome. And then I actually moved all the way to Michigan. And there I found some friends there that collected comic books. I'm like, oh my God, you guys like these things too? And they showed me all these little shops around Michigan that we could go to. It was pretty awesome. That's kind of like my origins of falling in love with comic books. Really was that G.I. Joe run. And then, but dude, Uncanny X-Men like really took my heart from there.
Nice.
Dude, I did not know you were from Michigan. Where were you at?
Menominee.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Right,
I grew up in the Thumb.
Yeah, I don't know much, about all over there, but Menominee was on the border of Wisconsin.
Yep.
So like we were able to like drive over and see the fucking pack. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry, Jay.
You're good.
The Packers stadium. And yeah, that was awesome to be able to see Lambeau Field.
You're good. Ed, man, how about you, dude? Tell everybody your comic book origins.
My comic book origins. Well, it started before I was in kindergarten. I got hooked on the Spider-Man and Iron Man animated cartoons, and then I started watching the Electric Company, and they had a live version of Spider-Man, and that blew 4-year-old Eddie's mind that Spider-Man was a real person. And my dad brought me home a Spidey Super Stories 1 from the Electric Company, and that was the beginning. And I've been collecting ever since, and I've probably got about 10,000 books. Most of them are horror now, though. I kind of quit the
Wow.
superhero genre way back, and I'm stuck mostly to horror. But yeah, my roots are all in Spidey Super Stories 1.
Nice. Now, I'm glad you brought up the horror thing because the two of you are like the biggest horror fans that I know. Like I'm a horror fan. I like horror movies, but the two of you are like the dudes. So, same question but about horror stuff. What got you into that? What were you watching that was like, "You know what? I love this genre of movie or comic or whatever." And we'll go with
What
Ed, we'll go with Ed first this time.
go
We'll go
ahead.
Oh,
the other way.
all right. Well, again, when I was a kid, there was this show that used to come on Channel 20 out of Detroit, and it was called the Sir Graves Ghastly Show. And he dressed up like a vampire, kind of like that. Oh, I can't think of his name now, but that guy that still does Svengoolie,
Mm,
who still does it. But he was one of the originals. And I was a loyal watcher to the show, and he'd do like back-to-back monster movies. And it was usually like Universal Monsters or Godzilla or something. And that really got me hooked. And then when King Kong came out in, what was it, 76, I think, I drew a picture and sent it in because he had a gallery. And if you got onto his gallery, you'd win a prize. And my picture of King Kong on the Empire State Building got on his gallery. And I won a King Kong lunchbox and a t-shirt, which I still have both today. And it just snowballed from there. I fell in love with Frankenstein, The Bride, Werewolf, anything monster, Halloween. The ball was rolling.
that is awesome.
That's so amazing.
What about you? What about you, Triple B? I know that you also have another channel. Was that it was your channel before the hardcore comics, right? Did the comics come first or the horror channel?
It was kind of a mixture of both, and then I had
Mm,
to go ahead and split them up. Pretty
mm,
much is what it was. Um, so I started out my first channel as just my name, Brent Bromberg, and I was just doing nothing but horror movies. But then I was like buying comic books and watching these other. I mean, just we're talking about 7, 8 years ago, y'all. And I'm like, I decided, I'm buying these comic books. I'm seeing these other people doing unboxings. Well, maybe I can do it. But like I didn't have the equipment that I did back then, and I didn't have the knowledge. And so I've pretty much like kind of grown from there and learning how to be a director, a writer, producer, everything that comes to doing a YouTube video. And I had to split up the two channels. I did make so the Brent Bromberg channel turned into BBB Hardcore Comics, which is one of my channels right now. But I transitioned that after because I just wasn't getting any traction is because I didn't know really what I was doing. I was learning the whole YouTube trope. And at that time, I'm like, well, I really like horror movies because I like comic books and I like horror movies. And so I'm like, I thought I could do them on the same channel. And so I switched it over to the haunted basement. And it actually, I got some really good hits, really good subscribers, all because of Halloween 2018 and the pandemic and all after that. But none of those subscribers are really like, organic subscribers. They don't really come back to the channel, but I am still putting out content. Like I worked on like my Terrifier 3 review, but I did this. I don't want to like this take over, but like the Terrifier 3 review that I did live, I did it accidentally on the hardcore channel, on the hardcore comics channel. And I was supposed to go up on the other channel and it didn't. I'm like, but my OBS was linked up to my comics channel. And so, but I was able to go ahead and record all that and to go back and cut it all up and like cut it all up and put a bunch of B-roll in it, put a bunch of the trailer in it, a bunch of footage, and put that out on the Haunted Basement channel. So I'm still soon doing the basement channel, but not as much as like my main channel focus is on the hardcore comics channel. I like to do the unboxing videos. I like going live. And so honestly, I still haven't answered your question, Jay.
All
So
good,
sorry
man.
about
All
that.
good. All good.
But if you all right, but yeah, no, I think I kind of did because you asked me about what kind of got me into the collecting, and that's what it is. And so, but yeah, we do want to keep both channels like separate, but I would like to bring them both together. Like when I think I want to do talk about any type of horror movie or anything I watched that time or unboxing, and like we still we got dude, like I got a package today, all right? And I bought 40 books from the EXP, the experience from Rex. I bought 4 mystery 10 packs and then I got them today and there was like a 5th one in there, dude. They're like, what the heck is this? There's like there's one in here. So like maybe later on, if you want, dude, we can do a mystery unboxing. I don't know.
Hell
On
yeah.
the Hydra Asylum.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, all right, go on, dude. I'm sorry I'm talking too much.
No, man. No, I need you to talk too much. I
Hey,
need,
Triple B, do you got a pole in that basement? Because we're getting nipple requests.
yeah, Randy bearded,
Oh,
man.
man.
No, good
Man,
to see
sorry.
everybody. That's awesome. Nip slipped to get those numbers up. Jeez. So yeah, you said you talked about the experience with the mystery packs, and again, some of these questions, like I've talked to Ed about this before, but I'd like for him to tell everybody out there, and we'll actually start with Triple B with this one. Do you remember when you first heard of the experience? Like, how did you come across the experience?
That the Eddie?
No, that one's for you.
Oh,
Yeah.
dude, like so what it was I think it was probably around the pandemic time, and that's when the comic book industry started to boom again. And obviously I'm like, I got some extra cash, dude, might as well buy some books. And I just randomly found the EXP and dude, it was Nick's show on Friday. And so he's selling this original art or something. And then like I'm like, I need to buy some books. I said something in the comments, and Nick said, go check out Rex on Mondays. He will hook you up. It said something like that. And I was like, okay. And so I waited and I subscribed to the channel and I'm like, oh, so he's gonna go live. Who's this Rex guy, right? And then so bam, I watched that Monday and then like they're having these Vampirilla books and stuff. I'm like, wait, dude, I kind of like this Vampirilla character. And that's like really the beginning of me knowing Vampirilla. Like I've heard of her before in the past, but I never like really read any of her books or bought any of her books at all. And so like I'm like, I kind of like this vampire chick, dude. Maybe this could be my next X-23 girl because I love X-23. And I like before then, I was all about me collecting X-23. What can I get for X-23? Let me find freaking dude, she's all new Wolverine. She's the all new Wolverine. So I like bought fucking all those. And then and it's her first appearance, dude. And I'm like, X, was it like number 3, I think, 3 or 4? 4 of that, dude. I paid $700 for the first appearance of X-23 slabbed at a 9.4. And like, oh man, just like it's probably worth maybe about 7, maybe a little under, but just for me to have X-23 first appearance slabbed up in my collection, this means, but that's how I got to know the experience, because like it was like I wanted to try to start buying some books, and then they introduced me to Dynamite, and like honestly, like now I'm a Dynamite fan, and pretty much my niche, my channel is a Dynamite channel. There you go.
Nice. How about you, Ed?
Well, when COVID hit, my LCS ended up going out of business, and I had been buying from there for years. It was actually convenient because it was right across the street from the school I taught at. So I used to run over there at lunch and get my pull lists and all that stuff. And when I found out they went out of business, I was pretty bummed. And all the teaching went to online. So I was teaching online, and I didn't have any spare time. But we were managed to avoid COVID for about a year. And then in the spring of 21, my daughter went back to school and brought it home to us, because it was like the first month they went back to in school classes. And I got COVID really bad. And I really thought that I might be one of the ones that died, because I had pneumonia about 10 years ago. So I already had scarred lungs. And I was laying in bed, kind of having a pity party.
That's hard, Eddie. I'm glad.
Oh, yeah, it was hard. So I was laying in bed trying not to think about dying. And they gave me some time off work because I was sick, obviously. And I started browsing around, and I found the CBSN network. I'm like,
Mm.
what's this all about? And I started watching it, and then I heard Jen say something about EXP. So that sent me, in the rabbit hole, because I was excited, because I didn't know you could buy live comics online. I mean, I knew like you could do the eBay thing, but I don't trust eBay. I hate eBay. So then I came across the EXP, and one of the first shows I watched was that one that you had with Dan, the
Oh
in
yeah,
in
in stores
stores
this
this
week.
week. And I was
Yeah.
like, oh, dude, they're talking about the new releases and everything. And then after that, it said to follow Miss Jen over, and I bought my first books from Jen's show. And then as I started playing around with EXP, I found Rex's show, and I found Dan's show, and I just fell in love with it. And now y'all are my family. I mean, I love you guys. I'm at just about every event I can be at when I'm not
Yeah.
working. And everybody said, as horrible as COVID is, and I lost 4 family members. So yeah, it was horrible. But the one good thing that came out of it is I found you guys, and you guys are all great. I mean, I just can't, like it's been said before, the community here is amazing. And
Yeah.
I truly feel like you guys are like part of my extended family, because I talk to y'all more than I do my blood relatives anymore. So
Yeah.
that was the good thing that came out of the pandemic for me, was I found the EXP.
Oh goodness. That's awesome. And again, I've said before, the EXP has nothing to do with this, but I will talk about the EXP all day long. What's up, Lorena? Um, because you know there was a time where I didn't go into chat rooms or chats during videos, because the one time I said something, I got dogpiled on. I didn't feel welcome there, and I am a super socially anxiety person to begin with. Like, doing things like this is way out of my comfort zone anyway, being live and everything. But I do it because I start to love it, because I love the community that I've met through my job at the experience. But it was actually Robbie. Robbie's show was the first show that I felt comfortable, um, you know, typing in the chat. And when I saw how his community was, I was like, man, dude, I love that. And a little background on me: I worked, my first job was, and I'll go ahead and say it was a Kroger. I worked there from the time I was 18 till I was 40. Oop. Now, did I lose Triple B or am I gone?
I still see you, Jay.
Okay, I must have lost Triple B. Oh, he might. Oh, it looks like he. Okay, he looks like he turned off his camera. Okay. Uh, I give him a second. He can message me and everything. So I worked there for 20 something years, and you know, it was Jenna who was working at Space Cadets who started to work for the experience. Well, she was editing some videos or something, some pictures, and she needed my help, and I was like, "Yeah, cool," because I was getting into editing because we were just starting, our channel when it was Triangle of Truth way back in the day. So I helped her with it, and she showed it to Kyle, and Kyle liked what he saw, and he asked her, he goes, "Hey, do you think he'd want to do some stuff for us?" And he called me. He's like, "Hey, man, if this is something you're into, we should talk." And when I talked to him, the thing was he was looking to have me edit a show. Let me see if I get him back on. Let me see.
Yo, am I back?
Yeah.
I'm back. I had
Yeah,
this.
you're good.
I exited. I don't know what happened, dude. You left for a second, and then I thought I was by myself, and then you came back and you said that you were. I turned my camera off. I'm like, I didn't turn my camera off. So I exited out and I just re-entered back in, brother.
Awesome.
I just figured you were getting your poll ready.
No, I was tried this morning with my wife. She said no.
Oh, okay.
Oh man, it was bad. She wouldn't do it, dude.
So anyway, I was talking about how I was at my first job at Kroger for like 20 plus years, and how Jenna was the one who worked for the experience and got me hooked up with Kyle. Well, Kyle was looking for show ideas, so we pitched him one called Space Cadets, spelled ETTES, where it was Jenna and a couple of the ladies from the shop just doing a talk show. So we did that for about a year, and that was the only show I was doing. I was still working at Kroger, and then there was about the time that show was starting to come to an end because people didn't want to do it. Jenna left for another job. Um, he was like, "Hey, man, would you want to learn how to run the live shows?" And I was like, "Sure." So he had me sit behind the scenes. First day doing it. It was Monday. So it was talking shop with Miss Jen, and then we get to comic collectibles. And I can't remember if it was comic collectibles. He was just like threw me into the fire and go, or if it was the following comic collectibles. One of those comic collectibles, I went and I put all their pictures in the overlays, and I had put them in the wrong overlays and the wrong brand, so they weren't there. I forgot to play the intro to the show. We get on, and Robbie's like, "Where's the intro?" And I'm just like, "Damn it!" I was like, "Okay." So it took me a while to work out the kinks, and I watched the shows before I worked there. I enjoyed them. Now I've said this before, comic collectibles was not my thing, and it was no offense to Rex and John, but for somebody on the outside not knowing what the show is about, I was like, they show one book for every like 45-minute segment sometimes because they just sit there and talk. Working on the show though, I understand it. Working on the show, I understand it. That's the kind of show that they have. And there are times now, we breeze through the books now. It takes us the first segment to start ramping it up. But, I was still working. I dropped to the weekends at Kroger, and then I was doing this job. And then finally I was like, you know what? I worked overnight for 17 plus years of the 20 years I was there, having to get off at 4 o'clock in the morning, come home and sleep until, wind down first of all, and then try to get to sleep, and then wake back up early enough to where I could start getting the pictures of the shows ready. It just wasn't happening for me. So I ended up once Kyle was like, "Hey man, you want to do Tuesday shows? It's Dan, it's BCU, which is Black Comics Universe, which unfortunately the show ended before I ever got to work it. And then there was the in stores this week, and then ooh, excuse me. What was it? There was something else. The minute to skim it, and I can't remember if there was something. There was we were the last show at first. In stores this week was the last show first. That's what it was. And so I started doing those, and then there was one time Kyle was like, "Hey man, can you hop on and do the show with Dan? In stores this week." And I said, "Sure." I didn't know what I was supposed to do. He's just like, "Just read the books. We're going to talk about them." I said, "Okay." And then the following week, I didn't know that there was like I could go to the same place to get the books. So I'm sitting there waiting for books supposed to be on the show, and I don't find out till an hour before the show. "Oh yeah, you go to the same link I sent you. They upload every week." Okay. Well, we're doing that. And then we added more shows. We used to have a Country Roads Comics with a guy named Chris, nice guy. Switched from Tuesdays to Sundays, and then he unfortunately he left.
Yo, let me jump in real quick, dude. I tried to buy
Yeah.
some books from that dude, and dude, it was the Dazzler, the first run, and it was like one of his first shows, and
Mhm.
I never got the books. I even like sent him. He's like, "Send me these messages, uh, right here." So I told him what I got, and like I don't know because it was such a good deal. Dude never got back to me, man. It kind of
Hmm.
sucked. That was like, yeah, what, a year, maybe a year and a half ago or so, like that.
That's
Since that.
that's crazy. That's crazy, man. Like that's a that's a thing that happens sometimes. Like unfortunately, especially with the folks that we don't have anymore. Things like that happen, and we don't hear about it till after. But it's one of those things where, just so everybody knows, Cal's pretty much the only one who can look at your forms when you send them in. Excuse me. Like I don't have access to stuff like that. So if there's ever a time, just letting folks know this, if there's ever a time you have a question, you can ask me. I will definitely pass it along to the shows and to Kyle if the shows aren't answering you. The rest of our shows, though, you definitely want to go through the shows. That'll be your quickest route. Um, but yeah, we hardly ever.
No, it's really not a big deal, dude.
Yeah.
Jay, like it was just honestly, I'm kind of glad I didn't get that invoice because at that time, like it was, I probably, I would have paid for it obviously, but it kind of saved me some money. But it was I think it was just his first show, and it wasn't, I haven't had any other bad experience with, I wouldn't even say that was a bad experience at all. But all the other shows has been great. I have bought stuff from Nancy and Arnie. So like I bought, stuff from everybody, and it's always been, straight up legit, great, 100%, thumbs up on that.
Yeah, but if there's ever an issue, always feel free to reach out to us, and we will do what we can. You know, we want to make sure everybody gets what they need. But but yeah, I mean that's kind of my how I got into the
But
the
Jay,
experience.
that's awesome. Yeah. Dude, yeah, you gotta love you. I want to ask you, maybe I can ask you some questions. So, like, I know that you said that you worked in like the frozen, like, kind of goods part of like, of a grocery store, Kroger and
Mhm.
stuff. So you're always, um, how's it been, being able to transition away from that to what you're doing now? And is what you doing now still, are you still making the same amount of like money as, are you able to, support yourself and your family doing what you're doing now? And compared to like what you are making now, are you more happier doing what you are doing today?
Oh, I will tell you this. I'm gonna I'm gonna sound like I'm bragging, but I'm not really. This is how it was at work. I was the guy that when new management came in, the old management would tell them, whatever you do, just leave Jay alone. Let Jay do his thing. He'll get his stuff done. I was never bothered. I would come in, do my job, go home. That was it. The problem was, I'd been doing the stocking part of my job for like I said, 17 or 18 years. Because I started in the deli, then I went to the dairy department, then I ran the dairy for a couple years, and then I got asked, hey, we see what you did with dairy. Will you come take a look at frozen? Now, frozen's overnight. I said, okay, I'll give it a shot. And let me tell you, I don't care what anybody tells you. When you work overnight, you are always tired. There's no getting rest when you work overnight. Never. But to be completely honest, was I making more there? Yeah, but again, I'd been there for 20 years. It took me 20 years to get where I was there. Um, Now, the experience, pay for stuff, it's steady. Here's what I'll say because I don't want to go too into what I make there or anything. There's a lot of work on the back end that we do. Like running the shows is not the only thing we do because we're only three producers. There is no social media team other than Dan, and Dan can only do so much. So we all kind of pick up slack. And these people are crazy. I love it. Um, so we have somebody that makes the somebody that makes our thumbnails. JD builds all the rooms, and I don't know if you've ever built a room in StreamYard. It's basically you set everything up to where it's going to stream to and all that stuff, and you type out your description of the show and all that stuff. But then you have to go back after it's built, go back into YouTube and tag everything, like the video tags and the descriptions there and everything. So I mean, there's a lot of work on the back end, and I make good money, good enough. I can pay for stuff, things like that. But it's also, I love my job so much and I'm so happy with it that, until we get to that point where there's a ton of sponsors sponsoring shows and things like that where shows can start paying for themselves, I'm okay with the money I have for now. Like I've been doing this for I think 3 years now, and I've only asked for a raise one time, and unfortunately at the point when I asked for it was a little too early. But I've told Kyle, I was like, look, I can pay my bills. I can, we have food, all that stuff. If it takes a while for the EXP to really get to a point where money's not truly an issue, I'll worry about getting a raise later. I will take the peace of mind. And is it hectic back here sometimes? Absolutely. Absolutely. I love everybody that I work with, and I have worked with everybody on the experience at one time or another. There are sometimes they drive me crazy, but family drives each other crazy all the time. You get through it, you move on. But if somebody was to ask me, would you go back to what you were making or stay where you are right now? I would have to stay because I love this job so much. I have learned a ton. I'm a self-taught editor. I I have sat down and just played with editing stuff. And every once in a while I'll catch a YouTube tutorial on how to do something and learn how to do it. But Kyle Kyle has taught me a lot. JD has taught me a lot when it comes to producing things. Um, I wouldn't I wouldn't trade my job for anything, man. I get to work around some legendary people. I mean, Nick. You know how awesome that is for me to tell people, "Oh yeah, one of the people that I work with and work for is Nick Barucci of Dynamite. You like The Boys? That's He's a producer on The Boys. You know, I tell people that and they're like, nah. I was like, yeah. I was like, I got his number in my phone and everything. You know, I've gotten to sit back and talk to for very, very little time because, you know, I got to jump between shows, but I've gotten to talk to Jim Starlin and Dan Jurgens and Rodney Barnes, and we've had Stan Sakai on. Um, Not this past Friday, the Friday before, Amanda Connor and Jimmy Palmiotti. Like, I don't think people get that this is like, for a comic nerd, this is the dream. And dude, I still do. Nope. I do right now. I got it going before we even started here. But the shows, yeah, every time. And you know, I've said this before, and people know this too. I'm a huge Robbie fan. And when I found out that one of the shows I was working on had Robbie, that first show I was so nervous. So nervous. Yeah. And dude, I love John. I love John. There was a time watching, watching the show, like I said, it was kind of like, all right, man, the story is cool, but I am looking for the comic. But, actually, again, being on the show, being a part of the show, I love listening to John's stories. I love giving him crap about, yeah, this comic's probably going to end up in your trunk like most of the other comics that they're looking for, Those guys, those guys are great. They're great behind the scenes, and they're great in front of the camera. Like, there's not a person that I've worked with on the experience where I'm like, man, this guy's kind of a jerk, or this woman's kind of a jerk. Like, they really are all really nice, really fun, very understanding, and at first with me, very patient people. So pretty much what you see on the screen is how these folks are. So little behind the scenes info for you.
I love John too, but we still got to figure out a way to get him back for that Clark Kent Superman goose chase that he sent us on.
Days, days, man. We were looking for that for days.
Yep, days.
I told him, I said, man, you need to go to DC with that story, dude, because I thought the story was good. I was like, look, we can't find it. If you just accidentally made that story, you need to take that to somebody.
I was ready to buy it. I think you were too. That sounded like a lot of fun, actually.
Yeah,
I'm surprised it hadn't been done. I can't believe he came up with an angle they haven't done with Superman yet.
yeah. I'm shocked.
Oh, speaking of which, Jay,
Mhm.
I found out by accident today trying to watch football on TV. I actually have a local CW channel, so I'm going to get to watch it on Monday. But
Oh,
I'll be nice. I'll wait.
yeah. I was. You know what? It's super funny. So Tracy Medina was live on Instagram today, and I jumped on and was talking and found out that Tracy's not a big fan of that Superman, which is fine. It's fine. I tell people all the time, just because it's for me doesn't mean it has to be for you. Different strokes for people. But we did agree on Smallville, so I was like, okay, we're good then. But Tracy's a lot of fun to watch. Doesn't go live a whole lot, but I did get to tell her about that. I don't know if y'all remember the this past Monday, the Batgirl with the signal going up into the logo. That was Tracy, and I was like, I just got to tell you, that looked amazing. She was like, well, that's what I was going for. I was like, man, I hope this looks good. And I was like, your art. I was like, you got a very Bruce Timm style. And at first, she didn't understand what I was talking about until she looked up Bruce Timm. She was like, oh, the guy who did Batman the animated series, Superman, all that, DC animated, the DC animated stuff. And she was looking up his art, and she goes, wow, okay, yeah. I guess subconsciously, the art that from back in the day just influenced how I draw.
That's
See,
actually
no,
pretty cool.
my shirt. Oh, Mint Hunter, Rex, man, Rex is a trip, y'all. Like I was very happy when he came back after the stroke that he had. I was very happy to see him. Like just about through season two. Awesome, Nope. That is awesome.
You know what I
James,
think of the CW, dude? I think of Candy Wolf from freaking Sweetie Candy Vigilante, dude, because that's
yes,
what Candy Wolf's name is, the CW, dude. And like freaking that comic book from Dynamite right now has absolutely been blowing my mind because like I mean, I read every single issue that's came out right when it came out, but the last like 3 issues, like, I was kinda, like, worried about it. I'm like, "Oh, no, it's, like, falling off steam." Like, it's not as exciting as it once was, but then, like, no, dude, like, you put all 3 of those freaking comic books together, all 3 of those stories, 3, 4, and 5, and it makes freaking perfect sense, and it's, like, building up a building up a fire, like building up this epic showdown that's gonna happen. And like somebody actually thinks they can go to Sweetie's new fortress and like stop her in her own castle. It's so amazing. And she's just like, bring it, bring on this bad. But like how all those 3 issues just went down, it just made it. I don't know. I'm so stoked for issue number 6. It's going to come out here next month. So just be waiting for that, dude. I mean, so like talking about Dynamite, like they put out these great stories that they make you fall in love with these characters that they do have. And it's been awesome just like learning about these new characters that you've never known about before too, which is awesome.
didn't you? Did you drop? I didn't get to watch it yet, but did you drop a video? Was that a Sweetie video that you dropped today?
Yeah. Yeah, that was that I put that out today. It was part 3, 4, and 5 volume 2, so it gets you totally caught up on Sweetie Candy Vigilante. And like I put the I so far on the channel, I've done every single issue. There's been 11 issues of Sweetie Candy Vigilante, and they're all up on a playlist too. So if you want to watch them in a row, you can go ahead and do that. And you can like watch a whole video trade paperback, is kind of what I call it, because I am going to be telling you the whole story. I got to cut some stuff out of it. And then I'm not going to show you every picture, but I'm going to give you an idea what the whole book's about. And so you can actually watch the whole video traded paperback if you don't want to go ahead and read it. And that's what I dropped part, that one today. So there's 3 issues that got dropped today. It was so much fun doing, because like it's been 3 months since part 3 came out. So usually I would like want to do like part 3 as a single video. And then when part 4 would come out, do the same thing, a single video, and then etc. with part 5. But for some reason, like I did read them. I didn't think they needed their own video because they were like little tiny chapters. They were kind of just like inching on, like maybe like that's why I thought the book was gonna fall off. But
Mm.
with all 3 of those books read as one, made such a great story and such a great conclusion of it. And it's not over yet, but like it was just like it's just like you cannot bleep with Sweetie Candy Vigilante. Like she's like, someone like she's the boogeyman pretty much. Like, why are you gonna bring, danger to her? Because you're not gonna be able to take her out, dude. You're not. Like, she's the best. Frickin' Sweetie
So
Candy Vigilante. So yeah, what's up, buddy?
yeah, Ed's here. Ed's here because I'm about to ask this question.
Uh-oh.
Aside from at least one I know, maybe yeah, two that I know, what has been like a recent horror book that you've read? We'll start with Ed.
Besides the two that you know, if you're counting Mike's or the Spears monsters, I love those. Those are fantastic, and not to mention, I'm glad I followed my instinct and got 3 of the Bride covers. That
Ooh.
cover's going for $150 now, and I got them for $4 each.
Whew.
Yeah, I got one of them framed, and I've got one of them locked away, and then I got one that I leave out for people to look at and read. Cool
What
stuff.
was that again, Eddie? What was the name of that book?
Is it Mark Spears Monsters? I think
Yeah,
it's Mark Spears.
Yeah, I believe so.
But it's great because the covers for the first 2 issues have been all Universal Monster covers, and then they released a second round of the first issue, and it was the Universal Monsters Trick or Treating, and I love that cover. They're actually standing at a door trick or treating, holding a little pumpkin buckets. But I love the art in there too.
What is the book actually about? Because I haven't had the chance to look at it.
It's kind of like random things based on whatever the cover is. It's more of like a for the art thing than it is for like a really detailed stories, but it's only 2 issues in. And I don't know that they're gonna go farther than I think they said they were gonna do 4. But as far as recent goes, that's the most recent other than the 2 that you know about, Harrower and the one that I can't ever remember the name until I said
Where Monsters Lie.
Yes, that would be the one.
Yeah. I'm telling you, boss, Cul-de-sac is going to be just as good, if not maybe a little better. Maybe.
Oh, I did get the hardcover Michael Meyer Halloween book that they just released a couple months ago. That is like almost verbatim the script from the movie, but it's in comic form. And it's a hardcover, and there were only 500 copies available. And I was actually able to get one, and I was stoked when it arrived, dude. I was so stoked.
Man.
That's
I haven't cracked the cover
amazing.
yet. I haven't cracked the cover yet because it's so tight, and I'm like, I'm gonna read it. I know I'm gonna read it, but I haven't cracked the cover yet.
How about you, Triple B? What's the last horror comic you remember reading?
It would be, yeah. I got it right here. It's gonna be, dude. I've been like new comic book days. So you're saying the newest one I read would have been from a Zenoscope. What was it? Had to have been Hell Heist, and I did a review on that one. But yeah, Hell Heist was freaking amazing. It's only a 2-issue series, and issue 1 just came out, so issue 2 comes out, I believe, next month. So it's brand new, and like I said, what's the newest one? And it was good, man. It was like they 800 years ago, there was these people like burying a coffin with somebody in it, and like obviously it's like some sort of immortal or vampire. And so fast forward, to present day, they got this sarcophagus, this coffin with whatever's inside of it, being locked away in this mansion. And some people think that they need to go steal the sarcophagus, not knowing really what it is, but they go and steal it, and they're like saying, like, if anybody, you got to wear gloves. You cannot touch the sarcophagus if you have gloves on, because if you do, like, I don't know what's going to happen. Right. And so that's like where you're reading. And so they go and actually, were able to take the sarcophagus, but in middle of transcend, things happen because obviously it's a heist. So we got to have, other elements that, come into play. And so it's amazing. I thought it was great. Some Zenoscope books will read like a freaking movie. It's like you're just sitting there and you lose yourself, and like next thing you know, you're inside of a movie, and you're just flipping each page and each page. And like, oh my god! And then when it's over with, you're like, oh, you can't wait for the next one. And that's what this Hell Heist was all about. It was. I'm not gonna, I don't want to go into spoilers, but like, it's awesome. And part 2 comes out next month. So if you want to, check out a cool ass horror book, I'd say go check out Zenoscope, Hell Heist for sure.
That's good to hear, man, because I used to read Zenoscope back in the day, but they were kind of like really bad at storytelling back then, but their art was great.
Mhm.
So I kind of fell off of it, but I'm glad they're getting better. Maybe I'll have to give them a try. Like I got all the Xenoscope stuff that Dan Wickline wrote with his Headless Horseman and stuff like that. That's all excellent. But after that, it was kind of like a let's focus on getting the most attractive covers you can get to get nerds to buy our book, but then fade off on the story. And so I quit buying them. So I'm glad that they're hitting the horror genre good.
That
Yeah,
is
I would.
very understandable.
Yeah,
Understandable. Sorry, Jay. Sorry to step on you.
no, you're good. You know, the 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 good thing about when I was on in stores this week was also like the bad part about being on in stores this week is I got to read books that I normally wouldn't, but I also got to pick books that I normally would pull because we got a ton of Zenoscope. We like Zenoscope here, but I think I hit that era of Zenoscope where the stories just weren't very strong, but the art was still good. But then I also hit that part where the stories weren't very good and the art wasn't very strong.
Yep.
But you know, then they picked it back up with that. I can't remember what the newer series that they had. There was not Myths and Legends, Sci-Fi and something. It's a newer series they had where it was one of them was in space, the other one was like a plant monster.
The horror fantasy.
There you go, 100%. Yeah, they got me back with that one. And then there's certain characters that I've always been a fan of, like Cinderella, one of my favorite ones. Serial killer Cinderella, one of my favorites. Um, but
Wasn't Xenoscope the fish people too?
fish people, man, they were fish people.
I loved watching you talk about the fish people. Your eyes would literally roll back in your head. You'd be like, "The damn
Yes.
fish people are back."
Look,
Oh my god. Oh yeah.
Cthulhu, in my view, especially recently, is becoming like the zombie trope for a lot of books. Cthulhu and fish people and Zenoscope for a while, man. It felt like there was a fish person of some kind of fish monster, sea monster, whatever, in every single book. And it just got to a point where I was like, all right, man, this whole universe, you're telling me all they have is these fish monsters? They don't have anything else? Like, it got to a point where I was like, all right, I don't want to read this. Kyle's like, you sure? I was like, Kyle, it's got fish people. He goes, all right, I'll take it then. And then there was a time where Kyle was like, you know what? I'm pushing all these books to you. I don't want to read these anymore. Now, as far as horror books that I've read, it was Where Monsters Lie at Cul-de-sac. That's the most recent one. But there was one that I was looking through because I've been going through and cataloging our books.
Uh-oh.
Now, the cool thing about this is I'm finding stuff I forgot we even had. Okay, I am through 4 long boxes, 2, 4, 6 or 7 short boxes now. Problem is, a lot of stuff isn't in the system. And it wasn't until recently where I figured out, you know what? Why don't I put the stuff that isn't scanning off to the side? So I can like input it later. No, I didn't think about that till like the last 2 things that I did. But I came across this book, and as soon as I saw the cover, I was like, "Oh, I remember reading this on in stores this week, and I really dug it." It's called "The Last Book You'll Ever Read" by Cullen Bunn.
Yep, that's a great book.
Oh, cool. Triple B, you heard of that one?
Yeah, I got you, man. I'm here.
Yeah. Well, you heard of that book?
I did hear of that book for sure. Yep.
Okay. Did you get a chance to read it?
No, I haven't had a chance to read that one yet.
Dude,
But right when you said Colin Bunn, I mean, I know.
yeah. See, and there was a time where Cullen Bunn might have been writing too many books at one time. This wasn't one of those times, though. This book, if nobody has heard of it, basic synopsis, because I don't want to spoil anything. You know, just like on the shows, I don't like spoiling things for folks. But this this author writes a book called Seder, and it's like this international bestseller, flying off the shelves. People love it. The problem is, when people read this book, they turn into like these vicious, murderous demons or something. It's been a very long time since I read it, but that part I remember. People were killing each other about this book.
Oh, yeah. You got it.
Very good horror, very violent, very bloody. So, you know, if you're into books like that, which a lot of folks are, and you have not read that, I would pick it up. I think it's one of Cullen's stronger books that he had out at that time.
The first issue grabbed me because the lady was doing a book signing. And one of the people that, you know what I'm talking about, one of the people that came in to have her sign it, when she went to sign it, attacked her and started trying to bite her because she had turned. So
Yeah.
I'm like, I was hooked. I was like, oh,
Yeah.
hell yes, I'm on this one. That was a
Yeah.
couple years ago. I think that was like 21, 22-ish.
Wow.
For if anybody wants to look it up, it's worth a read.
Yeah.
There's like, what, 8 issues, I think?
I think so.
I think there was 8.
And nope, I saw your question, man. I went to look. There is a trade. It's called The Last Book You'll Ever Read. It's by Cullen Bunn.
Does it have the devil playing the flute on the cover like the first comic did? Because that's how I always notice it, is by that little satyr playing the flute.
I'm trying to remember. The cover I have is a lady in a red dress, and it looks like she's falling forward, and there's arms coming behind her, like on the spine of the book.
Oh, okay.
I
think that's the cover of the first issue, now that you say that.
Oh, yeah. Talk about the fish flies. No, fish flies. I want to say that's a Jeff Lemire book. Or Lemire. I can't remember how you say his name. I have so many problems with some of these folks' names. You know, I don't know if his name is Tinian, Tynan, Tinian.
Fourth.
Like, I've heard his name pronounced like 6 different ways throughout all the shows. I never know what his name is.
James Tinian, dude, the 4th.
Yeah, that's probably number like the 5th one that I've heard.
I don't know, dude. I just try to act like I know.
You say it with such confidence, though. You said it with such confidence. I believed you.
Just call him Mr. T, fool.
Oh my god.
That's another person.
Tynian. It's Tynian, dude. Not Tinian. It's Ty.
Well, some people call him Tiny Onion.
Yeah.
Hey, that'll work.
Yeah.
Brings a tear to my eye. Bum.
Yeah. Very good. Very good. And I hope you're proud of that one.
Ed would know how. He's the teacher. How do you say his name?
Tinian.
Yeah. Okay.
There we go.
Going
I'm the teacher. Tinian.
Yeah, that's another one that if you've never read Nice House on the Lake, it's a mind trip.
Oh man, I got those, dude. I haven't read them, dude, but I have them. I have them all in the library.
That's a mind trip of a book, man. Like, I haven't started the House by the Sea or whatever the other one's called.
The sequel, yeah, from it.
Yeah. But you know, there's some can you use it in a sentence? Nah. There's some actual, you know, good horror books in DC and Marvel that I don't think they push as much as they should. Like, DC versus Vampires was actually pretty good. And I'm a person that doesn't read a ton of newer, except for the Absolute stuff right now. I don't read a ton of newer DC or Marvel. Marvel has got to be Deadpool, Punisher, you know, things like that. I don't read a lot of newer stuff. Marvel's got Marvel Zombies, but that was one of the books that I think they I wish they would have just left it
Yes,
instead of they redid the Marvel thing or the zombie thing again. I think they've done it 2 or 3 times now.
they have.
Kind of like Civil War. They've got like Civil War 3, I think.
They're up to 3
But
now? Wow.
they could be. I could be totally wrong. I could just be being dramatic about it, but it just
Yeah.
feels like some of these storylines kind of get drugged through the dirt. Like you hit it good with this first run, you know, but like what is these? So I was talking on uh, another day about Rebirth. How I really dug the Rebirth stuff, the New Age of Heroes stuff, and then we started getting to this Dark Knights Metal, Dark Knights of Steel. There's like 80 different something, either steel or metal in it. And that's when I was like, you know what, I'm gonna leave these alone for a while. Jump onto some indie stuff because I usually if it's not superheroes, it's horror for me too. And the Hill House books, yes, Hill House books from DC were very good. And I just remembered actually recently I read Swamp Thing Green Hell. And I don't know if anybody's ever read that one, but that's that's a good horror book from DC.
Not,
Because
not to
Swamp,
get off topic,
yeah,
and not to. I don't want to talk bad
there's
about
no topic.
anybody.
There's no topic.
I don't want to talk bad about anybody or anything. But
Mhm.
that's what pulled me away from the big two. Is exactly what you said. Is they would come up with a good idea, but then they'd recycle it and recycle it and recycle it. And it got to the point where I've been there, done that with everything new that they had coming out. And that's when I turned to indies, was after the Marvel Zombie 2 run. And oh my God, there's so much variety when you go indie. It's a little harder to find, it's a little more expensive, but oh my
Yeah.
God, it's so worth it when you find that gem that no one's talking about. And you feel like you're in the know and like, dude, you got to check this out. Boom has just been killing horror lately. They've been on a roll. A lot of good
Yeah.
Boom books. And I forgot another series that came out, if you like the Universal Monsters, was they released a 4-issue Universal Monster Dracula last year. The story was solid. I didn't care for the art because it was that smeared paint looking
Mhm.
stuff. It's not clear line. And then they came out with Frankenstein over the summer, and issue 4 just dropped to that. That one's excellent. And they've started. I think they're on issue 3 now of the Creature from the Black Lagoon. So
Oh,
those have been a cool little series to read if you're into the Universal Monsters. I don't know if they're going to keep it going. I haven't heard what's coming next spring yet, but I kind of hope they visit all of them, even some of the lesser known ones like a Hunchback or something like that. That would be cool. But those Universal books have been solid story. The art, like I said, wasn't the greatest in Dracula. Some people like it, and if you like it, that's great. I'm glad. But it got much better with Frankenstein and the creature. So
mm.
if you're into that stuff's out there too, and it's all really new.
And that's on
Yeah.
that's out from Boom Studio
No, I don't think that's
or
Boom.
oh,
Let me look it up real quick.
It's Fable. I've heard of Gideon Falls. I have not
Gideon
actually yet.
Falls.
Yeah, Gideon Falls. I haven't
I've
actually.
heard
I've
of that.
heard of it. I've heard it's good, but it's one of those things on the list, the ever growing list of things to read. Yeah, I'd like them to start. You know, dude, don't get me wrong. I love my mummy, my Wolfman, my Dracula. My creature from the Black Lagoon. But it'd be nice if we started getting some things like Hunchback and Invisible Man and things like that.
It's from
You know,
Well, I
Image
mean,
Triple B. They're from Image.
um,
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Jay.
image. Okay, all right. No, you're good. Image. Well, we did get the Invisible Man from Blumhouse, the movie. I mean, I know we're not talking comic books here, but actually did I I haven't seen it yet, but from Blumhouse, it's actually pretty good from what some of the horror community says.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, dude, it doesn't have to be just comics, man. It's whatever y'all want to talk about. So you want to talk about movies. I haven't seen that one. I mess myself up sometimes though because I watch a channel called Dead Meat. I watch the kill
Yeah.
count.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Nice.
And there's a lot of times where like I'll still go and watch the movie eventually because I don't remember things. Like you ask me what's the code for Land O'Lakes Cheddarella? 4258. I can remember that, and that was 22 years ago. You asked me what I read yesterday? No clue. No clue. And it's the same with watching the kill counts. Like I can watch these kill counts. It look like it spoils the whole movie, and I'll go into the movie like I'd never seen it before. So
No, they do. Yeah, they do great production, and I love watching their. I don't watch all their videos, but I do watch their awards at the end of the year, which
Mhm.
they do, which has always been fun. Where they do like the best kills and other awards like that on it. It's been fun.
Yeah,
But yeah,
so
with being in the horror, sorry, yeah, but being in the
no,
horror community, it's like it's the anyone, like you can watch certain most of life. You can watch certain, different genres of horror. There's so many different ones. Some people will like this kind of like that PG-13 horror where it's just barely stepping over the line. But you got people like I love that too, but I also love the terrifying taking people's members off with a chainsaw.
yeah, yeah. And
So it's a lot of
what's
different
up,
different
Ricky?
ways you can go.
That's Ricky from that's
Ricky's
Ricky
here.
from Friday Night Live with Nancy.
Oh, what's up, Ricky?
Yeah.
Going down, man.
Oh,
You came
Ricky's
up on
awesome.
my live this other on Wednesday. I was like trying to remember your name, and someone up in the live chat said, "Oh, it's Ricky and Ashley." There's Ricky. Hell yeah, man.
Pretty sure that was me.
It was you that said that. No, yeah, it
Yeah,
probably was you. You
pretty
you
sure it
know
was
how
me.
when you're man, it's
Yeah.
enjoy yourself. It can you
Oh
can
yeah,
go.
especially because you have the hard thing, man. I've tried to learn OBS. It's not for me, but man, I tip my hat to the folks that can run all that stuff, dude. Because that's I'm glad you finally were able to be able to pull the comments up on screen though.
It's
That was
amazing.
cool.
When I learned how to do that, I'm like, I got to do it, man. I was so excited. I just wanted to do it because like I can figure out get these people's comments up on screen. I thought it was so cool.
Yeah,
So
like I
that's
said,
how it's going to be going on from here on out.
yeah,
Like really, like I said, I had the time slot on Wednesdays to go live, and either if nobody up, it's going to be the same show no matter what. I have like mystery pack to open up, and that's how it's going to roll here. My plan is.
yeah. And Lorena, that's what I love to hear. I love that for everybody. That's one of the main goals of the experience, other than like cultivating an awesome and giving community like we have. It's you know maybe you're not somebody who's fortunate enough to have an LCS near you. Let us be that for you. And if you're somebody that doesn't buy books, but you just want to listen to pop culture news, we got shows for that. You want to watch your favorite creators. If people have any ideas about somebody to interview creator wise, send it to us and we will try. We've gotten some awesome people before on the experience to interview, whether it's on Nick's show with Dan or with Miss Jen. So, if y'all ever have somebody that y'all really like for us to try to get for y'all to talk to, hit us up with that. But yeah, that's the whole goal of the experience is to help out comic shops and to help people who don't have that comic shop experience near them. So that's awesome. I love hearing stuff like that, man. But so talking about the Universal Monsters thing, because this is something that, especially with two people who love the genre, they when they tried to do what were they gonna call it? The Dark Multiverse, and
It was the
MonsterVerse.
MonsterVerse, yeah.
Monsterverse. Okay, yeah. Uh, See, I got that DC stuff stuck in my head. Everything was Dark Multiverse, Dark Metal, all that. They started with. Now I'm gonna be 100% honest. Dracula Untold, in my view, wasn't that bad. I never watched the Tom Cruise Mummy because I don't think I could get the Brendan Fraser one out of my head enough to give that one a fair shot.
Which Dracula are you talking about now?
There's one with Luke Evans called Dracula Untold. I thought that was supposed to be the start of some universe.
It could have been. I didn't care. I didn't care too much for that one.
Oh, that's
My
fair.
my favorite one was the Bram Stoker's Dracula that came out in the 90s.
Oh,
Oh, I
Gary
love that
Oldman.
movie. Oh, I love that movie. I watch it
Gary
The one
every
with
year.
Keanu.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. I love that movie.
Dude, speaking of like freaking Dracula and all this stuff, okay, dude, like I'm sorry, dude, but like last night, like me and my wife were getting ready to watch a show, and I'm like, and I've been thinking about watching this movie for a long time because I've watched it back in the day when it came out a few times, and it's called a little movie called Van Helsing with freaking Hugh Jackman in it. And is that Kate Blankenship or whatever? Oh my God,
Beckinsale.
dude, like like that movie fucking holds up. I'm sorry, Jay. That
You're
movie
cool.
holds up, and like I absolutely was like this. I was amazed when it came out, and like I guess there's like a bad rap about it. I don't know. I kind of heard like maybe, oh no, the movie's not very good on like since the whole YouTube thing since it came out. But I never watched any of that bad stuff. But like I seriously haven't watched that movie since it came out. So golly, was that like 10
Oh,
years ago, 12 years? How long ago was that? And
yeah.
like, oh my God, dude, these freaking vampire girls are like flying around, like just looking amazing as hell. And then they land and they look beautiful. Like when they're up there, they're all vampire out, and then they come down and they land on the ground and they look freaking gorgeous. I'm like, honey, this is the movie right here. This is before its time. It's still fucking sorry, Jay. It still holds up, man. It still holds up with its CGI. I'm like, I loved it, dude. I'm like, oh my God, it's so cool because it brings, Jock Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde in it.
Mm-hmm.
And they just kind of bring all those little monsters, all those, folklore monsters, those, storytell monsters in one movie. And I don't know, man. I just thought it was cool as hell. And like my wife's like, this movie's like 2.5 hours long. I don't want to watch a 2.5 hour movie. I'm like, just wait and watch it. She started watching it. She freaking loved it, dude. She couldn't keep her eyes off it. She's like, this is so good. I'm like, hell yeah.
Believe it or not, that movie's like 20 years old.
Is it how long it is?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
This
Okay.
is the 20th anniversary. They just had
Oh.
like a 20th anniversary Blu-ray.
Oh, my
edition come
knees.
out.
My knees are it's so good though, man. Like,
Oh,
oh
yeah.
man, I loved it. I loved how they like made it. They just made it like so easy for any like newcomer that didn't know any of these characters. How it just here is a simple story, kind of like is what they made it, and it's like I loved it, man. And like Hugh Jackman's still rocking it out, man. Like who would have thought? I love that dude when he became Wolverine, and like now we're talking you all these years later and Deadpool Wolverine, and like I mean I was okay with him moving on, I was totally cool with it after Logan because Logan was such an amazing movie. And God, I mean I watched it. I got the Blu-ray with the black and white one too, man. We watched the black and white one, we watched the color one. And when my daughter, like I showed her who X-23 was because obviously I love X-23. It's probably my favorite character. And so when she got to see X-23 come out as Daphne King, the same actress in the movie theater, it freaking blew her mind. Like she was like just excited as I was. She had the chill bumps as I had the chill bumps. And I was just like, I couldn't believe it. Like it just she's like, "Oh my god, daddy, I can't believe like it's the same girl too." Like,
Yeah,
yes, it's the same girl. And so that's I don't know, comic books really can like, make bonds with your siblings, like with my daughter, like I have a good, bond with her because of comic books, and that's why comic books are freaking amazing.
yeah,
Absolutely.
100%. And yes, I was a fan of Brothers Grimm too. If you ever seen that, it's Matt Damon and
Hmm.
Heath Ledger.
Mhm. Yeah.
Yeah, that's another one of those where like it feels a little. There's some parts of it a little anachronistic. I think is the word they call it, where things seem out of time. Like the thing about Van Helsing that I liked was the weaponry, but ain't no weaponry like that. Not especially not in that time. But I love things like that. Now there's another movie that reminds me of that definitely got panned. Jonah Hex.
Mhm.
Jonah Hex not the best movie. I get that, but some of the things that happen in said movie, I was a big fan of, like the weapons and stuff like that. And Josh Brolin, I mean, I've been a fan of his since Goonies, you know. But like I said, I don't I won't say that the Mummy was bad because I didn't watch it. I wasn't. I heard not great things about it, but again, I am not a person that's gonna be like, oh, this person didn't like it, so I'm not gonna watch it. No, I've got to find out. I've got to find out for myself. And just like I haven't watched Madam Web, but I'm going to. I know people say that movie's terrible. I'm still gonna watch it because I have to. I have to see it for myself.
That's a good
And
attitude to have, though, brother. That's a
yeah,
good attitude. A lot of people need to get that attitude.
here, let me take him off. So there we go. He'll be back. Um, yeah, like I don't know, man. Like there's a lot of things for a time, especially when we have MCU proper. I guess I'll call it the MCU, and then we have Sony Marvel, and then we had Fox Marvel. And there was a time where it felt like, if something wasn't the MCU proper, it got bashed automatically. I know how people feel about Venom. I know how they feel about Venom. You can't have Venom without Spider-Man. I get that. For me though, the story was this odd couple kind of story that kept me interested enough to where I really dug the movie. I really dug Venom. The second one kind of let me down, but it's because I think I set my expectations too high for it because Andy Serkis was directing it, and I mean it's Andy Serkis. But then we had Morbius, and I know people liked Morbius. Not a fan of Morbius. I wasn't big on it. Like the beginning of it was pretty good, and then it just kind of lost us. It needed more Matt Smith to me. Um, feels like things like a lot of the times it feels like a lot of studio interference with those movies in particular. And then we have Craven coming up. Craven to me, honestly, that second trailer looks pretty good, and I think honestly the R rating is going to help that one. As weird as that sounds, because you're kind of you know I forget the word about your audience. You're alienating your audience for the PG rating and everything. But let me pop him back on real fast. Come on, there we go. There we go. You're alienating your audience with the R
I'm back.
rating on it. And we're talking about the Sony Marvel movies. Um, we had Adam Rose. Adam Rose
I don't
wrote.
know about those ones.
Well, I got some issues with some of them. I still like Venom. I still like the first Venom movie. Um, Craven, like I said, the second trailer really got me. We had Adam Rose. Adam Rose wrote Huge Detective, I think is the book that he's writing right now. He's actually a consultant because I guess he worked on Craven's Last Hunt. I think that's what he was saying. He's a consultant on that movie, and he told Miss Jen, she was on Talking Shop. He told Miss Jen, he goes, I think people are going to be surprised in a good way that this movie is going to, make them think twice about the Sony stuff. He thinks this movie is going to change people's minds. He said he got to see a rough cut of it, and he said, yeah, he goes, I think it's one of the best Sony Marvel movies they've made. So
Jake, can I jump in real quick?
yeah.
Yeah. So like, for real, we're talking Craven the Hunter, right?
Hmm.
Okay. So, um, honestly, like I know that there's been a lot of bad rap about the Sony movies, and when even when the first trailer first came out, and then there might have been two other ones after that, but I watched them all, and like they progressively gotten way better. Like I'm like, oh, this movie can be freaking good. Like it really like I have no idea really of Craven's backstory or anything like that, but they obviously show you that right in the trailer, how like he gets some like tiger blood or whatever dripped into a wound on his forearm, and so like now he's going to become like half tiger or something. I don't know. That's what's going to give him his powers.
It's
I
kind of weird.
mean, I can understand if that's not the real origin of the character in the comic book, how it could really piss people off. But
Mhm.
the movie, like the trailer, actually looks pretty entertaining. But that again is just a trailer. The movie may not pan out, but the trailer does look good, and I'm actually got like really high hopes for it. So I probably won't go see it in the movie theater just because I don't have a lot of time like that, but I
Yeah.
will definitely watch it. I definitely want to see it. And maybe if it is like really good and it's getting high praise in the movie theaters, then that will change my opinion and go to the movie theater and watch it.
Yeah.
I'm horrible with names, but
Mhm.
is that guy playing Craven the same one that played Quicksilver?
And Kick-Ass,
Yes.
yeah, Aaron Taylor
Yes.
Johnson.
Oh, okay. I knew he looked
Yes.
Yeah,
familiar, and I'm like, is that the guy that played Quicksilver? All right, cool.
yeah.
The only thing I've heard about Craven that kind of turned me off, but I don't even know if it's true, is that they weren't going to have him be a hunter, and they were going to have him be some kind of environmentalist that's trying to
Yeah.
protect animals from hunters. And I'm like, wow, is that a 180 from the
Uh,
character? I hope they're not woking it too much because, PETA or whatever. I mean, I get it. You don't want him on there slaughtering animals and all that, but
True.
that was what he did. And that's what made him so vicious, is that he was like a wild lion that could just tear into anything. So it'll be interesting to see where they go with it. Now, again, I just heard, until it comes out, who knows? But I do admit the trailers look interesting. And that second one, I was like, that could be good if they don't screw it up.
Yeah, I've heard all kinds of weird things. Like apparently, it's going to be his son, not actually like Craven. It's supposed to be his son, but they might have changed that too.
Ah,
But
okay.
yeah, he's not going to be. They're probably not going to show hunting animals or anything. That's going to be the real Craven, I
Yeah.
guess. But it's just going to be him. Like, yeah, kind of. Yeah. Like I'm gonna be 100% honest. Outside of the old '90s Fox Kids Spider-Man show, I don't know a whole lot about Craven. I mean I know the basic gist of him. I've never read Craven's Last Hunt or any big stories featuring him. I just know him from cartoons. So
Speaking of which, that '90s Spider-Man cartoon was pretty accurate for the comics. It was one of the best adaptations of Spider-Man that I've seen. They really did a good job with that. Now they did take some liberties on some of it, but compared to some of the stuff you get,
mm,
and then that other one that came, Ultimate Spider-Man, that came out not too much. I think that was in the 2000s. That was really good, and it came out around the same time as that Avengers Assemble.
Mhm.
That's really good. I love those string of cartoons. Those are all really good.
Yep, those are my favorite, and the way that they connected them. There was
Yep.
another one that we're getting all this, Hulk news, Red Hulk, She Hulk, all that stuff. It was called Agents of Smash, and I really enjoyed that one. And I'm like, man, all we need is Rick Jones, A Bomb, and you could have a live action Agents of Smash. And those cartoons, look, I'm not high on the Marvel movie cartoons for some reason. They just don't click with me. But Marvel cartoon shows, especially those Disney ones, the way that they connected those, like how we got quote unquote Smart Hulk from an episode of Ultimate Spider Man that led into, like, it was kind of like a backdoor pilot to Agents of Smash, and how it connected to where, they would go, mess around with Cap's shield or something like that in Ultimate Spider Man, and Cap would show up, and that you find out that, they're on Doom's like front lawn. There's things about those Disney cartoons, the way they connected them. I'm like, man, I wish that this is how you get your real Marvel universe, because apparently you can use whatever character in cartoons. So seeing Spider-Man interact with people that were in like the Fox universe or whatever was always fun. Especially like Wolverine. The episodes with Wolverine and Deadpool were always kind of my favorite ones.
That's
Animated
crazy,
shows
Jay.
are a great way to
Because
hook movies together. Oops, sorry, man. Didn't mean to talk over you. Go ahead, Triple
no,
B.
no, you go. I was just saying that, with all those cartoon shows and stuff, which, honestly, I honestly didn't watch any of them because, I was a little bit older at that time. So I didn't pay attention to them. But how they can use all the characters from Marvel in the cartoons, but they can't use them in the live action films is just, it's a down service to us fans, because like, oh no, well, Sony owns the rights to this character and Fox owned the rights to this character. And then, MCU actually finally, was able to hold on to like the Avengers. That's why we got the Avengers from the MCU, is because that's the only characters they had left, you know. But in the cartoons, apparently, you're saying like it was a crossover free for all, which is awesome. But when it comes down to, the the movies, the movie theater, studios have their rights to these certain characters and which ones can make it actually better. So, thank you,
That
baby.
Avengers Assemble cartoon from Disney is what got my daughter hooked on it. And it's actually where MCU got a lot of their movie ideas from, because a lot of the stuff that happened in the movies happened in those cartoons. And they even had the Infinity Gauntlet on the cartoons. They handled it different. They handled it more like the comics did. But that was so cool. And another cool thing is when they did the free comic book day,
Mm.
and Marvel would line that up with the release of their new Marvel movie. That was brilliant marketing, because my I'd take the family to go see the movie, and then afterwards we'd stop at free comic book day and play the games and get the free books, and it was like a whole day devoted to comics.
Yeah.
And that was wonderful. I loved it when they did that.
Yeah.
Amazing.
One of the things that Jenna did when she was at Space Cadets was they'd have pop-up shows. What they would do is when there was a movie releasing, they would go to a theater and bring comics and pops and other stuff based on that character and sell them. So you have people going to see Shazam, let's say, and while they're either going in or coming out, they just watch the movie. They're able to pick up the comics, and that's one thing that I love about the movies. I wish and I hope going forward. I know we're never going to get 1-to-1 when it comes to movies, because you have to modernize things, like you have to. But I'm hoping that movies get a little bit closer to comics, because for some people, they don't mind. They see a character, they've never read a comic before, they go out and they're like, I really like this character. They just do like I do and hyper focus on things. Um, And you know, if there's sometimes though, I'll perfect example for me. I am not and have never been comic wise a fan of America Chavez. Never been a fan of that character. But the way she was played in Multiverse of Madness, I really dug the character. Like I loved how she was played in that. Now, me being a comic book fan, I already know she's not like that in the comics. But there's sometimes that, like I said, I know it doesn't bother some people, but I know there's some fans out there that they've never read a comic. They go and see this movie and they dig this character. They go to try to find a book and they're like, but this character is nothing like what I saw on screen. And then sometimes some people that turns them off. Sometimes people will get over it and be like, okay, I actually like the comic book version better. But it's one of those things where movies help the comics, and yeah, that's very true, Randy. Very true. There's some people that don't collect comics at all, never read comics, but they'll watch the movies, and that's great. But it's the ones that okay. A pilgrim. I know I've seen you on the experience before. Good to see you. They don't have to be 1-to-1, but I'd like if we started making them closer so we can get those new fans that are watching the movies to not be, for the character to not be so disconnected from the movie counterpart, Like, because there's a lot of people that'll go into, say, Guardians of the Galaxy. Perfect example. As much as I like the Guardians movies, I think Rocket might be the only one that's really close to how he is in comic book form. Star-Lord, nowadays, they have kind of updated him to fit that mold. And I only know about Guardians because of Jenna. So Jenna was the one who read Guardians and did, and was reading Thor and stuff like that. Like I said, some people that won't bother them, Some people they're like, whatever. Some people like the comic book characters more. But if we can ever get to that point where the movies and the comics can go hand in hand to kind of help each other out, and I think we might be getting closer to that with this DCU coming up. But again, we'll see. That's very pure speculation on my point. But it's just one of those things because I'm like, the movies are great. Love the movies. Never thought I'd see so many comic book movies in my entire life. But it just would be nice to have, that connect, that bridge. Marvel was famous for being like, it's all connected. And then when you read a comic or you watch the Netflix show or you watched Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and then you watch the MCU, they're connected, but kind of super loose.
Not.
Like, I don't know. That's just
And
me.
what I think about Jay, what you said here is what happened. Like, let's jump back in time, with the X-Men Fox movies and how, like, how Bryan Singer just bleeped up those characters like from no end as hell. Yeah, I love those movies, just because that's what we got at the time, and it was so amazing just to see, Sabretooth and Wolverine and Storm and Cyclops up on the screen was absolutely amazing. But towards the end of that franchise, why is Rogue trying to not have her powers no more? Why is she going to get this shot where she can't, have her powers no more? That makes no sense to me at all. It's like, no, that's Rogue's power. And Rogue is like, she steals, other mutants' powers where she can become strong. So like she can like take whatever powers that she can take from them by touching them. that's an amazing freaking character. And the Fox movies just threw it down the freaking drain, dude. Like, and you got was it Anna, whatever her name is, but dude, Snooki from freaking True Blood. Okay, come on, dude. She's our rogue, and like you got this hot ass great actress, and you want to make Rogue freaking not have her powers? Like, what the bleep? That makes no sense at all. Any true comic book fan is right there is going to be like, no, this sucks. The only good thing about those movies was like pretty much Wolverine. And you know what was so sad to me about Deadpool Wolverine is that we didn't get Cyclops, dude. Like, why didn't we get James Marsden in as Cyclops? That would have been over the top, blown my mind. That was the last thing I needed was let's go ahead and get, our original Cyclops in that Deadpool Wolverine so that he can freaking, it's in the void, dude. Might as well. I mean, so going like full circle about like not the comic books being as accurate as the movies. I mean, like you said, it's going to work both ways. The people that are like that know the characters, they're going to be like, that's not how the character is, and then the people that don't have no idea, they're like, oh yeah, that was pretty cool. And that's what Bryan Singer wanted to do with the X-Men movies. He didn't even want any of the actors to read any of the X-Men books to know the actual, characters that they were playing, which made no sense to me at all. So, but that's the difference between freaking Hollywood and actual, comic book creators for real. Hollywood's going to try to, mess. I don't know why they just don't stick to the original story, stick to the original origins of the characters. And that's why all us comic book fans love those characters is because the origins of them. And I think even if like the normal public doesn't know that origins of that certain character, if you tell them the original origin of that character from the creator, they're going to love it even more instead of having some, you know, writer make some, oh, this is who this person is. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It Rogue was super, super underutilized in those movies, man. Like, there were times I was like, why is she even here? She was so underutilized. Like, they didn't even use her that much. Like, that first movie felt like it was kind of about her, but after that, like,
Exactly.
and you only see her again really after, when they started doing First Class and they did Days of Future Past. There's an actual like Rogue cut of that movie where instead
I
of Kitty
remember that.
Pryde, it's Rogue. It's just Sookie. May I call on you? Yeah, Jenna really liked True Blood, so
Oh man, True Blood was amazing. I love that show. And the books. There's a
Yep.
lot of books. Yeah, it was great. Does your wife read those ones? To read the books or just watch the show?
just watch the show. But I'm pretty sure she'd get her hands on the book. She'd read the books. She
It's
might
called
actually.
the Sookie Stackhouse Chronicles, is what I believe what they're called. They're not called True Blood, called Sookie Stackhouse Chronicles.
Another series you might like, that was on cable for a while was Penny Dreadful. Did you see Penny Dreadful? I loved that. The only thing I didn't like about it is they made the same mistake that some other series have, and they decided to cancel it too soon, so they tried to wrap 3 years up in 45 minutes, and the last episode's terrible because they just dropped everything and said, okay, we're done. But other than that, Penny Dreadful was great. My wife and I actually got Amy to watch him with me, and she is not a horror person. But it was like she'd become, is Penny Dreadful on? Oh, yes, it'll be on in 5 minutes. And that one and Walking Dead were the two that actually we did as a family, and that was really cool. But yeah, if you haven't watched Penny Dreadful, it's awesome. It's got Ava Green in it. I don't, you got to know who Ava Green is.
Yeah.
She's gorgeous, and that series is fantastic. And they even did a comic of the series that has Ava Green on the covers.
Mm.
I think they
Nice.
also were. Didn't they do something called Penny Dreadful City of Angels or something with Natalie Dormer?
They did, but I didn't get into that. I didn't even check it out. I was
J-
kind of
yeah,
not happy with what they did to the first one.
yeah. Jenna was a big fan of the original Eva Green one. So
The coolest thing about that Penny Dreadful was every episode you were introduced to a new famous monster from the past that they were
Really?
bringing into the show. Yeah, you got Frankenstein's monster, you got I can't Mr. Hyde came in, and you never knew who they were going to pull in next, and you ended up getting just about every monster that you can think of from the 50s and 60s made an appearance in the show. But it ended up being the Wolfman versus Dracula was the main confrontation that they built up to for 3 seasons, and then the
Wow.
finale hit and you wanted to shoot your television. But other than that, it's really fun.
Man, that sounds fun, dude. Honestly, I know about that show, and like I've been hearing about that show from like probably 3 different people within like the last month. So I know it's been out for a minute, and I know about it, but it's funny that I've been hearing about that. Someone's been dropping that Penny Dreadful to me the last few months. So that's cool. So that means I'm definitely gonna have to go check it out.
If you like True Blood, I'm pretty sure you'll like Penny Dreadful. And the cool thing I said is like they bring in new monsters. You never know who's going to show up. And they don't tell you. You got to kind of figure it out. And then all of a sudden you'll be like, oh my God, that's Frankenstein's
Oh,
monster. Are you kidding me? And he can
that's cool.
talk like he did in the book.
Yeah.
And it's really cool. I don't want to ruin it for you, but yeah, you got to check it out sometime.
yeah. Hello to Sean in the chat who's stuck at work right now.
Blame Sean. Hashtag blame Sean.
Maybe Sean. Now since we're talking about things that were canceled too soon, here's my weekly
Uh-oh.
Swamp Thing, folks. Swamp Thing on Tubi. You can watch it on your TV or go to Tubi on your computer. I would kind of suggest doing the computer because I find that they play, an ad or two at the beginning and then it just plays through. Tubi kind of has a lot of commercials when you watch it on TV. But if you're looking for a comic book show that is just fantastic, one of the best shows that ever came out of that DC Universe app, and if you're a fan of The Thing, like the original John Carpenter The Thing, there are aspects of that in this. There's a lot of body horror stuff in it, and it's so well acted. I push for this show. I know it's never coming back. We're gonna eventually in the new DCU get a James Mangold. I think that's how you say his name, James Mangold, the guy who also did Logan. They're in talks to do a Swamp Thing movie with him. But yeah, if you haven't watched the show and you just want to make yourself mad watching an awesome show that you only get a season of 10 episodes, I've watched it like 6 times now.
I was going to try to watch that over Thanksgiving, and then on a whim, I'm like, I'm going to try season 4 of Superman and Lois. And then
Yeah.
10 hours later, I was like, oh, well, I guess that's not going to happen.
Yeah. Yeah. Like
Nice.
I said, that is, to me, Superman and Lois, we've had this discussion about subverting expectations, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. For me, especially Superman and Lois, they do take liberties. There's a lot of folks that are, well, if it's not comic accurate, I'm not watching it. There's another camp of folks that are like, it doesn't have to be comic accurate as long as the show is interesting and the story, keeps my interest in it. And I'm kind of in that camp too. You can change some things and it's still fine as long as you're telling a great story and you're sticking to at least the principles of the character.
Mm-hmm.
The way that Tyler plays Clark and Superman in this, to me, is a Clark and Superman. Like, he's not that different than what I would picture a Kansas farm boy, acting as far as Clark goes. And it's just one of those shows that, like I said, Tracy and I, we didn't get into it, but I was like, have you watched this? And she's like, I tried, man. It's just not for me. I watched an episode. It wasn't for me. And I was like, you know what? that's super fair. You know, there is a version of Superman out there for everyone, and as long as you find your version of Superman, that's all I can ask for. But if you haven't tried Superman and Lois yet, if there's something about the show that's like you think it's just going to be cheesy, which it kind of is at times, don't get me wrong, or something like that, if there's something that you're on the fence, I'm telling you, try an episode or two.
Well, let me just say one thing.
Mm-hmm.
Give it more than an episode because it is a slow burn. When Jay first talked me into it, I was like, "Oh, great, another Superman, whatever." And I watched the first one, and there was a particular scene that happened that hooked me. And I was like, "Okay, I'll watch the second one." The next thing I know, 10 hours have passed and I'm into season 2 and it's like 4 a.m. and I got to go to work at 7. And I was like, where did that time go? It's excellent. I love
Wow.
it. I'm not the biggest Superman freak like Jay is, but he is my favorite Clark Kent. And I never thought I would put anyone above George Reeves. And he's my second favorite Superman. It's a great show. Yes, they do take liberties with um, characters and where they came from and their origins and who they are, but you almost I've got to a point where I can accept that as that's cool. Because honestly, do I want to see the same exact stories that I've read and seen 20 times before? And what taught me that was when I went and saw the Lord of the Rings movies because I'm the biggest Lord of the Ring book fan that you'll probably ever meet.
Are you're the
I
one that
loved it.
has the Eddie? I'm sorry to cut you off, but you're
Yeah.
you're the one that have the your credits, your name in the credits of the
Yep.
extended versions.
Yep. My
Yeah.
name is in the credits of all of the Lord of the Ring extended DVD and Blu-rays. But yes, I loved Lord of the Rings. And when I went to the movie and they started drifting away from the book, part of me was like, "Eh." But the next thing you know, I was able to push that aside and just enjoy the movie. And I loved it. Are the movies like the books? They're similar. Are they different? They're very different. But they're both good and I can enjoy both. And if you go into comic movies with that attitude where let's just see where they go with it, I've found that you can have a lot more fun with it than if you go in, well, that's not right. He was supposed to be bitten on the neck by a spider. He's not supposed to be bitten on the... Don't if you don't take that approach, they're more enjoyable. And sometimes they go a little too far, like what Triple B was saying. Like, I don't know why they wanted to make Rogue a nobody, but it, you just kind of let it go and hope for the best. And I've been able to enjoy more movies that way.
Yeah, exactly. Go in with an open mind. And just for anybody who's new, and I know I've seen a Pilgrim before. Um, I promise you, but boss, I'm not ignoring you or anything. There's a very like StreamYard has a lag between YouTube and StreamYard, the platform, right? It's like 8 to 10 seconds. Unfortunately, Restreams, um, theirs is like 24 to 30 seconds in between. Like I love being able to have the chat on screen, but I wish there wasn't such a delay between the chat and the video. Like I'm gonna have to start watching it on YouTube on my phone to make sure, to see if I catch comments. So I promise you I'm not ignoring your question. And Nope did answer you, but I will say this: he's in it, but keep an open mind when you see how everything goes with that. Yeah,
Hmm.
Fable, it really is. But like I said, it's
I'll tell you
I
one
use
thing right now, Jay,
yeah,
dude. I'll tell you one thing right now
yeah,
that at this restream that you're going on is like super easy and like super like it like maybe you have a little bit of a lag on it, but like golly, all I had to do was like I was nervous, dude, because like how do we stream with people and like you were able to just go ahead and send me the link and I was gonna set up my camera, set up my audio in 2 clicks of a button, and next thing I know, I'm here. So yeah, it's been great. Yeah, a little bit of a lag in the audio, but that that's gonna happen no matter where you are. So
yeah. You would think with the technology of today we could fix things like this, but no. I mean, I use StreamYard for work, obviously on the experience. That's what we use. Uh, but for work, I don't pay for StreamYard. So this is something that I can use that's free that Sean and I can use at any time, and I don't have to worry about, if the experience decides we want to pop on a show Saturday, I don't have to worry about using the StreamYard when somebody else is going to be on it. So,
is there anything that you've noticed that's missing from this setup that StreamYard has that would make you want to buy StreamYard, or is this sufficient for what you want to do?
this works for what we want to do. Like, if I was selling books, I definitely couldn't use StreamYard. I'm sorry, I couldn't use Restream because it's just the latency is just too much for sales. Though I do like, because I did like a little test thing with comic collectible stuff because I'm a nerd like that, and even if I'm not working, I like to do things for my job, for fun. So I made like a little slide thing on here for it. Like, this doesn't have a create your own layout unless you pay like the $50 subscription to it. Not worth it to me. But so I
Is
couldn't
that
do like,
monthly?
yeah, I think.
Oh,
I think,
wow.
I think so. I think so. I don't really remember. I know Sean got us like the basic one just to try it out for a little bit. That's how we have our own watermark and stuff. Ooh.
Magic drink and snack appearance.
Yes.
Drive by Jenna. Hi, bye.
I hear trouble. I hear trouble.
Jenna's in the house. What's
You got to
up,
put her on.
girl?
I never actually got to talk to her before.
Oh my God! Hold on. Okay. Excuse me, dear.
Oh, you want me to get out? Of
Yes.
Right, get out of here.
All right.
It's really
Yeah.
easy. You just go, move.
What up?
Hey guys.
What's up, girl? How you
Yeah,
doing?
what's happening?
Doing up? Oh my gosh, just work, guys. Just work. I gotta work to be able to pay for these chocolate oranges for Jay, man.
You spoil that boy rotten.
I tried to. The last one I got was a caramel toffee one. It was a chocolate orange, but it was caramel toffee on it, right? Is that what it was?
I remember toffee.
You remember the toffee?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hey, Nope. What's up? Who else is on? We also got Round Guy, One Collection, a Pilgrim. I don't think I know that one. Hello, I am the Jenna. I am behind the scenes of a lot of things. I do think that's the best way to describe me.
I miss you. I meant to skim it a long time ago, and you and your talk on EXP. It's been a while.
She's Jay's real boss.
Yeah, that is 100% true.
Yeah, that is kind of where I got started on Triangle of Truth, or back when it was Triangle of Truth. Now it's Hydrasylum. Back when we were on Instagram, and then I started at the store that I used to work at, do Mint, Skim It, and do other live sell shows for the Space Cadets collection store. And then I moved up to the Experience interviews and sales shows and stuff like that. And now I sit behind a keyboard and talk to data all day.
From Star Trek? How cool is that?
Jay's better half. There's one. What are you guys up to? What are we talking about tonight?
Everything and anything.
Oh, yeah. What's your favorite chocolate orange flavor?
Pretty sure I'm the only person that likes
Chocolate.
Yeah.
My wife actually loves those, and I get those for her and our daughter every year for Christmas.
Yes.
Nice. Did you know they had popping candy ones?
Yes, I got them one. Yep. Do you know how you're really supposed to eat one?
You're supposed to smash it on the ground and then eat it.
Yes, and we didn't know that until I saw it, and then I showed them.
What?
We tried it, and they're like, "Don't smash it, Dad." I'm like, "I'm
That's
not
what
going
you're
to smash
supposed
it."
to do.
Yep, and it looks
You
just like
take
an
it.
orange.
For those of you who don't know, you open the box, you peel away all the crap, you take it. It might be loud for a second. Can I do it on the carpet? Let's see if I can do it on the rug.
She's getting violent. People hide.
And then you hit it really hard on the ground, and now it's open, and it breaks into these little bitty pieces like an orange. Can you guys see that?
Yep, makes little orange slices.
Yes. The dark chocolate oranges are good. I don't think I've gotten you a dark chocolate one. Have I?
I'm kind of a snob when it comes to dark chocolate. It's gotta be like from Switzerland or something.
Oh,
It's too healthy. He doesn't want healthy chocolate.
There you go. Busted. Yeah.
I'm a sucker for those. They're nerd rope clusters, but it's got to be the berry ones. Those are my favorite, but they're so hard to find.
You're one of these sour people.
I'm not the biggest chocolate person, I guess is the best way to put it. I like white chocolate though. Which I guess isn't technically chocolate. There's no cacao in it. Right?
There's something about
that.
I'm all about that sour mash whiskey.
Oh. Speaking of holiday treats, I am starting a campaign where I say eggnog is gross.
Boo.
Eggnog is gross. I'm on that team.
It is absolutely disgusting. I am with you.
Ed!
I am Team Jenna when it comes to eggnog.
Oh, what about you, Triple B?
Nah, you gotta put some warm whiskey in it, then it'd be okay. But besides that, no.
Okay.
Well, that's true. I mean, that's fair. If you liquor it up enough, I'll drink it with no problem.
I'm right there with Ed. If there's enough whiskey in it, I'd be down
If
for
it's
that.
a virgin, I don't want it.
Jay's the only person who does eggnog. All right, Round Guy says he does chips. There is one chip that rules our household with an iron fist, and is the all dressed chips. And I'm so mad they've taken them away from us. I can't find them anymore.
The what?
All dressed.
All dressed up.
That's the name of it?
All dressed. Like there's Ruffles has it, Pringles has it. Pringles isn't as good, but it still has some of the flavor to it. But like the Ruffles all dressed chips are just like top tier, like the best out there in the world, period. Take that to the bank.
My family likes those nasty dill pickle chips, and I don't understand why you'd want a dill pickle chip.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. That's wild.
Okay.
I
No,
tried
my daughters eat the hot stuff.
Oh,
Anything
yeah?
hot, like hot Cheetos with lime, taquitos, like but no, give me this a Lay's, straight up potato chip.
Yeah, nice classic chip. I don't know if everybody knows this. I think Ed knows this. I can't taste spice. So the kiddos, like my nieces and nephew, my nieces love the really hot taquitos, like the blue ones. They tried to give them to me one time, and I was like, it just tastes like oil to me. Like it was gross. They're like, oh, it's so hot. Look, I'm sweating and crying. And I'm just like, this just tastes like oil, guys. I don't know what you're talking about. And then there was another time me and Sean went to a restaurant. It was a place down here. It was supposed to be like ghost pepper tacos. And I ate like 3 of them. And I put extra salsa on them.
Oh my
And
god!
poor Sean. Sean got halfway through one of them. He's just like, his whole face is sweating and he's crying. Oh, I wish he was here because he'd be like, yep, I can't do it. And then there was I tried my hand at homemade salsa one time. And I made a batch that I really enjoyed. But Jay, do you want to tell them what it was like? He tried to eat it.
Lava from the devil's anus.
Oh my god!
Oh my goodness!
So when it comes to spicy things, like it's got to be a level of what would make other people sick before I'm like, oh, okay, this has some flavor to it. I want to try chips.
It's only heat spice that you can't do, or you can't taste any spices like salt, pepper.
Oh no, like I cook like lemon pepper and like regular like seasoning and spices like that, but it's just like there's something about like certain like peppers and stuff. I can't taste. I don't get the heat.
Well, believe it or
Jenna,
not,
do you get the heat? Sorry.
I see what you did there, Triple B.
Jenna,
right,
do you get the heat coming out?
I think
No,
that was a backhanded slap at Jay that she don't get the heat, but that's
But
no,
no.
I actually read something a few times now where the reason why some people get affected so much by spice is the heat reaction is actually an allergic reaction. And if you build yourself up to it, like anything else, you're no longer allergic to it. So you just don't have the quote unquote allergy to the stuff that the histamines that are in the pepper sauce.
But Triple B, no, I don't get the heat coming out either.
I will
Wow.
listen to the teacher here, Eddie Von B. For sure.
Yes.
He knows what he's talking about.
I will pass you off.
I also think cilantro tastes like soap, which makes me so sad because Jay and
Yeah.
Sean love cilantro, but I'm just like, this tastes like soap. Makes me
It
sad.
does taste good. It does have a little soapy taste to it, I guess you would say.
And I
It's
learned from a
little bit
friend
weird.
that's also a genetic thing too,
Mhm.
where it's just like a percentage of people have that weird gene trait where it tastes like soap. I was just like, oh man, I just can't taste anything fun, can I?
Well, I'm not going to touch that one.
Hard PG-13.
Okay. I'm trying. Do you guys read any webtoons? Like any like online webtoons and stuff like that?
What's a webtoon?
All right, so it's usually webtoon is actually an app, but it's kind of like a general term nowadays for comics that are released like on apps or online. And
Okay.
usually the way it's done is it's 1 to 2 people that make the entire comic and then they post it online for people to read it. So it's webtoons is what they call them.
I think I might have, but I don't know that I'm familiar with the term.
Okay, well, definitely give it a check out. The app is a lot of fun. I just finished rereading my favorite one of all times. It's called Lore Olympus, and I have the books for it. The webtoon was so popular that the comics itself, they actually got released. They started on Kickstarter. I've got 3 of I think there's 6 volumes out. Beautiful watercolors done to it, telling a completely new, like, revision version of the Hades and Persephone story. And it's really cool because, like, on Earth, it's kind of in ancient Greek times, but in the underworld and in the world of like the gods and stuff, it's modern times. And it's really cool to see the back and forth of it. And it's like Persephone gets a internship at the office building that Hades is like the boss of, and it's really cool to see. Like just how other gods and stuff like that would do in a world where it's like very modern and also having ancient things to it. I don't even have a computer. Do you have a phone? If you have a smartphone, you can read them. It's an app. Most of the time, it's free. And what they do is they'll do like the first 10 chapters are free, and then they have you wait like 24 hours and you get the next chapter free.
So would it be fair to compare that to what Comixology used to be?
Kind of
thing?
Kind of.
Okay.
It's really cool to see a lot of these stories. Like there's horror stories in there. There's new superhero stories. There's another one I was reading. I wish I could remember the name of it now. Where certain people are born with powers and the level of powers, and they have to go to a special school to be trained with it. But this one kid,
That's called mutants, and they're from the Xavier School of Mutants.
except for this is half the population of the whole world, and people look up to these people instead of kind of like distance themselves. They're just like, I can't wait for you to graduate to be our hero. Yay.
Magneto got his machine working apparently.
Tell me.
I like it.
You had me at new horror, so I'm trying it out.
Yes. But the name of the app is Webtoons. I don't have my phone on me. I was just coming in here to surprise Jay with his drink and snack, but yeah.
Has anything quote unquote famous launched this way?
Well, Lore Olympus definitely did.
I've never heard of that.
Really, like it's gotten so big. Barnes and Nobles is always sold out. They've come out. I think it's 6 or 7 volumes have come out. They sell out at, like when I worked at the comic book store, it always sold out. It's always sold out at Barnes and Nobles. It's rare to find them because I think I have 4 volumes. I'm trying to find 5, 6 now, but like I said, it's so hard to get them. Because at first, what she did was it was one person. It's one person doing everything for this comic. She storyboards it. She draws it. She's everything to it. Like everything you can think that goes into making a comic, she was doing it by herself. And then she would upload it to this app for people to read. And it got so big that Webtoon signed her a deal to make it exclusive through their app. And then she started a Kickstarter for the first volume of it, and it was funded within a day. like to the toppest tier that you could do. And she was like, oh gosh, I have to make new tiers. I'm so sorry, guys. Give me a minute. And then she got publishing rights and she got to release the whole thing. So it's kind of like an underground thing, but it's in that niche thing. It's outrageously big.
So cool.
Can you bring
That's
me
so cool, man.
because there's quite a few of them that have actually come out. And then Solo Leveling, I think, has its own. It actually got a show. Is either on Netflix or Prime. Solo Leveling started on Webtoons as well. There's quite a few shows out right now that started off on Webtoons that way.
I just installed the app. Thank you.
Nice.
Randy
I'm
was
super
asking-
excited.
Randy was asking that.
Well, I'm so sorry. I missed one. Yeah, the kids have power books. That's a different one. Yeah. Hold on. I'm trying to. I have it. Let me.
Is that Percy Jackson, maybe?
Maybe. But yeah, it's called Webtoons. Oh, shoot. It has an update on me. Sorry. 1 second, please.
Way to go.
I know. I try and show something off and it's all of a sudden an update. My bad. But it's like a green thing.
While you're getting your update, you should be humming MASH.
Do, 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 do.
Yeah, I'm not allowed to sing it anymore.
You're not? Why is that?
Because you told me not to sing it
I
anymore.
did.
It's too sad.
It is sad because of Ed, I had to go look up the words of it.
You're welcome.
Oh man, broke my flippin' heart.
You've never seen the MASH movie still?
I'm afraid to, from all the things I've heard.
No, it's excellent. You need to see it. It's really good.
Oh.
It's not Kiefer. Donald Sutherland plays Hawkeye.
Hmm.
It's really good.
I know you guys have told me these things, but it's
And that's
just
where
like,
you hear the words to the song because they sing it around a campfire.
Oh, another one that's got really famous was called the Cursed Princess Club. You know all these fairy tales where the princesses get cursed? They make a club to try and break their own curses. One of them was actually a lobster princess that got turned into a human, and she's sick and tired of being human. It's hysterical.
Recommendation?
A good horror recommendation? I've got a huge list. Give me a second, guys. I have a whole lot that I'm reading. I usually read on my tablet. Melvina's Therapy. Now, Ed, you might have a little trouble. The early chapters are mostly black and white with red in them. But I found a way to read them where it was kind of like it's not huge on the grayscale. Like they do setups where it looks like that, but then it goes into like more bigger picture than it is just plain black and white as you go.
Well, thanks to my good friend Triple B, I've learned that if I have flashing colored lights in the background, I can see black and white.
Okay,
So
I'm gonna have to try that too.
I've actually got some Halloween lights in my bedroom now that I turn on and they flash like green and purple and orange.
Okay.
And I actually was able to go through some of my old Walking Dead comics the other day, and I was so excited.
Oh wow,
I'm
because
gonna
I
have to
could
try
see it.
that.
that's so cool, Eddie.
Oh my gosh! I'm
Thank
gonna
you,
have to try
Triple
that.
B, because you're the
Yes.
one. You are the man.
I
Because when
did
you
put-
did that, when you put that black and white cover on there, it was like a bell went off. I'm like, dude, I can see that.
No
was
way,
awesome.
because I remember you messaging me that, and then like I was like, because like I put a little bit of flash in black and white, like this flashing lights, like different type of colors, blue and red on it, and then like you can kind of make it, you can see it a little bit better, and then there's no way, dude, that you can actually that helped you out. That's awesome, bro.
I'm gonna have to
so
try that
thank
out
you.
later. I'm next. The other one I would recommend is School Bus Graveyard.
Ooh.
Sounds
So it's kind of like this actually, it's really funny. This story came out right at the kind of beginning. It came out in July of 2021. It was the first episode, is what they call it. Instead of chapters, they call them episodes. And it's kind of like it's a group of kids. They end up on an opposite side where it's got monsters and stuff like that, and they're trying to get out of it. And it's quite. There's moments to it where you're just like, what? And the reason I like reading them on the Webtoons app is creators can actually add music to it. And a lot of times the creators write and make the music themselves to go along with how you're reading the chapter. And School Bus Graveyard leans into that pretty heavily. Like almost every other chapter has original music to it.
Not to be insulting or anything, because I promise I'm not.
Okay.
But are most of these geared towards like kids? Because I'm hearing
They
School
can.
Bus and I'm hearing Percy Jackson, and those are all like, because when it comes to horror, I'm not into that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I
I
gotcha.
enjoy Goosebumps and stuff, but I want something that is going to freak me out, which is very hard to find these
You
days.
could try. I'm going through my list right now because I'm reading a lot. You could try Zombie X Slasher. That one's a good slasher with a hint of zombies in it.
Okay.
It's a serial killer stuck in a zombie world.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So Jason Voorhees is on The Walking Dead, is what you're telling me.
Yeah. But it's cool to check these out, like, because on most of these on like this app, a lot of times it's a team of like 1 or 2 people that are doing everything for
That's
the comic.
amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing.
And so
Now, does the app help them do the drawing and everything too, or do they have to upload what they?
They upload what they make.
That's epic. That's cool.
Yeah.
That sounds like a great way to self-publish.
Exactly. A lot of people have actually leaned into doing it this way as well too. I've at least that's what I've noticed on kind of like my side of behind the scenes comic stuff.
See, Ed said Goosebumps.
I love
My
Goosebumps.
brain immediately went to Fear Street.
Yes, Fear
Because
Street.
I'd never read any of the Fear Street stuff, but when those Netflix movies came out, I was hooked on them.
What was so sad they rushed and crammed. Yes, I see that note. I remember that.
And I'm
The Percy
super excited
Jacksons,
for
yes.
the next ones.
Yes.
Like, I think they're supposed to be coming soon.
I think the second season's up, isn't it? Of Percy Jackson?
No, Fear Street.
Oh, Fear Street. By the way, I have something to say about that.
Geez,
I have something to say about
Yeah, I was
those
gonna say
on
Fear
Netflix.
Street is what I was gonna say. What are you gonna say?
Okay, so I read back in the I can't remember when the original, but it was like the Fear Street saga, which sets up the like back in the olden days of what sets up Fear Street, Goosebumps, the entire universe that R.L. Stine created, right? And the original trilogy versus the trilogy of books do not match at all in the slightest. Like it's almost like the movies. It's not until the third movie that they give a hint of things that happen in the books. Because in the 3 books, we start off, it's back in the like times where they were burning witches and stuff like that, is what the first Fear Street book is. But that doesn't show up until what, the third film?
Yeah,
It's called
the third film.
1666, I think.
Yeah.
The second book is set in the like 50s, 60s, and 70s. Where again, it's more of the 2 families that are doing things, and that's what makes the street so cursed. And then the third book is set in, at the time, present day, which I think was like the late 90s or like mid 90s when these books came out, I want to say. Somebody can correct me if you need to. But yes, the films by themselves are interesting and I enjoyed them. But as somebody who had memorized that original trilogy of books from back in the day when they first came out, and I was the only person that was getting them at the library, like every week, it was three books. I was rereading them every weekend. And then seeing the films, and I was just like, oh man, okay, this is not the story that the books were telling, but it's a good story. Plus, time travel elements are always interesting.
I was fearful this was going to be another Cloak and Dagger rant.
Come on now. I can't do that. We're PG-13. PG-13. Jenna, I haven't tried the show on Disney Plus. You should. It was really interesting. I liked the updated takes they did on the Percy Jackson series for that.
I like the kid playing Percy Jackson.
I do like the kid playing Percy
He was
Jackson.
in that Adam project with Ryan Reynolds.
Was that him?
Yeah.
Huh.
So didn't I hear that they're gonna do more Fear Street books, movies coming out here soon?
Yeah, that's what I'm waiting for.
I'm waiting for him.
Well, no, I mean I heard that already. That like it's in production right now, so we should be getting something that's going to go on with them. But I honestly enjoyed those first 3 Fear Street movies from
Mhm.
Netflix. I thought they were amazing. I like,
Yeah.
oh my god, it was so much fun watching them, and I had no idea about the novels, the books, the difference between them. I don't know. I just thought it was great. I thought the actors was great. I
Oh,
mean,
yeah.
and especially how like it progressed better from 1 to 2 to 3. They all like this got better and better, and it was just like
Yes.
one whole movie that was a trilogy, and
Yeah.
it was amazing. And then big old fan of those movies, and I really can't wait. If they gotta, when
Yeah.
the next one comes out, hopefully, they can capitalize on the success of the other ones, because those 3 movies, they were a success. They were.
Good. Like I said, I enjoyed them. I was just the person that had memorized the books. Yes. Oh, and
What's that?
Aragon. I need that. I was so mad that we didn't get like the rest of the books as films. We only had that one film. And now we're finally gonna get it. Hopefully.
Like I said, those Netflix movies were my first experience with the Fear Street stuff. I didn't even
Huh.
know about it, so I'm watching it, think it's just going to be like a little edgier Goosebumps, and then that first kill we see in that thing, I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, if you look at the books, the Goosebumps was for kids, and the Fear Street is what he called it. Arlson literally named them. Those were for the teenagers and adults because there were more adult things in them.
They went to some places I wasn't expecting in the movies.
Yeah. His Goosebump series was for kids. His Fear Street series was for the older teenagers and adults. Shh. That's rude. Thank you. And I'm kind of glad. I always thought, because Goosebumps, Slappy and everybody's been so popular that it's good.
I'll drop him out for a second.
The movie got me to read the books, then disliked how the movie went after I read it, but definitely need to be the series instead. Yeah. For which one are we talking about? I'm sorry. Aragon, Percy Jackson, or Fear Street? Oh, and then I was mad. I went to the library to see if I could find this Fear Street saga, and it's got like 50 people ahead in line. And then we went to buy the books, and it's almost $150 for the 3 books. And I was like, I remember when nobody cared about these books. I was getting them every weekend, and the library even offered me like if I wanted to keep them because nobody else even looked at them. Should have. But I wanted them to stay at the library for other people to read.
Ed, did you ever see those?
No, I've never even heard of them.
Oh, they're so good. It's a trilogy. It's on Netflix, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a Netflix. Oh, Aragon. Okay.
By the way, you just scored brownie points with me by having a library card, because I have mine too. And usually
Actually,
when I bring up going to the
gotta
library,
do it.
people are like, "You still go to libraries?" I'm like, "Yeah, absolutely."
Okay. Do you want to hear something great? I actually took my nieces to get a library card, and they have special little like wallets in their purses that they got just for their library cards.
Aw.
Yeah,
That's
so
awesome.
usually I'll go and pick them up for the weekend because they only go to school Monday through Thursday. So I'll pick them up Thursday after school. We'll stop by the library either on the way home or first thing like Friday morning. And they pick out a few books. But yeah, I had to get a new one. Apparently my old one wasn't valid anymore. Of course, I got that one back in like 2001 and they said I couldn't use it anymore. So I had to get a new one.
Well, if you'd pay your overdue book fee from 1987, maybe
I
they'd...
didn't have any overdue book fees.
When she was -2.
Hey,
Thank you.
now, I don't need
Oh.
to feel older than I am. Thank you, Jay.
If you do, hey guys, if you do have a library card and a library account, I recommend checking out this app. It's called Canopy. And
Can of what?
Canopy. It's free movies and TV shows that are in libraries. Like you can get all kinds, like Christmas with the Cranks is on here, The 100-Year-Old Man.
Civil Wars.
I'll fight you.
Let's do it right now. We'll break the internet. We will break the internet.
I actually got to rewatch the original Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy series, the BBC series on here. And they have like classic shows and stuff like that too. But yeah, it's free. All you have to do is download the app, and then
And
you
what's the app
can
called?
Canopy.
Canopy.
So I don't know. Can you guys see it? It's a black circle with a K in it. But you tell it what library you have a thing at, and then you just have to add your like library number or something like that.
Very cool.
Let me see. Can I type it in? Hold on.
It's
Can you type in?
Kanopy.
Yeah. Canopy. Thank you, Jay.
You're welcome.
But yeah, it's got like documentaries in here, classic movies in here. The Count of Monte Cristo, like the old school one. I like that movie. Okay.
I'm gonna have to get another
Okay.
SIM card for my phone if you keep making me do all these ads.
And like I said, all you have to do is have a library card, and it's a free app with all kinds of shows and movies.
Oh, Pilgrim says Hoopla
Hoopla, huh?
is the best library app.
Okay.
I have to check that one out.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to check that one.
They
Make
were
a note
knee
of it.
deep in the hoopla, and we built this city on rock and roll.
That's awesome.
Nice. Nice.
Oh,
That's the only other time I've ever heard hoopla, and I'm gonna have that darn song in my head for the rest
Yeah,
of it.
yeah. I mean, it could be worse. Could be Baby Shark or something. At least it's a good song.
Oh, don't do that.
Jay, as Liam Neeson said, I will find you.
Not that hard.
True.
Yeah. Somebody left me another tip. That's nice. Oh,
I've given you several tips, but you never listen to any of them.
Well, aren't you just full of shenanigans?
Always. Did you think it was just in type? No, this is the real me.
But oh my goodness, I don't know why. Did Jay
I
ever
don't know
show
how
you the
Eddie. I don't know how.
What's up?
I don't know how Eddie doesn't have his own like YouTube channel talking about like anything. His voice is an angel.
Right?
Aww.
Golly.
I've been saying
Your
that
voice
forever.
is amazing, dude.
Well, if I ever do have a show, I'm having a dance poll.
That's how you get the views.
That's how you get
Oh my goodness. So Penny, come here. Sorry, Penny's over here just like going crazy. Come here, baby. Come here, baby girl. Come here, baby. Yeah.
Eddie, what's your thoughts on Halloween Ends?
Nothing good.
I know, huh?
It was
What?
very disappointing, especially from the first two.
Mhm.
I won't say I hate it, but I didn't like what they did to Michael. And when it came down to when he was fighting Lori and her granddaughter, they like kicked his butt
Awesome.
like he was a nobody,
Yeah,
and then just tie him up and put him in a wood chipper. I'm like, what?
exactly.
Not that. I would have much rather, if that's what they were going to do, I would have much rather they just would have ended it in her fiery basement, because that was a cool, she lured him in, trapped him in, lit it on fire. But I do love the second one.
Mhm. I love Kills. I think Kills was awesome. Like, because
Kills was good.
Michael was actually like unleashed.
Yep.
He like was able to. He would have just killed everybody. That's what the name of the movie was Kills.
Yep.
So it was awesome. Kills, and then like how they tried to build up, Ends as that was going to be the final battle of all three movies from 2018, the Kills, the Ends. But they didn't like that's not what we got in Ends. We got a totally
No.
different story. If they could have like maybe introduced the Corey character, in 2018, and maybe would have known him like from all the films, but it wasn't that. They're like, this is going to be the final battle with Jamie Lee, with Lori and Michael, and then we get it to the last like 10 minutes of the movie, and the whole other movie is a season of the witch type of film.
Yeah.
Makes no sense. Like they dropped the fucking ball. If they could have just did what they said they were going to do, and then we could have had a Halloween part 4 or whatever, like after Halloween Ends, and then do the Corey character, because I think the Corey Cunningham character was, I like it. I do. I just don't like it in the timing that they put it in the franchise.
You know what it reminded me of? It reminded me of Hellraiser. The way he was feeding Michael to bring him back to life. Like in the original Hellraiser, she was feeding her lover to bring him back to life.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it was
Yes.
like, that was a lame thing to do to Michael. I really
Well-
did not like that at all.
Pilgrim coming in with all the hardcore stuff. I like it.
You
And then,
still
like,
deep in the hoopla.
and then how like they made Michael like, oh, and Kills, like he probably is supernatural because he's just getting beat down, but like he keeps on coming back to life, like he doesn't get hurt. And then in Ends, he's an old man living in a sewer that some
Right.
18-year-old fucking let's go rip his mask off of him and leave him down there. Like, wait, what?
Yeah.
And they're like, even in the trailer, Lori says, the more he kills, the more he transcends. It's like, wait, well, then where is that? Where is that?
Exactly.
He's dying in the freaking sewer. And
Rude.
Corey's like, I need your mask. I'm going to take over to evil. I like that part. Maybe Haddonfield is evil and there's this evil entity that is the shape. And Michael Myers has had that entity in him for all these years. And now somebody else needs to take over the entity because that vessel of Michael Myers is getting old. I get that, but they did not, that's not what they did though. They just hint on like little origins of what they could have done with that. And they didn't do it. And like, they definitely shouldn't have marketed it as a trilogy. The whole trilogy thing, like I'm so mad about it because like, we're going to have a trilogy of Michael Myers, bam, final panel. Everything was going good. And then like, they just threw it out the window on the third movie. Like, no, they didn't have a trilogy at the beginning. They're saying they had one movie, but maybe if it's good, we'll make 2 other movies and make it a trilogy. But they made it like when 2018 came out, they made it like there's going to be 3 movies and it's all going to be one whole story that they already had written, they already had done, but they didn't have it done.
What I parallel that to, and I don't know if you've seen it or I know you've heard of it, is The Matrix. The first Matrix movie, fantastic,
Yes.
beautiful, perfect movie. Oh, well,
Amazing.
there's 2 more. And I don't think there really was, like you just said with Halloween, because Halloween 2018, I thought was a perfect movie. I loved how they did it. It was the perfect sequel to the original. I loved it. And then Halloween Kills, and I was like, oh, cool, this is good too. And then, just like Matrix 3 went, Kills did the same thing, and I was so disappointed. I know there's a lot of people, I hate it, but I can't put the words hate and Michael Myers together, so I will just say disappointed.
So Halloween Kills better or worse than the 2 Rob Zombie movies?
100 times better.
Okay.
In my
Which
opinion.
one?
Kills.
Which one? Ends? Ends
Kills.
or Kills?
Ends. I'm sorry, the last one.
No. Halloween 2 from Rob Zombie is the best Halloween freaking movie that's out there. Original, because I've seen it many times. Halloween 2 from Rob Zombie. For me, it's my favorite Halloween film because I love how you get Jamie, you get Laurie Strode, Scout Compton, and how she is after the original. Okay, the original's so crazy. What happened to you and all your friends die. What's going to happen, a couple years later? You're going to have PTSD. You're going to be traumatized. And I love how Rob Zombie's Halloween 2 did that with Scout. And why Rob Zombie's Halloween 2 is the best is because we are going to go to when we get freaking Danielle Harris, dude. Okay. Yeah, she was the little girl, Jamie Lloyd, in part 4 and 5. Okay. And she never really got to come back to reprise her role in Halloween 6. And they brought in another actress, and which was 6 years later, and they just kill her like real quick. But like Danielle Harris, Jamie Lloyd in the Halloween franchise is like just as more important as Jamie Lee Curtis is in it, because you get to watch this little girl with 1 and 2. I mean, 4 and 5. I know 5 was a little bit batshit crazy, but we need to see her come back. So Rob Zombie, as an amazing, director that he is, what he did was he knew that the fans wanted Daniel Harris back in the Halloween franchise. And the only way to get Daniel back was to play, a different character, which he played Annie as the remake, because he made the remake of Halloween 1 and then Halloween 2. And so he got like us Halloween fans to get to see Daniel Harris just in the franchise. Makes it like blows my mind. I'm doing fucking backflips because like you get to see this little girl. Now she's an adult and now she gets to play a different person, but you know her, you recognize her. And so in Halloween 2 or Halloween 1 with Rob Zombie, she survives it, right? She survives it. And so she's still alive. And then you get to see the aftermath in Halloween 2 and she's in it. And with Scout and Daniel, feeding off each other, acting off each other is such amazing. And then with Brad Dourif, you get Chucky. I mean, the voice of Chucky in this, right? He's an awesome actor, from, Exorcist 3. And like, he is like, his acting, like when his daughter, it's his daughter, like, so Jamie Daniel is playing, Annie. She gets killed by Michael Myers in part 2. And like, he comes in and like,
It's us.
he finds his daughter dead. I mean, that is one of the most amazing scenes in horror, where he can just, the reaction of him finding his daughter dead. And then us Halloween fans, it's, it's really Jamie Lloyd, but it's Annie here in this one, Annie Brackett. It's just like, I don't know. It's like, it's not the same character as she was a kid, but it's the same actress. And it just works, man. It just makes you feel like finally Daniel Harris, got her dues in the Halloween franchise, because they screwed her over in 6. And I'm so glad that she was able to come back to play Annie. Yeah, she does get killed in it, but oh my God, with Brad Dourif's performance and her performance and Tyler Maine's performance in 2, I love it. I freaking love it. And like, it might not be for everybody, but it is for me.
That's the most passionate I've ever heard anybody defend that movie.
Nice.
That is the
too.
most passionate.
Thank you. Thank you.
I think the closest you've ever heard somebody be that passionate at all was me about the Alien movies.
Yeah, that's true.
To answer your original question, though, I would put Halloween Ends as one of the weakest of the entire franchise, including the zombie films.
Okay.
It was a big disappointment. Very big disappointment. I won't say I hate it, but it was disappointing.
Makes sense.
Kills was excellent.
Yeah. I think I would put like the least favorite would be Resurrection and then Ends. Maybe 5 and then Ends. But yeah, they're right around Resurrection is the worst. So
Look, I remember being a kid and the first time I watched Halloween 3, Season of the Witch, and I spent
Wait, is that the one?
the first.
Where's Michael? Where's Michael?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Sorry.
he's on the TV screen.
I still dig it though.
Oh,
I
that's
do
right.
it.
It was.
Yeah, I dig it, but it was just one of those things where it's like, this could have been
What is
something
this?
completely different.
Was that the one we were talking about last night,
With
where I
the
was like,
masks.
"Where's masks and witches?" And I
Yeah.
couldn't.
Yeah.
Did you ever notice
follow
that,
it?
Jay?
No.
That on one of the TV screens, they're playing Halloween.
No, but it's
Yeah.
also been forever since I've watched it.
So technically, he is in the movie. He's just on a TV.
Which
You know
is the
how,
same
like in the
thing-
original Halloween, they put The Thing on, which
Yeah.
was another John Carpenter project.
Yeah, they did. They did do that.
I need to
I like
ask you
Dr.
guys-
Chalice, dude. Dr. Chalice is awesome, though, dude. He's just like, I'm gonna drink some freaking beer. This girl's dad just died. I'm gonna go ahead and try to sleep with her. I mean, the movie, the script is just batshit crazy, but it's so funny, man. It's such an 80s film. And yeah, I mean, I love Halloween 3 is awesome, dude. It's so good. That's where everybody keeps on saying that let's put the Halloween on an anthology series and let's just have different stories that happen around Halloween, and that's what they try to do. But
Yep.
that was way before their time.
Originally, that's what they were going to do, is they were going to come up with a different Halloween-based movie and just keep calling it Halloween 1, 2,
Mhm.
3, and it was going to be different stories. But Michael got so popular that they demanded a sequel. So Carpenter agreed to do a sequel. And then he went on to his anthology. And because Michael got so famous, everyone reacted like Jay did. There was no Michael, so they hated on the movie. And that's when Carpenter kind of signed off and said, all right, you go do your thing because I'm done with Michael.
Oh, wow.
And that's why the other, and then he got back in it with the 2018. So
Okay.
in John Carpenter's world, the original Halloween ends where Halloween 2018 begins. It's like the real sequel. But yeah, the saddest part about that is I wonder what anthologies did we miss? What
Oh,
great
Yep.
Halloween stories could have come out of that
I bet there
now
were many.
never have?
Yeah. Well, I
And I
guess
know
they
that
could have done a show. Like if they would have done kind of like how American Horror Story did it. Every season is a different like story. But then they also have the American Horror Stories where every like episode is a different story. They could have done something like that. They still could. We could
Mhm.
get some of those stories if they're still written down somewhere.
Yeah.
I think
If
that would
they
be
ever made
yeah.
them, that would have been, yeah. That's always been my wonder, is I wonder what we missed.
Like what would you call it? It would be like the Halloween anthology minus Michael.
Yeah. The
Uh,
un-Michael version.
Michael's always got to come back though. But yeah, like I mean, with John Carpenter, he could have done so much things. And I mean, I know the Thing came out like in between, like was it 1 and 2 or right after 1? But the
think
Thing is like, I mean, what is that? Like Eddie, The Thing, is that one of the greatest horror movies to you?
It's actually considered
it's in my
sci-fi,
top
but
10.
I
Yeah.
love it. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's whatever you want to call it, it's amazing.
So I
And
actually
that
need to
is
ask
one
you
of the
guys
few
something.
remakes that I think kicks the butt of the original.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Like the remake, because I love the original. I
So
haven't
do
seen
I.
the newer one that's considered the
Oh, no,
prequel
hang
or
on.
remake.
Now, by the original, I'm talking about the 1950s, A Thing from
Yeah,
Another World.
Mhm.
Yeah, okay.
I've seen
Because
that
they
one.
did do a second The Thing, but it was actually a prequel to
Okay,
the
so there
John
are
Carpenter.
3 the things out there, and I have seen the 50s one, and the other one came out in either the 70s, I think,
I think it was 1980,
9.
but it
or
could
the
have been
80s, something like that.
70.
But then there's another one. I've
Yes,
never seen that one.
That one came out in 2011, and
Okay.
that's the prequel to the 1981. It shows you how that original dog got infected and brought it to the camp. And it's
Which
brilliant the way they ended it is
yeah.
with the helicopter chasing the dog, which is exactly how the thing
Oh,
starts,
wow.
with
Oh,
the
okay.
helicopter chasing the dog into their camp.
Is it worth the watch? Because I've never seen the
Absolutely.
2011 one.
It is
Yeah,
absolutely worth the
because
watch.
so many people have told me how bad it is, though.
Well, those are the same kind of people that want to hate on everything. Give it a chance. No, seriously, give it a chance. See if
Okay.
you like it. If it's your thing, you'll like it. If your thing, quote quote. And if it's not your thing, then that's fine too. But I loved it.
Okay. I'll give to baby. I need you to find it for me. I would like to watch that later.
What was your question for them?
My question was that. That was
Oh,
my
that was the
question.
question?
Yeah, that was my question for him because, like I said, I saw the 50s one. I thought it was 70s. I guess it was 80s one. I had not seen the 2000s one, and I just didn't know because so when I originally watched the 1980, was it the 1980?
82. I just looked it up.
82, thank you. When
Yep.
I watched the 1982, it was in a different country and the whole thing had subtitles. So I was already spoiled because at the very beginning of that one, he tells you to kill that dog because don't let it inside.
Yep.
Like we were already spoiled on it because
Yep.
we had subtitles in my language at the time that we were watching it in for both the languages that were on the screen. So we saw what I think it's Scandinavian. We
I
saw,
thought it was Norwegian.
is it Norwegian?
I can't remember.
I have to look it up.
Always say if they would have only spoke Norwegian or
Yeah,
whatever,
if they would have
survived the whole
just
thing.
like me watching it as a kid in a
Are
third
you talking
language
about
that's
the
not in
Kurt
these first
Russell
two
one?
languages, huh?
You're talking about the Kurt Russell one, right?
Yeah.
So you saw a Norwegian adaptation of the Kurt Russell one?
No, I saw a Russian adaptation of the Kurt Russell one. It was okay, so it was in its
Well, no, they
original
weren't
language on
Russian.
screen, but it had subtitles for us.
Interesting.
And the original language in Russian, the whole thing in subtitles in Russian, that beginning spoiled it for us. Like we knew the dog was a monster. It was going to go bad. Why didn't they listen to him this whole time growing up? And then I learned English. I watched it again in English and I'm like, oh, okay. Now I understand. They didn't understand what he was saying. But as a kid, I always thought, why are they ignoring him? He's yelling at them mornings. What is happening? Like, why?
Right. Yep.
And so it was just like,
Well,
why
the
didn't they
the
listen to him?
2011 movie ends with that
Mhm.
dog escaping
Okay.
and
Okay.
the chopper chasing it. So it's a perfect prequel. Is it as exciting and as thrilling? No, because you've already seen what the thing can do.
Yeah.
So it's not as shocking as it was in
Okay.
'82.
Somebody
But
told me
is
to
it
lean a lot more
solid? Yes,
CGI.
it's solid. It is. It's CGI. But
Okay.
what in the 2000s isn't?
I do miss practical effects.
Well, so do I. In my opinion, the Godzilla movies were better in the suits.
Yes, they were. Ooh, Alien Romulus actually was a combination of practical effects and CGI that they did very well. And it's kind of nice to see modern movies taking a step back into practical effects.
Prey did that too.
Yes,
They had a physical
did.
predator, and
Yeah.
the CGI were the animals, and the animals looked terrible.
Yeah.
But the predator looked amazing.
Yeah. Oh, I enjoyed that movie as well.
Me too.
Don't get me started on any of the Yachas and Xenomorphs because I will go all
What's a
night.
xenomorph?
Them they're fighting words.
Troll. Ed is troll level of billion.
Always when it comes to me. Always when it never gonna make me feel better.
Only one.
Oh
Ed.
my god.
Ed always knows how to make me feel better after a long day.
You know I love you, Jenna.
Hearts. I'd give you another heart, but it's underneath the dog that's sleeping now.
He can keep it.
She fell. She was all like cobra staring at me, trying to like get in my face, and I was just like dodging her for a minute there, and now she's just laying here all sweet.
I seen you playing Ricky Tikki Tavi with her.
Oh my god, you know that? Do you know the book or do you know the show?
Both?
Ah, somebody. Oh, I excited her. Sorry. I loved the movie, show, whatever you wanted to call it. It was like a short little like animated movie and the book. And then we moved here. I can't find the book. Drives me insane because I wanted to get it for my nieces and nephews. And then I tried finding the little animated movie because I was like, yeah, it'd be like sitting there doing this with the cobra and it just like attacks it. And they're like, what? And I'm like, is Ricky T? Like, come on, man. It's a classic.
Oh, yeah, for sure. It's a great little cartoon.
I wish I could find it.
It's out there.
It's out there somewhere.
I have it, so I know it's out there.
I guess the problem is
it's free on YouTube. You can watch it on YouTube.
Oh, okay. Well, now I'm gonna have to look for it. The Jungle Book.
Well, that's part of the Jungle Book. You knew that, right?
No.
Yeah.
Wait, like the original written Jungle Book?
Yes.
Okay, yes, I did know that.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yes, baby. Everybody can see you. Are you happy now? Can you go back to sleep, please? Start my little cobra. She looks like a cobra when she rears back like that. The way her ears come out makes it look like she has a little hood. Like, let me see. Hold on. Let me see if I can get her to the camera to do it.
Now that we got horror guys on, there's this specific thing I wanted to ask.
Not going to do it? Okay.
What did y'all think about it?
Which one?
Either
1 and 2, chapter 1 and 2?
Yeah, all three of them.
Like the miniseries?
Mm-hmm.
I absolutely love the miniseries.
Yeah.
With a passion. The newer movies, they're all right, but I'm biased towards the
Tim Curry.
miniseries. Oh, yeah. Tim Curry's always going to be Pennywise for me.
Yeah.
Although I am really glad they cut out some of the scenes from the book though.
those
Well,
scenes
they kind of had to.
Yeah. Well, it's just reading the book and seeing those scenes, it didn't make sense to me to begin with.
Right.
And then, like, the way Stephen King explained it was like, oh, she did that so that way all of them could, like, join together. And I'm like, no.
Bro, you can have a secret handshake.
You can have a handshake for that. You didn't need to have all that. Put it away. I feel gross. I need to go bleach my eyes now. I always skip that whole area when I reread the book. I do. There was no point.
I love the miniseries, but
I
I
love the
also
miniseries.
I dug chapter 1 and chapter 2,
Mhm.
but I liked chapter 1 a lot more than I did chapter 2.
Tim Curry is amazing.
I am totally with you, Mr. Nope.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Yep. And he didn't have to look as scary as they made Bill Skarsgård. Because even in his regular just clown Pennywise form, that dude still looked terrifying. Tim Curry, terrifying in a different way.
Yeah.
But when he's in that scene where he's in the bathroom with Richie.
Oh yeah.
The teeth.
Mm.
Yeah.
No, thank you. I would like to unsubscribe to Sharp Teeth. Thank you. I would like to resend and cancel my membership to that. Thank you.
Watch the movie Teeth.
Oh, she loves that movie.
I love Vagina Dentata. I just yell that when I'm mad sometimes. Like when I'm driving, instead of getting a road rage, I'll just quote that movie.
That would be amazing to witness.
I do, and I'm like, hopefully your wife doesn't have a vagina dentata. Unless they like cut me off really bad, that I'm like, I hope you develop vagina dentata.
Yeah, no, Bill scared me as an adult too.
You know what I can say about
back on track, Jay. I didn't know where to go with the vagina dentata thing.
Yeah.
Oh, I was gonna continue see if anybody else had seen that movie.
You know what I can say about it was that like when I first went to the movie theater, went to the movie theater, had these like luxury seats, and I was just super stoked to go and take my wife to, and we went and watched that, and we had some recliner seats. Thought it was amazing. James McAvoy, he was super hot as he is right now, but he was super hot back then, coming into that franchise, and with Bill Skarsgård playing Pennywise. I mean, this was going to bring in new generations of people that's never even seen that miniseries. They never even read the novel, Let's try to bring these characters to screen and show you who Pennywise is with the red balloons and everything.
Yeah.
And I think they did a great job with it. I mean, the first one, when we watched it, I thought it blew my mind. I thought, oh my God. And not only did it blew my mind, it blew the mind of the American people, because that thing grossed like what, 250 million or something like that. It was like one of the highest grossest horror movies of the time. Like it went up. So chapter 2, it took a little bit too long, I think, for it to come out.
Yeah.
But obviously, the first chapter of it is the best. And I don't know how the book, went, or how close the movie came to the book adaptation of it. But even like watching chapter 2, I enjoy it. I love both 1 and 2 because like it gives you a complete story, and we finally get an ending. We get a closure of it pretty much. And so it's like, at least we got that. And but yeah, 1 was way better than 2, but still rewatching 2, because I rewatched it like maybe less than a week, or I mean like 2-3 months ago. I watched it. I liked it. I thought it was good. So
are you jealous?
Now I asked that because I want to say it's going to be Max, but they're doing a Welcome to Derry series.
Yes.
I'm so excited for that.
Yes.
I keep wondering, are we doing a whole Stephen King universe? Because I would love to see, because Pet Sematary has been remade. It's been remade. There was another one, Dreamcatcher. I know what people are gonna say. I know what people are gonna say.
Sleep. Dr. Sleep for
Dreamcatcher was kind of the weak one, but there was something about the story in it. Even Stephen King said he wasn't a big fan of himself writing it because he had just had his car accident and he was like on medication when he was writing it. And I'm like, there's something about that story that just catches me. But I would love to see Dreamcatcher, and I would love to see Christine get remade.
They did a reboot of Carrie too, and it wasn't
Yeah,
bad.
they did. I
It
forgot. You're
wasn't
right.
bad.
You're right.
And there's supposed to be Salem's Lot. I don't know if it's out yet or if it's coming out, but
I think it is out.
No, there's that Salem's Lot series that just came out. I think
Yeah.
it's on.
is that
It's
out?
on one of those. Yeah, it's out
Okay.
now, and I heard
That's
it's
a good
good.
one.
I heard it's really good.
I've
They're
heard this
gonna
one, I can't
really
remember
have
which one.
to. They're gonna really have to do a lot to outperform that '70s one, though.
Yeah.
Because in my opinion, that since that was made for TV and it came out in the '70s, that's still one of the best vampire movies I've ever seen. And it was one of the creepiest and the scariest, and it was made for TV. No freaking CG, 1970 special effects, and it scared my sister so bad that
Yeah.
she took her bobby pins and put them in forms of crosses around her bed. And I died laughing when I found them. And I was just like 6 or 7, and when we watched it, and she was like 13. I'm like, really? Do you think bobby pins are gonna stop Barlow? What are you doing?
They're also doing
That's amazing.
Nosferatu. Nosferatu, did that remake come out or it's
No,
set
it comes
to come
out like December, like it's soon,
It's
maybe next
soon.
week.
soon.
It's Christmas time.
Third, the
It's-
third.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's the perfect Christmas time show to watch.
Hey, The Exorcist came out the day after Christmas, so there you
Nice.
go.
Nice. Did
They know
you
what they're doing.
watch that new Exorcist on Prime?
The
With
one
the
about
two
the
girls?
two girls.
Yeah.
The one,
Yeah, it was all right.
the
I was
Exorcist
not mad at
Believer.
it. Yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah.
I was not mad at it.
No, it's
No,
all right.
the only thing I was
mad
mad about is like in spoilers, fucking, you're gonna have the girl like put a crucifix through both of her eyes so she's blind. Like, wait, what? Besides that, like, yeah, the movie was good, but when you have the original actress do that,
Yeah.
it just was like, no.
I
No,
love
but-
that. Nope. That's
I
hilarious.
love that note. That is great. That is great. Well, what I liked is there was something about the way that in that one, how they brought different religions together to do the exorcism.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why that really caught. I was like, that would make more sense than kind of just going for Catholic exorcisms because there are different beliefs in different religions of like how to get rid of demons.
That does
And it was
make
really
sense
cool
a
to
lot,
see.
Jenna, but like I don't get why, like, I don't know, man. They just were trying to throw something at the wall. Like, here, let's just put in all these other religions, which really does sound cool, but did they execute it? I don't think they executed it quite as
Yeah.
well that they
No.
should have.
I
But
agree.
no, I mean, it just
The idea was
Again,
there. It just wasn't
yeah.
executed right. Yeah.
I mean,
I've only had to deal with one demon in my lifetime, and my exorcist was a divorce attorney, and it worked out well. It worked out well.
Personal demons.
Awesome.
I keep mine to myself.
You lie.
I don't. Jay said I'm not allowed to talk about him because then it's called sad story time.
Oh, my demons
can-
lay next to me every night I go to sleep, so fine.
Well, I've got one right here by my feet and the other one right here by Casey. Yeah. I just thought I heard something fall. That's all.
Just me.
Just you falling into my chair.
You guys see they put out a list of like the top slasher movies of the last 10 years. You guys
I have
any-
not.
Oh man, it was pretty bad, dude. I mean, they had a couple right, but like they had Halloween Ends as like the number 2 best slasher in the last 10 years. Like Halloween Ends.
Ends was 2?
Ends, exactly. Ends. Like, wait, what? This is
Okay, they
from-
just lost all credit.
Yeah, there's
exactly.
no credibility there.
At least put 2018 on there. Like, don't throw Ends on there. But they had a couple of good ones on there, but there was one that I thought that they totally missed. And when you're talking about slasher movies, so you got to think a certain type of genre of horror movie. So it can't just be like, Evil Dead or something like that, because that's not a slasher. So you got to look at it like a slasher genre. And I think that Totally Killer from last year was like
I
the
liked that one,
best freaking
yeah.
slasher movie it's at least top 3. It makes the podium of the
Yeah.
best 3 slashers in the last 10 years. And it
Yeah.
wasn't even on there. And I was like, oh my God, there's no way in hell. I mean, obviously they did have, Stranger Things Pray at Night. The Pray at Night from Stranger Things. Oh yeah. Or not Stranger Things, but The Strangers. Sorry, I got a little carried away. The Strangers Pray at Night was on there like number 4, but that would be my top.
Was
What about-
Terrifier on there?
Terrifier 2 was on there.
My nieces are obsessed with those movies. They're like 11 and 13, and they ask to watch it every time they come over. And I'm like, are you like really? Really?
Which ones? I'm sorry, Jim. What was
Terrifier, the Terrifier movie.
Yeah. Well,
but I mean, that's what they want. They love it.
Those are just
for the last 10 years, top 10 list. I think I would put Thanksgiving on that list.
I don't think I've seen that one.
I really enjoyed that one.
I think Thanksgiving was number 8.
Oh, cool.
So
well, that gives
I
them
liked
a
it too.
Credit.
Yeah. Yeah. Thanksgiving was on it, and
that was a fake trailer.
I did like it. I like Patrick Dempsey for sure.
Machete.
There's some good kills on it.
Oh, okay.
Eli Roth, I do like Eli Roth. So I mean, yeah, I mean, I really want to see number 2 because number 2 is already in production. So it's like, let's see what they can do with part 2, and hopefully it makes part 1 even better than it was, is where I'm at with that.
See, for the last 10 years, I would have to put. I can't ever remember because there's 2 movies. One was called Final Girl, and the other one was called Final Girls.
Mm-hmm.
One of them is when they're in the movie.
Oh, I love that one. That's Final Girls.
Okay.
No, that's Final Girl. That's Final Girl. Because remember, it's her mom is the final girl, or her mom's not the final girl, but the final girl is getting to live, but she's trying to save her mom in the film because her mom's dead in real life, and it's just it is phenomenal. I love that film. It's got Thaisa Farmiga in it, and she nails it out of the park, getting stuck into it's a slasher film inside a slasher film. It's so good. It's so good. And then would Happy Death Day be considered a slasher film? Because I mean, she keeps getting cut up.
I mean, maybe that you got the expert right there. Ask him.
Would Happy Death Day? Because I've actually had this argument with people when we worked at the store. Happy Death Day, is that a slasher? Or is that a sci-fi?
No, Happy Death Day
borders on that same line. Go ahead.
So Happy Death Day, like I didn't even like watch when it first came out. I kept on telling me, dude. I'm like, okay. I'm like, okay. I watched Totally Killer, and I'm like, holy crap, dude! I enjoyed it as hell. I loved Happy Death Day, and I still haven't seen part 2. So
it's so good.
I know. I heard part 2 is like way better, and like
yes.
I heard part 2 is way better. But like when I watch, the only thing I don't like with Happy Death Day is the mask. But I guess it kind of grows on you. But like, dude, man, that Karen Gillian, I think is her name. Maybe I might be mixing up movies, but I think that's the main actress's name, and she is like amazing, dude. Amazing. Loved it.
Doctor Who.
So yeah, I definitely got to check out part 2. I haven't yet.
Part 2 is so good because we get to see.
I know. I heard part 2 is so good.
Yeah.
I've heard it's amazing. So
it's so good. You get to see she's not the only character that's happening.
Okay.
And it's really interesting.
Jessica Ralph. Oh,
that's right. That's right. Because Karen Gillian's the one from Doctor Who.
Oh, okay.
Number 1 slasher movie, Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey. Fight me.
Man, you gotta like.
Movie. It was so stupid. I love that movie.
It's so dark, dude. It's so dark. Why wouldn't they have like the girl in the jacuzzi just stand up, dude? That's all she had to do.
Yep.
The girl in the jacuzzi is have her stand up, let her see her dripping wet in her bikini. That would have been great. But no, They want to freaking, tease us and say, oh, she's going to get all that. No, they didn't show nothing. I'm sorry. I know I'm a
Ken
little
Puppo's
bit
doing
of
the potty dance. Jay's
out
taking
there.
the
Well, rated R. My
Ken Puppo does the potty dance. He
YouTube
almost
channel
knocked
is
over the
called
computer.
Hardcore. It means for a reason.
Trying to make sure everything's okay. He tried to knock down the computer while he's doing his potty dance.
Why is Jay doing a potty dance?
Han Puppo was doing the.
Okay.
It's puppy potty time. Oh my gosh. But yes, the whole like chat going on with E.T. being part of the Sith. Yes. That is like canon in my book. I don't care what anybody says. E.T. is Sith. Fight me on that. I've been sitting here slowly watching it between Nope and Jay. Yes. Like that's a good
What's
reason
a
to be afraid.
Nebula?
Nebula
What's a
from
nebula?
Guardians of the Galaxy.
I know, I'm
Guardians
just
of the
joking. I was
Galaxy.
joking.
Oh, okay. I've had a long day, guys. I did 10 hours of driving and many hours of sitting in front of a computer working.
I almost feel bad for you.
I am late tired.
Hey, you guys
That's
want
the same excuse she gave last time.
You guys want to do a 10-pack or what?
Ooh, hold on. Jay's taking the dog's potty. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm so sorry.
Uh-oh.
He left me alone. Like, I'm good with all the like posting of things and the planning of things, but this side of the things, I have not knowing of these things.
Wow.
English.
I have missed you, Jenna.
A lot of people do forget, because I do speak it so well. English is my third language. I have the troubles.
Pig Latin is first, right? Gotcha. That would be a score. Eddie Von B 1. Jenna, nothing.
It burns. It's ice cold Red Bull just went up my nose.
That'll give you wings.
Oh, I'm tearing up. Why do you and Jay keep trying to just unalive me here? It is the rude. Oh my goodness. So tell me more about this mystery 10-pack. I feel like I've missed a lot here.
Well, I don't know, man. I bought 40 of them and somehow I ended up with another 10, so I got 50 of them. They're for live streams, so I try to buy these now so that usually a video of it. I still will do, but I do have it's seriously I don't know how I got an extra 10 books here. Maybe somebody bought them for me. I don't know. I got to open it up and see if there's a packing slip in it, because a lot of people on the experience, they've been buying stuff, and so yeah,
you might want to jump out and jump back in Triple B.
But then I got to make content with it.
Yeah, Triple B,
you're breaking up really bad.
Robot side by side, just kind of stopping us. Comcasted. Guys, this is where I'm actually gonna say goodnight. I love all of y'all. Ed, I've missed you. Triple B, it's great to see you on camera. Don't forget about me. Bye.
Good night.
Never.
Night. Oh God, the pen is trying to do the attacking.
Am I back, y'all? Am I back? Can you hear me?
You're back, but you're really choppy.
That's so weird, dude. I have good internet too. That's wild.
Your voice
we'll try to let it clear
better,
up.
but you're moving like a stop-action cartoon from the 70s.
I'm trying to stay still. What the fuck?
This is like Rex.
Yes, it is. Are we going to get a Triple B rant? Let's go.
No, I don't want to be a robot here. Am I?
No robarigato, Mr. Roboto.
No, I want to let it clear up. It should clear up here soon. I don't understand why.
You're much better right now. You are much better. Oh man, never mind.
Hmm,
This is just like Drex's show.
what the fuck?
So Jay, what do we have coming on the experience?
Telling you, it's infected my computer and traveled to Triple B's.
As long as I'm still here. As long as I'm still here, I'm
Oh,
going to tell my wife to
let's
get off
see.
the internet.
Good. While you're doing that, I'm gonna find a good. Okay. See if I can find a good. Well, that looks pretty good.
Yeah. I'll be right back, guys.
Okay.
Jay, can you hear me?
Oh yeah.
All right, man. Cool. So I'm just that's weird. You know, I usually have pretty damn good internet here. So hopefully I'm like back up live.
Yeah, you look
Got-
you look better now.
Okay. Things happen, but yeah, man, hell yeah, this show's been amazing. This why am I on full screen, dude? Am I doing a Dynamite
Yeah.
Mystery 10 pot? Oh, I am.
Yeah,
Oh,
hell
okay.
yeah.
All right, we're doing it right here, dude. All right, check this out. So I got this in the mail today, right? And like I kind of know what this single one is because they put it in, you know, single.
Mm-hmm.
Put that over there. But like, Jesus, there's two of them that are super big and thick. So I know there's 20 books in each one of these packs. That's what I paid for. But why this come in the same pack? I do not remember buying a single mystery 10 pack, but I know this is a single one because those ones are twice as thick. So we're gonna have to open this one up. Oh, I pulled out. There
Oh,
it
I
is.
bet somebody bought you one.
Someone had to update. I've been getting some packs bought to me, and they don't tell me. They just kind of like show up out of the blue. I'm like, what is this? So it might be one of those. If it is, totally cool. It could be one that, you know, they just waited to ship me with all the other ones. But I love how they come in this super Gemini right here. You know, they come in great. Like I never have to worry. Like
Yeah.
even if it's raining or snowing, because it does rain and snow a lot here in the wintertime in Salt Lake City. They have it super wrapped up good. So I don't have to worry about it. And like you gotta like look like how much time they've put in the packaging for a $5, like $5, y'all. And like I don't like to say that a lot in my unboxing videos, is because it's like I should, you know, I'll probably will. I always give Dynamite or DXP, you know, hey, go check them out. But like you can buy these books for $5 and get 10 of them. It's almost like a steal. It
Yeah.
really is. And we got a bag, and then it's in another bag. So you just watch me take a bag off, and now I got to take another bag off. So for somebody protecting these books from, dude, like it wasn't like me wanting like this. Like I never really thought I would be a Dynamite, you know, entertainment collector, or you know, wanting their books or anything like that, because they put out a lot of covers. They do. And I mean, getting these books, and like I don't know, like I started to fall in love with these characters because the stories are cool, the characters are fucking cool. And so like instead of me like, you know, buying like I want comic books, I want comic books in my library, I want it in my collection, and I can get them for like way cheaper than like you can buy them for cover price. And like I ended up, you know, starting to do this, and I don't know, I just fell into like collecting these books, because that now not only it's like when people like collect baseball cards or magic cards or anything, like any sort of cards, right? Where you get a pack and you rip it open and like you can, am I still alive? And so,
Yeah.
all right. So you get these packs and you rip them up. And like, oh, I got a Barry Sanders or whatnot, Bo Jackson back in the day. That's awesome. But like when I'm ripping these mystery packs, I'm trying to collect the complete series, because most Dynamite Entertainment books are going to be, 5 to 6 parters. They do have a rare edition where they go to 25 issues, which is cool as hell. But most of them are going to be, 4 to 6 issue runs. But then they have multiple like runs, like volume 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And so I'm like, oh man, I'm like collecting these mystery packs where I'm completing these runs by collecting 10 at a time. And then, but since I've been buying so many of them, I don't think they know what they're doing, because they're like, he's bought so many of them. He's like, we got to give him like covers that no duplicates, no dupes, no dupes. And I've been getting dupes, dude. I mean, I haven't been getting any dupes. I've been getting like incentive covers, FOC covers, 1 in 10s, 1 in 7s, 1 in 25s, occasionally a 1 in 50, like in these packs. I don't know why. It's just like maybe I bought so many of them. But again, like I don't care if I'm getting, a duplicate run of it. I don't have my second camera up tonight because we're not, on my OB.
Oop, hold on.
This up, but dude, like you're getting this bird cosplay cover of Vampirilla.
Ooh.
I gotta put it up over there. Look at that. Right off the get-go, we're getting a freaking, I think this is, I can't remember her name. Oh my god, dude, look at that thing. That thing is stunning. You know what I like about these cosplay covers? A lot of them, will just be them, but some of them will have a lot of art in the background, a lot of, things going on. This one looks pretty damn simple, and I think it works very, very well. That thing is gorgeous as hell. Almost you would not even think that is a cosplay if you look at it. And that's what cosplay covers can do. They can make it look like it is, just a drawing. They can make it look like a photo. They can make it look like it's a Vampirilla Strikes. So we got a Vampirilla Strikes, this is one of the ones that will have, up to, I think this is up to like 12. I can't remember. This is not a 5-parter. So you got a 5 or a 6-part series. No, this one goes up to 10 or 12 right there for sure. And it looks good. Only a little bit of a spine tick right there. These are reader copies. That's why you get them for $5. But man, absolutely. Some of them come in like in such great condition. But even if it has a little spine tick, it doesn't matter. If it has like 4 or 5 spine ticks, okay, that is what it is, because I only paid $5 for it. But really, like, you don't really get a lot of those. Sorry, Eddie. We got a Vampirilla black and white. Oh my god, dude, that thing is stunning as hell. Let me look at it real quick. Oh my god, dude. Is that a Colette Turner? Oh, I don't know. Let me look. It's so dark. I got my lights off. No, it's the March. That's a March cover right there. Right there. Look at that thing. They're giving me black and white. This is probably a 1 in 7 right there. Oh my god.
Oh,
Absolute.
hold on just a second. We're Comcasting right now.
Going off, right?
Just
I
You're
know.
doing your Rex impression.
yeah.
See if we can get back online here.
Your voice sounds good again, but your picture's frozen.
It shows me like totally fine, but I'm just gonna wait, put everything down. That's wild. I don't want to be Comcasted. I don't want to be the one that gets Comcasted. You know what I mean?
You're better now. You're just a little blurry,
Okay.
but you're not frozen anymore.
That's good. I'm glad I'm not frozen. You know what it is? It's Aries. I'm gonna have to tell Aries to get off her tablet. It's not really that. No, we should have really good internet. I do have Comcast, but it's Xfinity, but like it's always been good. So
Are you on Wi-Fi or do you have a cable cord?
you're I'm on Wi-Fi, dude. I should have
If you were
no,
to
my
take
my modem's
if you were to
upstairs, so
if you were able to run a Cat 5 down your wall and plug it into the back of your modem,
mhm.
your speed would quadruple. So that might be something to think about sometime if you're comfortable running cable. Do you know how to terminate a Cat 5 cable?
Yeah, I can run a cable down here. I know what you're talking about.
I would do that if I were you, because it really does make a big difference, especially if you're sharing with family members.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Jay, you can come
this is
back
my first
on.
time.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
can
this
come
is
back
my
on.
yeah.
I said you can come back on full screen here and give you a second to
There we go.
going.
Jay, you're crystal clear.
You know what it is. So Kyle sent me one of those internet towers
Uh-huh.
because I've been having trouble because our internet here, the modem's in the living room, like in the front room, and I'm all the way in the back of the house in my office. And I have a mesh system. Well, the mesh system was working pretty well, but at least once a week my internet goes out. Have no idea what it is. They're working on things, but they work on them sporadically. So Kyle sent me this box. So right now, I moved my main mesh that was out there back here, the one that was back here, into my living room, running everything else off the mesh system, and I'm on the tower. And I'm not even hardwired yet. My cat, I got a Cat 8 or something like that coming in, and I'm going to be hardwired into it because for the shows I have to be. I can't get kicked off. There was one time on Nancy's show, I was getting kicked out every 5 minutes. And it's a 2-hour show, and Kyle's like, yeah, we got to fix that. So I'm not hardwired yet, but I'm kind of excited to see what it's going to be like. This is my first time ever using a tower.
Does your laptop, is it Cat 8 compatible?
I'm on my PC.
Is your PC Cat 8 compatible?
I believe so.
Okay.
But if not, I only spent $5 on it. So
Well, even if it's not, you'll still get Cat 5, Cat 6 speeds through it, which
Yeah.
is still gigabit. So sorry, I'm talking techie now.
No, that's good. I love learning about stuff like that. Like I can put the computer together. I just can't tell you the technical aspects of it.
Well, I can bore you to death with tech stuff anytime you want.
Yeah, it reminds me. There's a Hydrasylum just started TikTok. I'm not an app person like that. It took me forever to get Facebook. I was almost 37 before I got Instagram. I do all this stuff for the channel. But I was watching this guy who explains in great detail like airplane mechanics.
Uh-huh.
And he starts talking about the mechanics of the airplane, but then he'll just smoothly switch into Lord of the Rings lore while he's talking about it. And I was like, you know what? I bet that's something Ed could do. Talk about computer stuff and then just slyly just switch into Lord of the Rings and then go right back into the computer tech stuff.
That would be cool. I like that idea. Because I've
Gen-
thought about doing tech talks for basic people. Because
yeah,
I've taught all the way from like second grade all the way up to grad school level,
mm,
and so I'm used to teaching different ages. So I've been trying to come up with my niche, and I love horror and I love teaching. So I've just trying to wrap my head around what I would do. And
huh,
I feel bad for Triple B because he's locked up again. I don't know why he's having such a hard time of it.
uh, but Jenna and I were talking about you digital comics,
hmm
and I was thinking, I was like, for doing things like, well, not for digital, obviously, but they have like Braille for for blind folks.
hmm
They have the captions. They have the captions for
hmm
deaf people.
hmm
I was like, with digital nowadays, I wonder if there's a way that somebody can build an app with digital comics that colors the comic.
Huh.
If that is something that's even feasible.
Oh, absolutely. That would be easy. Never thought of that. Because I've started playing. Well, I've been playing around with colorizing things,
Mm-hmm.
and the hardest part is getting the shading right. It's easy to color it, but if you can't get the different shadings, it just looks too cartoony.
Mm.
And that was the trouble I was having with your Superman. I don't know if you saw that Ghostbusters picture that I put up. I think it was this morning because it was a black and white picture and it was Ebenezer Scrooge going to the Ghostbusters.
Oh yeah.
And it was black and white and I couldn't see it. So I was playing around with colorizing it until I got it to the point where I could see it. You look much better now, Triple B. That's much better. You're good.
Thank
Go
you.
for it.
Thank you.
Go for it.
Yeah.
Oh, all right, man. I'm
Let me
back.
see.
Oh, back once again.
Ah.
Oh, geez.
Dude.
Unity
So
starts.
sorry about that, dude. Now I feel like how Rex, like, damn. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Are we rejecting? Are we back there?
Yeah, you're done it
What's going on?
again.
Is it back?
It's doing it again, bud.
What's
Yeah, you're
going
back right
on?
now. Well, you
No,
were
he's gone.
man.
You are definitely having a Rex moment. It sucks. Sorry, brother. You look good
There's
there
nothing
for a
I can
minute.
do about it, man. You
Yeah, I know.
good.
No, you're
Yeah, even if we just hear your voice, we're good.
Bring you
We're
all
good.
back, man. As long as I can. We might have to hold off on finishing the 10 pack until something clears up, but
Yeah.
I don't wanna slow down the show at all for sure. We're still rocking and rolling. We're having a great conversation, so let's keep going.
Yeah, like, and if you don't want to miss any awesome unboxings, you should definitely sub up. Link again in the chat.
DJ,
The Hardcore Comics. Absolutely, man. I told you when you came on, I want you to push your channel, man. I think Fable said he subbed to you earlier.
Yeah, he did.
I think we might have.
We're back now.
Did we lose him? Yeah, it looks like he's gone.
Yeah.
I think I'm still here. Oh no, look, I'm frozen.
Oh, we can hear you.
Okay, man. Just keep on going, man. Keep on talking, dude. I'm still as long as you can hear me and I can hear you, it's fine. We'll get it going.
Yeah, so there's something I was thinking about.
You were talking about colorizing digital comics.
Yes, there you go. Because I was thinking about and that's what made me think of it. Honestly, is when you were showing me how you were colorizing things. I was thinking to myself, I was like, it might not be perfect. There would be a lot of beta testing and stuff like that. But that would be something I think would be really beneficial to folks who are colorblind or have trouble seeing blacks, whites, and grays and stuff like that. I don't know how you would go about doing it by any means. It was just a
And probably within 2 years, I could get something at least into a beta test. It would be using AI because I'm teaching AI and I program AI, and it would just be a matter of getting the AI to recognize. And the hardest part of that is you actually have to teach AI. It's not the way people perceive AI, where the computer you just all of a sudden it can think for itself. That's not what it is. It You have to give it several examples, and it learns from each example. So it's kind of like if you were to survey 1,000 people, then what AI would do would take the most popular answer and then give you that answer to that question. It learns from data. So I would have to feed it hundreds of different pictures and get it to learn, and that would be the hardest part. But no, well, that's a good idea. That I don't know that there's a big market for what, like what Jenna and I have, but for those people who would prefer, because I know when they started colorizing movies, it had a lot of kickback and people were angry because they liked the original black and white. But when there's a medical reason, dun, 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 dun.
oh goodness.
But when there's a medical legit reason for it, I could see where people like Jenna and I would benefit from something like that.
Yeah, see, there's oh man.
Are you Sarah Connor?
Oh, it looks like he froze before he even got him on. Man, this is crazy. He was doing pretty good at the beginning.
He
There we
was
go.
doing great until he went to do his 10-pack, and then it just got dumb.
Wait, you know what? Maybe that's just meant for his channel.
It's his
That's what it
ghost.
is.
His ghost is ticked that he's doing it off channel. That's what it is.
Man, I think you might be muted, boss, if you're trying to talk.
Nah, he's locked again.
Man, that's so crazy to me. Like I've never seen his internet that bad. Like,
No, me either. And I've never seen your show that bad. You and Sean are always perfect when you're on there.
well, it's very
You're
weird.
perfect right now. I can
No,
see and hear you great.
yeah, no. Triple B, if you can hear me, man, you're good. It's not your fault.
No, not at all. Join the conversation. It's mostly your graphic.
Yeah. Well, I still think he might be locked up or he's still on mute. I can't tell.
Yeah, I don't know because he's frozen right now with a very evil grin. That was good. That was like a great way for a creepy dude to lock up. I like it.
Yeah. Yeah, see, and you talk about AI, and to me, AI has this stigma about it right now when it comes to art, and I mean, rightfully so. But
Well, I don't know about rightfully so, but go ahead.
the well, if it's used for your own, like if something you trained it to do, I'm talking about the people that use other people's art to make art and then sell it off as their own.
That's terrible.
Yeah, I that's the only issue I have personally with AI.
But you
Is
have
that
to
part of it.
remember, Jay, that people have been doing that long before AI with video machines, with copiers,
That's true.
and even tracing with a
Yeah.
pencil. And what I've been trying to, I'm friends with a lot of comic creators that
Mhm.
I've met online, and they all hate AI. And what I keep telling them is because I teach it, I say it's not going anywhere.
Nope.
Instead of hating it, the best option for you to do is to try to embrace it, learn how to use it, and use it to emphasize and enhance what you do.
Mhm.
Because that gives you an edge because you have the artistic talent to create. If you learn how to use the AI to assist and populate, you could easily publish your own works. And we are creating AI detectors so that you can tell if a picture or a video is AI, because there's actually a huge discussion going on in the legal system right now where they're talking within the next 5 years, they're no longer going to be able to allow video or audio evidence. And that would kick us back to like the 70s before security cameras, that it's all going to go back to eyewitness because these deep fakes are getting so good.
Yeah.
So until we can find a way to isolate, identify, pick it apart, and prove like you can with a photo, it's not going away.
Oh yeah, like, but what I'm saying is what you're talking about using the AI for, to me,
Mhm.
is a beneficial thing for people to look into.
Right,
To me,
exactly.
that's what it should be used for. It shouldn't be used for people making art and then going to a con or something, not telling people that that's how they made their art and like selling pieces of art.
As long as it's their own creation, I don't have a problem with it. But if they're making a character that someone else owns and then I have a problem.
Right.
Because to me, it's no different someone creating digital art than it is someone drawing it with a pencil. It's just your
Mhm.
tool is a pencil, their tool is a keyboard and mouse. And if you go back in time, and I'm not trying to get preachy, but this is a quick little lecture I give my students. Caveback times, we went from cave drawings to etchings to carvings to pencils to paints to pens to markers. This is just the next step. It's not going to go away. So you're
Right.
either going to get lost with your cave etchings or you embrace the new and try to use it.
Yeah. No, like I'm in agreement with you. Like using it for purposes that are actually helpful though is my thing. Like
Yep.
I'm not on the
Am I back?
your sound is back.
Still frozen?
Well,
If I were you, you might just want to turn your video off and just talk with us, because your
yeah,
video is not coming back.
yeah, it's very weird. I'm not sure what.
And I don't know if that's making your voice robot, but your voice robots when your picture locks. So it's your choice. But I don't know what's going on. I don't know why you're being isolated. Ours seems to be fine. You can hear me okay, right?
Yeah,
Oh
I can
yeah,
hear you both fine.
and
Hey,
see
there you
that
that was
I
good.
don't want to say anything.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, we can keep going. Wink, wink. Because you're yeah, you're not Rex. Does that helps? You're
Yeah,
not Rex right now.
you've been unrexed.
Yeah, but
Yeah, that really
yeah,
does. Like, maybe it'll come back, dude. Everybody's got their Wi-Fi turned off in my house. Like, I made sure everybody turned their Wi-Fi. Like, maybe that's what it was causing, but I don't know. That's weird. Everybody has their Wi-Fi turned off, all their phones. I'm like, turn that shit off, and then,
Brother, you're perfect right
but
now. I don't want to curse you, but you're perfect right now. You're
my
clear.
video too.
yeah.
Yes.
Oh, well, there we go. You
As soon
know,
as you grab the plug.
it is like 15 degrees here in Salt Lake City, so
Phew.
maybe that's what it is.
Yeah,
Ground's a
nope.
little cold.
That's a weird. Like I get it because you got to think of it this way, man. It's very hard nowadays to be. Oh, great! It's very
Oh,
hard
there we go.
nowadays to be super original with things. Like everything's gonna borrow from something. Like literally every story pretty much borrows from what Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh was like the first superhero or something like that. I can't remember the exact thing. Please correct me because I'm blanking on what the story of Gilgamesh was used for a lot of stuff.
Hmm.
So
Well,
there
and
are
that old saying that every sci-fi is based on a Western.
yeah.
Mm.
So yeah, I think straight ripping people off to me is like that's the only line I got because stuff gets so blurry when you get into that stuff. Like I am not a AI witch hunt person. Like if something looks weird, I'm not. My first instinct isn't to yell it's AI. You know, just like if I notice something in a story that sounds similar to another story, I'm not going to be like, well, this is just ripping off this. Could be homaging it, could be borrowing it without knowing. I mean, it's kind of like music sometimes. There's going to be a point where songs sound familiar, and it's not purposely done. It's just there's only so many notes you can play in such an order. So eventually, things are just going to start sounding the same, and a lot of
Right.
music kind of does.
And name a movie that's been made in the last 20 years that isn't ripping off something from the last 50.
Yeah,
Good luck. There's very few.
yeah. So I think if as long as it's not like if it's a parody and ripping off, to me parody isn't exactly ripping off like that. But I mean, if it's like you have a dude named Bitman, and it's basically Batman, and you just took the ears off.
But can I play devil's advocate?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, let me play devil's advocate for a minute, and I'll use our good friend and our beloved Ken Hazer as an example.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we love Ken Hazer, right? We love his art, right? Ken Hazer doesn't own Batman, but he draws his version of Batman on a blank comic, and he can make money off of that.
Mm-hmm.
That's no different than somebody using AI to create a version of Batman and printing it off and selling it. It's just their art form is different. So you got, where do you draw the line as far as ripping people off? Is what Ken does ripping off Batman when he draws his own Batman? Or is that his Batman? Because it's kind of the same thing with AI art. And I know this will get me hated by a lot of comic purists, but I don't think that many are going to watch this show.
Yeah.
But that's one way you got to kind of look at it, because it's not going away. And you can sit and hold your breath and fight about it, and you're going to get left behind. Or you can try to figure out how to embrace it and use it to enhance what you already do as an artist. And that is what I recommend for people.
That's a good. Oh, that's a. Yeah, we're trying. We're trying here. I'm sorry. I'm definitely paying attention to you, boss. I'm just trying to figure out about Triple B here, but no, that's like I said. It's a hard thing for me. Like I know on the experience when we were doing Devil's Advocates and hot takes before that. There's been, and even Best Coast Comics, there's been a lot of discussion about AI stuff, and I'm just like, I don't know. Like, I don't know enough about what AI does. All I can do is what I see.
Mhm.
Some of that stuff is getting, except for the hands. Some of that stuff, you ain't got to be sorry. You ain't got to be sorry.
Yeah,
Some
you're
of that
good,
stuff
Triple B.
is getting scary to
Oh, yeah.
where it's looking. Like if they ever get the hands right, and especially like you were talking about the deep fakes,
Hmm.
I'm like, man, we're not going to be able to tell what's real.
And you got to realize that we are just on the precipice of the deep fake. In 5 years from now, you could have a complete and total conversation with me and me never be part of the conversation.
That's crazy.
It is, and it's scary.
Yeah.
And it's especially scary for the new mindset where people like to spread hate, and
Mhm.
where you are guilty until proven innocent, where someone could make a deep fake of you saying comics suck, I hate all of you, release it, and you get condemned for that, and you're like, whoa, wait a minute, I never said any of that.
Yeah.
And we are getting to a point where that's going to become a problem unless we can perfect the filter that proves AI, which we're still working on.
Yeah. Man.
Go, y'all.
Yeah. Yeah. Um No, that's like I said. I've heard some things that deep fake before, and I'm just like, this is gonna get people in trouble.
Hmm.
Like people who just you're mad at somebody and you're very vindictive. All you got
Hmm.
to do is make up something. I mean, man,
Yep.
You know,
so
I
there's
was
very
reading a
much.
comic book the other day, Eddie, and since you're a teacher, you can probably explain this really well. Like, because it went ahead for the years. The vendetta. What's that actually mean?
I couldn't understand what he said.
Oh, sorry, Eddie. What? I was reading a comic book and it had a vendetta in it. They're saying like you have a vendetta, and he says like, well, if I have a vendetta, somebody that I have, a problem with my family, a family member. So is vendetta is something that you have a vengeance against your family member.
Yeah, it's the definition of it is um like where a family member is killed and you seek vengeance for them being killed. That's like a rough definition of what a vendetta is. Or like so, you know like the Hatfield and the McCoys. Are you familiar with that story? The Hatfields versus the McCoys? Yes, no.
I think we
It's
might have lost them again.
Oh, okay. Well, it's that kind of thing. Like it's like a prolonged feud, which is usually started by the death of a loved one. So you have a vendetta against the family that of the person that wronged your family,
Okay.
if that helps. I think we lost him. He's like frozen.
Man. It's just I see the lights flashing every now and then.
The lights, the lights. Triple B, head toward the light.
Poor guy.
Poor guy. I feel bad for
We
him.
were yeah. I mean, we were he was good at the beginning of the show.
Yeah, I
I
don't know
don't
what
know.
happened. I think Jenna put a hex on him or something.
Maybe like she using something in our house that's making his internet slow. I don't know.
It is bizarre because you would think at this time of day there would be fewer users.
Yeah,
And he was great for the first hour or so, at least, maybe even 2 hours. So I don't know. It's just when he wanted to do his comic thing, it went
I know.
kaput.
It was. I think you're right. I think it was the ghost got pissed.
Yeah.
He was like, you don't do these unboxing on other people's shows."
Who you gonna call? Ghostbusters.
Oh man, that's a series that I don't know. I like the newer ones too,
Uh-huh.
but they do feel a little bit nostalgia baity. Like
Yeah.
I don't. There hasn't been one where it doesn't have the original Ghostbusters in it yet for me to really know if the story's good.
Mm-hmm.
But I enjoy all of them. Like all, I wasn't the biggest fan of the 2016 one. I don't think it was. I think Kate McKinnon made that movie though, because I
Which one
think
is she?
she was the Egon like one that was really weird.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I thought she was funny.
I liked her on SNL.
Yeah, but that one wasn't for me. When they brought the other ones back and people were like, the 2016. There was some people that were like, the 2016 one was better. They relied too heavily on the original cast in this one. I'm like, but it's Ghostbusters.
Right.
Like it's Jason Reitman, Ghostbusters, like the
Exactly.
son.
Now I'll admit I'm gonna put my man card out there. When I watched that first new one, when Egon appeared, I got misty.
Oh,
I totally got misty. and watching him fly away and I'm just like, okay, Ed, you are not 15. What are you doing? And I couldn't help it. I got misty.
I'm I will tell you this, tell everybody this because I don't care. Watching stuff like that after my dad being gone
Oh, yeah.
hits so much harder than I thought. Like I'm pretty sure that scene hit people, but I watched those movies with I watched the original Ghostbusters with my dad when I was a kid, and then seeing something like that. There's something that happens in I don't know if you watched. I haven't watched all the Rings of Power, but there's a scene in there where the one of the elves says something about his father, and he's like, "I'd give anything to hear him yell at me again," or something like that.
Uh-huh.
And it just it's my eyes start leaking. I'm like, stuff like that hits me harder now.
Oh, yeah.
So that Egon scene, dude, that Egon scene tore me up the first time we watched. It wasn't misty eyed. I was bawling.
I feel
Oh.
you. I
But
feel
I
you,
loved
brother.
it. I loved it though. I love that movie. I love that they put that in there and they did it in such a respectful way.
Mm-hmm. I feel you. You know Christmas Vacation, right?
Mhm.
Used to be
Yeah.
one of my favorite movies. Since I've lost so many family members in the last couple of years, I can't watch it because they
Oh,
have a
no.
big family Christmas.
Yeah.
Mm.
And I tried watching it with my family last year and I had to leave the room. And that's one of my favorite, and I've seen it 20 times. So it's part of me is like, this is so ridiculous that you're letting it bother you that much, but you can't help the feels. When you get the feels, you get the feels.
Yeah.
And
100%.
watching them celebrate a big, fun family Christmas when I've lost 11 members of mine in 3 years, that's hard.
That's
That
tough.
is just hard.
Yeah.
Not to dump on you, but I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
Well,
Chime on in, Triple B. Your audio's working.
yeah.
My video working back?
You're
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 decent.
fuzzy. Yeah,
You're
fuzzy.
pixelated, but you're all right.
That's why I'm trying to stay still so I don't want to move. Yeah, it's weird.
We tell you're good because the lights are going right now.
Yeah, there you go. No, yeah, I just want to try to stay. I don't know what's going on. I actually resetted the whole computer and just turned it back on, and so maybe that might help a little bit. But yeah, man, you guys, I was trying to miss a little bit, but yeah, let's keep it going, man. What's going down? What are you guys talking about?
Well, at the
Have
moment we
you
were
s-
talking about men crying, but we
Yeah.
should probably change that topic.
Yeah, we were talking about Ghostbusters.
Oh no.
Yeah,
When the ghost of Egon came back, it was heart-wrenching.
yeah. That's what I was telling Ed. That scene because I had lost my dad.
Mhm.
That scene hit me a lot harder. I was thinking to myself, I was like, man, I bet you that this scene hit people, in the fields because it's Egon, man. Like that's one of those people. Like it's weird when actors, like people that you don't know personally, like we recently a couple weeks ago, lost Tony Todd. And Tony Todd was a big part of my childhood because he scared me out of the bathroom for a summer when I was in North Carolina when I was a kid. I did not want to go to the bathroom with the door shut. I always had to make sure I'm staring directly into the toilet because I didn't want no hook coming out at me. Like,
I'm horrible with names. Is that Candyman?
yes,
Okay. Sorry.
yes. But he was also the voice of Zoom on Flash. He was in some episodes of Smallville. He was Death in Final Destination. Like, the man was on. Like, I grew up loving him. He scared the hell out of me, but I grew up loving him. And I got a lot of horror icons that are like that. Freddy. My parents wouldn't. My parents were kind of liberal with what they let me watch. They nudity and stuff because I wasn't like a giggly, ooh, I see boobies kind of kid when I was a kid.
I still
and
do that.
Well, I do that now. But when I was a kid, I wasn't like that. So I could watch I watched rated R movies all the time. But when it came to Nightmare on Elm Street, the problem is I was scared to sleep at night because of those movies. So then I was 13, 14 years old being told, yeah, you can't watch the new Friday the 13th movies, but here's another 48 hours or, one of the
Oh
Beverly
man.
Hills Cop
Wow.
movies. Yeah.
At 14, I'd have probably took that deal.
Man.
Yeah.
Oh, I would have too, dude. That girl like on the movie screen where she's just like pushing her boobs
Yeah.
in, dude. Oh yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Loved it.
Yeah. Like I said, my parents were, like I said, I wasn't a kid that like a lot of kids would get giggly or they'd go to school talking about, oh, I saw this. I just wasn't that way. So, I mean, I got to see a lot of movies that my friends couldn't see until they were of age. Like, you name a rated R movie in the late 80s, early 90s, I watched it, But, the horror people it was Candyman scared me the most. Like, it's weird because it took me until, and this is so dumb, but it took me until I was almost 30 to finally just watch the rest of the movie. I didn't even finish the movie. That's how scared I was as a kid. I didn't even finish the movie. And then when I get to the end of the movie, my brain is like, bro, this is who you were scared of this whole time? The dude that's crying in the fire? Like, you were scared? And then, like, I was like, well, yeah, the part that I watched up to, that was scary. The rest of it though, I was like, man, if you would have watched the rest of this as a kid, you would have been fine. But since you didn't go all the way through with it, you spent your whole summer scared. And basically the next 10, 15 years of your life scared. But when I finally finished it, I was like, okay, not scared anymore. But, Freddy though, man, until they started going a little bit too hard on the comedy with him, he's still like Wes Craven's New Nightmare. That was
where he kills the actors? Is that one?
yes, yes.
That was a good mind screw.
Whew.
I love that movie. That's good.
And then I also watched, Scream. That's when the first time I saw Scream. And that premise of the first Scream, if you were not spoiled on what that was, I thought that was genius. I thought that movie was just the shit when I was a kid. First time I watched it, and you get that reveal. But then it feels like they use it for every movie after it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? Scream it came out in 1996, the year that I graduated from high school, and I had no idea what this movie was until my cousin said, "Hey, let's go watch Scream." I'm like, "Okay, I'm down to watch a scary movie," but I never even seen a trailer of it, and so I go in and watch Scream, and it absolutely blew my mind. I'd never even seen a slasher movie like this before. Like, oh my God, how like fourth wall breaking that they did. And they were saying, hey, here are the tropes of a slasher film. And then they give it to you and they're like right in your face. And it's just like, oh man, and those actors, dude, man, I thought I was like, Skeet Ulrich, back in the day, dude. They're like, you look like Skeet Ulrich. I'm like, yeah, I do. Man, it was so awesome. Just like growing up in that time when Scream 1 came out, and then we got to watch Scream 2. It was like, oh yeah, it's a sequel, and how they just played on the sequels of it. It just was right for the time, and it was just the perfect timing for a slasher film and how they can make horror. Scream reinvented horror movies as of today because at that time, pretty much horror movies were dead. They didn't know what they were going to do. And they said, hey, let's make something totally different, something totally new that's a horror movie, a slasher movie, but let's make it different. And that's what they did. And it succeeded. And it is still, one of the greatest franchises of horror slashers right now to date, and it's still going on.
The best trick they pulled with that movie is making you think that Drew Barrymore was starring in it.
Exactly. They're like, let's give you the biggest star name or the biggest name, it's starring Drew Barrymore, and let's kill her off in the first half of the first, 10 minutes of the movie like they did with Psycho and killed, Eddie will probably help me with her name. It knows Jamie Lee Curtis's mom, Janet Lee, I believe her name is. And let's kill her off right at the beginning of Psycho. And geez, what, like 40, 30 years later, that's when they decided to go ahead and like, hey, no, Psycho did it good. Now let's repeat what Psycho did. Give him the biggest name, the biggest actress, and let's just go ahead and kill her off in the first 10 minutes. And how they killed her off, amazing. Scream, the very beginning of the Scream,
Ooh, I bet he's gonna say
to go
one of
down
the best
in
movies of the
photography
movie.
history.
Ooh. Dang.
Comcast.
Dang it. I know what he was
Right
gonna
when
say.
he was getting. Oh yeah, me too. I'm just waiting for him to finish.
Oh man.
Let's pause for station identification.
Oh goodness.
You are listening to Hydrasylum. Nee, 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 nee.
Yes. Man. Oh,
He froze at another perfect position.
he did, but
He kind of
anybody
reminds me of the photos from The Ring.
yeah. Anybody that's still in the chat, I know we're getting kind of, late for some people. Appreciate the ones that are still here. This is one of the reasons I watch Triple B. His passion for stuff is so infectious.
Mhm.
Like I love watching. I'm trying to see if he's got me. I love watching his videos, especially when he's talking about horror. Like
Yep.
his unboxings are great, but man, his when he gets into his horror mode, it's amazing. All right, I see lights moving. Let me see. Come here. There we go. Bro, you were getting into it, man. You were getting into it.
I
Like
was.
suspense was building.
Oh
And then he
no!
freezes with a smile on his face.
At least he's smiling now.
Love my horror. Love my
Oh,
horror.
Ah.
Yeah, we keep losing me. So maybe you guys should just talk and I'll be in the background here.
okay. Man, you know what? I want you to think about this conversation of Scream. And I would love, you don't have to do a super long video on it. I would love for you to just release a video of your thoughts on Scream. Just a real short to get the rest of your thoughts out, because I really want to hear what you wanted to say. Like, so if you can hear me, man, I would love to hear what you were going to say. Just a short 5-minute video, Triple B on Scream.
I don't think he can hear us.
Yeah, I don't think so either. It's all right. It's okay. Drop you out and I'll try paying attention, see if I can see movement. There we go. Yeah, Scream is one of those franchises. Like if somebody told me, hey, you got a choice, you could either watch Scream or Saw, I'd probably choose Scream, personally. Saw, for me, the first two movies were pretty solid. Like the first Saw was great to me.
Yep, I agree.
The second one, I still liked it.
I agree.
Then I started getting to the point where I only really watched to hear what the new twist was,
Yep.
because some of the traps and stuff, some of it got to be a little too much. Like I don't mind a little gore and stuff, but there are some of the traps I was like, man, this is starting to just be like torture porn a little bit.
Exactly. You nailed it right on the head. That is my feelings on that series as well. And I am not a torture porn person.
No.
I don't mind some gore, especially, like in a stabby movie or whatever. But
Mhm.
when they're like just getting all out like hostile and dismembering and human centipede and no,
Yeah,
I have no interest in that kind of stuff. To me, that's not horror. To me, there's horror and there's torture porn,
yeah.
and they do not intertwine. Can torture porn be scary? Well, of course, but it's not horror, you're scared because you're watching someone get whatever. That's different, and that's not my liking.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like, so I can watch movies like Final Destination. To me, I still think Final Destination is one of the best.
Hmm.
2 is when it really started getting into that super duper gory, let's see how gross we can get. Then the rest of them do what they do. But um, you know, I can do that, or I could do like Piranha. And I'm talking about the old, like,
Yeah, I know what you
Piranha
mean.
that came out in Piranha 2, The Spawning, with the flying piranha.
Uh-huh.
I can't do both. You either have things eating people like fish or zombies, or you have Final Destination stuff. And that's why, like, the Piranha 3D movies, I couldn't really watch. Like, I'm not particularly squeamish, but it's like I got to have one or the other, because when you give me both, it's too much for me.
Right.
And it's just like, we're just trying to see at this point how disgusting we can get with it. And then, there's some funny parts in that movie, but like, I saw it once and I'm like, that's all I'll ever need to see, and I don't need to see the second one, because
Right.
I just feel like it'd be more like, if I want to watch something like that, I'll just go watch the original Piranha and Piranha 2.
Right. Are you familiar with Faces of Death?
Yes, that was the
See,
thing that they touted as being real. Some of the
yeah,
scenes were actually real, though.
that's when I came out, and that's when I was in high school when it came
Mhm.
out. And it was the first movie to use the strategy that the Blair Witch Project used, to tell everybody this is actual found footage of executions. And there was really only like 2 minutes of actual footage, and it wasn't the executions. The rest was just torture porn.
So,
And that was what really started that genre, because that really took off because people believed it, just like with Blair Witch.
yeah,
And that's not where my mind goes when I go to horror.
yeah,
Now, something like Harrower, where they rip a guy's spine out or you chainsaw somebody, that's different because it's part of the story. It's not just, here, let's watch someone get disemboweled or skinned, and I don't do that stuff.
yeah,
And it's not because it scares me, it's just because why would I want to see that? That's demented. That
yeah.
that's how Red Room, the comic. I don't know if you're familiar with Red Room, but that's
I got a couple issues of it.
yeah,
It's
that
it's it,
that's over the edge for me.
yeah. It was a tough read, and it's weird that things like that are kind of like, to me. But if you give me, I don't want to say superhero movie, but if you give me one of those kinds of movies where people with powers are involved, like, you give me a Blade and you have him slicing people up, and like, you have things like Equilibrium. If you ever seen that movie,
Oh yeah.
where he like slices the dude's face off, but like here,
Uh-huh.
so stuff like that, I think are okay. Like, I'm good with stuff like that. There's something about, if you show the hero ripping the bad guy's head off, it doesn't bother me as much as a villain ripping somebody's head off. Like, it's a very weird.
I
It's a
get
very
you.
weird thing. I see,
Am
like,
I blurry?
No, you're good right now.
Fucking Comcast.
I'm telling you, man.
I would pay money to hear Rex say that.
You know that Mariano was the first person since I'd been on the shows to ever drop the F-bomb on the shows.
Oh wow.
Oh
Yeah.
wow, I missed that.
I bet he would.
I know Chuck always does one at the end.
Yep, Chuck does one at the end. Henri does one every once in a while. Nick does it on accident.
Yeah. I'm afraid to talk. I'm afraid to move. It's like, it's not gonna work.
Man, I'm telling you that I was telling folks, the one thing I love about watching you, especially, like, I love your unboxings, love the passion behind that. But bro, when you talk about horror, your passion about horror is so infectious. Like I was sitting there and I was like, man, if you can't do it on this stream, I would love for you to make like doesn't have to be a long video, but just like a 2 or 3 minute video, just you talking about Scream and how you felt about it. Because you were rolling, man. I was there with you. I was like, man, I was getting excited.
I can probably try to continue that for you
Yes.
if it doesn't work. So, we're talking about like Scream 1, dude, like the original Scream 1. When that thing first came out, it freaking was like nobody saw it coming. Like I didn't even see it coming. Like I didn't even see a trailer for it. They're just like, hey, let's go watch this horror movie. And I remember I used to live in Sandy, Utah. And we had this, movie theater there, dude. And like I ended up actually working there when I was older, this for like a couple months. But like, yeah, going to that movie theater, watching Scream, like, what is this? Like, this came after like Clerks. We're talking like, I remember go seeing Clerks in the movie theater and stuff. I was like, oh my God. So you're going to go almost like seeing Scream. And it's almost like a Clerks movie where it's a comedy, but it's a slasher movie. But like you have these real characters in there. So it made you really feel for them. And that's what's so great about the Scream franchise, especially, those main characters, is that they were like, you felt like you were one of them. You felt like you were part of their crew. And it's like, you got this killing going on and you go to school and it's like, holy crap, the school's getting shut down. There's curfew. And everybody's like, what's curfew? Yeah, you got to go to curfew. It's like the town that dreaded sundown, And so you have to go to sleep because there's a freaking killer on the streets. It made it so good with the music going on. I mean, this is a classic of its time, of the 90s. This is what the 90s is all about, is the Scream movie. Like, I'm talking Scream 1, and it is this like, oh my God, with Billy Loomis and Stu Macher. Okay, we know that like who's the killer? It's like, who is it? They had other, who did it killers all the way through the time, all the way through the movies. There was trying to think of the one that my mom really liked. I can't remember it off the top of my head. I probably will remember it. But like, you always have those who did it. Like, it's a mystery. And that's what it is. So it's like, let's make a slasher, a mystery character, like of who did it. And that's what's so great about it. But let's make it even greater. Let's make it, with teenagers. So let's put all these tropes in with teenagers, who done it, a killer, a slasher. Dude, the recipe's easy as hell. How did we not even think of it? It's super simple. That's all you got to do. And Scream makes it super fucking simple, is what they do. And that's why, like, it works all the way out through the whole movie, because you're following these, high school seniors, and, there's a killer out on the street, and they're like, oh, who cares? Let's have a house party. The killer ain't going to come here, but let's have a house party, is because the killer is the one that's hosting that house party. It's so simple, so easy. Why didn't anybody think of it before? I'm sure they did. Eddie probably knows of some horror slasher films that kind of follow the same tropes, but Scream just did it. They did it just right, and they did it in the perfect timing in the 90s. Perfect timing, perfect formula, which makes, Scream a billion-dollar franchise.
Yeah. The only time I had an inkling about what was happening is after that amazing Billy's killed scene, and we think he's dead.
Yeah.
And he comes stumbling down the stairs.
Yeah.
My brain was like, wait a second.
Uh-oh.
Wait a second. Something's going down. And then when he turns around and says Psycho, I was like, man, Billy was a killer the whole time. And then you have Stu lean into the doorway and uses the voice modifier. And I was like, what the hell is this?
Two of them.
I got to ask you this. I got to ask you both this, honestly. if you've watched a ton of the Scream franchise, there, Ed, is Stu still alive?
100% want me to say yes, but he's not, because I have this right here. And in this right here, this is only when the first 3 movies came out. So this is all 3 of the trilogies. And there's a booklet in this that says the people that have died in the franchise, and the person is in there is Stu Macher, died in number 1. And so, like, the booklet tells you that right away. And like, I want Stu to be alive because in part 3, so the original part 3 script that Kevin Williamson wrote, because he's the guy that wrote 1. I think he wrote 2 too. He's the original. He's the one that's going to be directing the new one, part 7. So he said that in part 3, they were going to have Stu alive, and he was going to have a cult of Ghostface in it. And in the cult of Ghostface, Stu Macher was going to be the leader of the cult. But when Scream 3 was getting ready to come out, Columbine happened. And if you guys remember what with the Columbine shooting, the school shooting, is so they had to scrap it because of the Columbine. And it's like real life messed up part 3. So, but that's what contradicts this little booklet right here, is because it says Stu Macher died in part 1. But in part 3, the same writer that wrote Scream 1, Stu Macher was going to be, the cult of Ghostface. And, but Columbine happened, real life happened, and it never happened. I'm trying to find it real quick. I think it's here in the back. It's going to be super dark right here. Oh, it is. Like, right here in the bottom, you see all those people right there?
Mm-hmm.
It shows all the people that have died in the Scream franchise, and Stu Macher's in that picture. So but the original writer, is now being the director. And like, I really I would love to have Stu Macher still be alive. Him, surviving part 1, and then their family, the family was rich. Okay. So Stu Macher's family was rich. So they would have to be able to, pay off the sheriff department to say, like, Stu Macher died in that night, but he didn't die. So he would still be alive. And if you remember in the original movie, when all those kids are at the party and they're like, oh, the sheriff, what's his name? Henry Hackler is up. He got killed and he's being hung up on the goalpost. They're like, oh, let's go fucking see his body. And they all take off. They go driving and they fly past Dewey and Courtney Cox. So maybe all these kids were drunk and they got in an accident on the way to go see the principal that's hanging dead on the goalpost. They could say Stu Macher was part of that, switch bodies out and say that he actually died doing that. And then he survived Scream 1. And because Stu Macher parents had money, they were able to keep him away because they paid off the sheriffs. And then that's how you can have Stu still alive and now orchestrating all of these Ghostface from 3, 4, 5, and 6. Definitely orchestrating Richie and his family, being like, and then in part 6, with the beginning of 6, when they kill Samara Reeving, that dude and his roommate were part of the Stu Macher's freaking, cult. And Stu's been around it the whole time, and that's how they can do it. Will they do it? I hope they do, but they won't. But why not? Let's bring Stu back, and hell yeah, I love Stu Macher, man, and he's awesome in the Curve. Got right here, amazing movie.
Did you see where the actor that played him. What's his name? Matt Lillard or
Matthew
Matthew
Lillard.
Lillard.
There you go,
Yeah.
Matthew Lillard.
Did
I
you
couldn't.
see the episode of the Drew Barrymore show where he went on there and they went all scream on everybody during the show?
I
And
didn't.
he stated that Stu's alive.
Oh, really?
He did. But like you said, the producer says he's dead. But I think that's what started it, because that was one of her questions, or was it? It was a question from the audience,
Okay.
maybe. It's cool to watch because I don't say that I'm saying that the Drew Barrymore show was cool to watch. This one episode
Yeah.
was cool to watch because they were going all scream on each other. And
Ah.
he came out and said Stu's alive. And that's when the audience was like, oh. So it's an interesting conversation.
Oh my god, if he is alive and he can come back in 7 and be like the killer, oh my god, dude.
That could be like your Deadpool scream.
Yeah,
He can come
exactly.
back.
I'd be backflips, dude. It's like everything coming together all these years. It would be so amazing. But I think the studio's too stupid to realize what they have in front of them. They won't do
Well,
it.
like I said, I think there's a good chance, because I don't think when they planned the death, I don't think they thought they were going to do as many screams,
No.
or start over with the new cast that they got, which I know that Melissa Barrera,
Mhm.
she's not a part of it anymore.
No.
She was great in Abigail, though. Abigail was awesome, so she did great in that. But I like your theory, though. I like your theory that when they were on the way to see Henry Winkler, who was hanging from the goalpost, that car crashed, and they're gonna do something, because I think they can retcon it. I mean, Marvel did it with Tom Holland's Spider-Man. Oh, he was actually in what, Iron Man 2? He was the little boy in the Iron Man mask. You just
Mhm.
couldn't see his face.
Uh-huh.
They could easily do something like that. At 13 Ghosts. Bro,
Oh,
I love that movie. I've actually
amazing.
never seen the original. I've only seen the Tony Shalhoub one with Matthew Lillard. Man, that was a great movie.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Fun too.
Oh yeah.
Isn't that the movie where the glass door falls and like cuts the dude
He
front
he
side
gets
off
in
and
the
he slides
yeah,
down
he,
it? Yeah.
he's backing out,
Yeah.
and the door shuts.
And it
And
cuts them in half, yeah.
oh,
Yeah. And he slides down. That was so
Yeah.
cool. That
see,
was
stuff
so
like
epic.
that I can do. Stuff like that I can do. That was cool as hell to me when I saw that in theater.
And I'm sorry, that screaming lady in the cage, she was horrifying. That was great makeup on that woman. That ghost, that was it, her head
The
was in the
jackal?
cage. Yes, that was it. I
Yeah.
couldn't think of the name. That was terrifying. I want that mask.
Mm.
Look
Is
at
that
you
the girl
grinning.
that would like cut herself? And like she had
That
like
was the
knives,
No,
and
that
she
was
would like
the naked chick.
okay, well that's the
I'm
one I
talking
like
about
because
like
she
the
was
old
naked.
hag that had the cage on her head.
Yeah,
And
I'm talking
and her
about the okay, yeah.
yeah.
But I was thinking about, that girl that was half naked cutting herself. I mean, oh my god. Amazing practical effects. Absolutely look beautiful as hell. And I think 13 Ghosts was amazing. And it should have been, it's almost before its time. Probably could have had a little bit of I don't know, it was a pretty good movie. Honestly, like rewatching that, I think it was good. I don't know really what they could have done different, but Matthew Lillard was this, flaming hot at that time, and it was a perfect casting role for him,
Mhm.
perfect character for him to play. And obviously, like, I don't know about you all, but like, I would like to have like maybe a series of the episode to get that ghost story, you know what I mean? Of that certain
Yeah.
ghost. And then they can move it forward like that because every one of those ghosts had, a good origin story around it. And we could definitely explore that.
Oh
It-
yeah, that would definitely be good, especially even as a comic. That would be
Oh,
outstanding.
man. Exactly.
Get
Is
Nick on the
Scream-
phone.
Yeah, exactly. Is Scream from Lionsgate now? Nope was asking that. Who has it?
Spygate. Spygate.
Spygate.
Yeah,
That's
Spygate. They rolled up fire. I haven't watched the new Melissa Barrera interview about her being fired a year ago. So it's been a whole year. I know that she came out and talked about it, but she got let go from the series, and it's getting Nev Campbell now is going to go ahead and come back and be our main character, which is totally fine with me. But we do have sisters, put on the back burner, Libera and Jenna Ortega.
Yeah.
They're not going to be part of this next one, but I mean, I'm down to have Nev Campbell back and be the lead actress in it. But man, golly, fucking Scream 5 and 6 were amazing. Like I loved 5 and 6. Thought they were great. I mean, it took like 10 years in between like 4 to 3 to 5. It seriously took a lot of years before them all to come out. And when 5 came out, I thought it was great. Jenna Ortega is just now barely turning 18, and she's in these horror movies. And then we get introduced to Melissa Barrera as Samantha Carpenter. Was great. I loved it at the end of part 5. The beginning of part 5, people are like, oh man, she can't take over Neve Campbell's, actress. She can't take over the Scream franchise. But she was so good there at the end where she takes the knife and she's bloody at the end because she just had to take down Ghostface. And then at the end of 6, again, she takes down freaking Ghostface and she's all bloody. And freaking Melissa Barrera as a final girl is one of the top final girls, of the horror genre. At least top 5. She's got to be 5. For real. Man, she's so damn sexy, dude, when she's just covered in blood after this killing Ghostface at 6, dude. It's amazing, dude. I don't know, man. She like wipes the blade, dude. I don't know. Something with Melissa Barrera just kills it and Scream. And dude, so my final thought here on Scream is the end of it. So part 5 and 6. So we don't get part 7 with the Carpenter sisters, Jenna Ortega and Melissa Barrera. They're done. They're gone. Their story ended at 6. It was a perfect ending because at the very end of the movie, Melissa Barrera, Sam Carpenter, is holding Billy Loomis's mask. She is holding her father's mask from part 1. And what does she do at the very end of it? She doesn't take it with her. She drops it behind her and leaves it. So that's the end of the story with her. So we can talk about how she got fired from being part 7 and we're going to move different directions in part 7, but part 6 was the end of the story. They had an ending. So it's like, we don't need her back. We don't need Jenna Ortega back because at the very end of 6, she turned around. Yes, she was having hallucinations of her father, Billy Loomis, the original Scream killer, but she took his mask and she didn't take it with her. She dropped it on the ground and she left it alone and walked away. Perfect ending of a character story arc.
Uh-huh. You're muted, Jay.
I am. Did it start out at Dimension? Scream? Was that the first studio? Was it Dimension?
I know Miramax had them and Paramount, I think, had them. I don't remember if Dimension had them or not.
I can't. It's been a long time. Now y'all said something interesting about 13 Ghosts. Was it Dimension?
So my DVD says right here. It says Dimension.
Oh, okay, cool. Y'all were talking about the 13 Ghosts as a series. There's something I've always wondered. With all the streaming services we have now, and these streaming services have their original movies and stuff. Why had they not? They were trying to do this with the Dark Tower series, but unfortunately, Dark Tower didn't take off. There was supposed to be a movie, then they were going to do a series that led into another movie, and I've always wondered why. Like for me, Gears of War, Netflix finally got the rights. That movie has been in like production hell since like 2008, 2009. Netflix finally has the rights, and they're going to release a movie. Now, my thing is, I wish that they would do like a very tight 6 episode like show, just so people can get familiar with the characters, because there's so much lore with Gears of War, so much. Like I have the books, I have the comics, have all the games. I am deeply invested in this world. I think it would be a better thing for them to do, since Netflix owns the rights and they're making the movie, to release, like I said, a 4 to 6 episode kind of thing to get everybody used to the world, and then go into the movie. And it'd be awesome if we can get something like that, something that's like, movies nowadays are ending up 3.5 hours because the world building within them. But I think if done right, doing a short series and then a movie for like I said, a Netflix original, an Amazon Prime original, Disney Plus original, something like that. And I've never understood why they didn't utilize it, because I would love for them to do like a 13 Ghost series, and then eventually we do another movie or something. Just, I don't know. It's just one of the things I think of. Is like everything is pretty much turning to streaming now. I think they should, just like Max should be, or the DCU should be using Max. Like I think I lost Triple B. Should use Max like Disney uses Disney Plus. Like that's just me though. Yeah. So look at that. Oh, almost at the 4.5 hour mark. Telling you, Sean and I can go for a while. I got my rest today. I'm good. Probably only gonna hit about maybe 5. Been going at this a long time.
Come on, let's go.
And
Oh, we're almost
like,
there at the 5.
This is kind of what this is what I kind of want to do, and I'm so grateful for Ed and Triple B being here to kind of show the chat. Yes, I have a YouTuber on here. Again, check out Triple B if you haven't. Watch his stuff. But I have a friend from the chat, a friend that we all know, and that's kind of what I want to do. I want to get folks from the chat. And Nope, you've talked about it before. As soon as we can work something out, test your camera and all that stuff, get your setup done. If there's a day you want to come on here with me and Sean or whatever, by all means. Like I have like an open invitation. I want to try to keep it from like for like 2 to 3 people, 4 people on screen max. But outside of that, this is what I want to do. I want to, like, Triple B wouldn't even have to have a channel. I would invite Triple B on just because of meeting him through the experience. Same with Ed. Ed doesn't have a channel right now, but I met him through the experience. These are friends, man, and I want to bring them on. Like you don't have to have a channel. If you're watching this, you're still here, or you're watching this on the rewind, you don't have to have a channel to come on here. Like this is a literal hangout of fans. So I just want to throw that out there while we're waiting for poor Triple B to stop being Rexed.
Is he walking like an Egyptian again?
I think so. Best robot I've seen.
I don't know. I'm still here, man. Can you hear me, y'all?
Yeah, we can hear you. I can hear you.
Am I frozen on your end? That's so weird. because I'm not frozen on my end, but
You look like claymation again.
Yeah.
man, dude, I look like I'm in 1980s on a VHS tape that needs to be clean.
7 days.
You have 7 days to live. Tomorrow will say.
Oh my goodness.
No,
that's
Jay,
stupid.
Jay, I do appreciate you here. I'm loving to be here, and please have me back. I promise that like this damn connection is not going to be like this forever.
Eh.
Uh,
No,
I'm
man, it was fun. It was fun having you on. Like I said, I want this to be a channel where, you know, if it's not me and Sean, because Sean's got to work. Now next weekend is my sister-in-law's baby shower, so I won't have a show next weekend. Sean's gonna be working, so there won't be a show. That's December 7th, I believe, is that Saturday. So, or December 6th. It's next Saturday. Won't be a
okay.
show.
No worries.
But whenever we have a show, even if it is me and Sean, and one or two you want to pop on, and if it's just Sean and two or three you want to pop on, by all means, just let us know. I got no problem having anybody on. You don't have to have a channel. Like if you do, cool. We're gonna make sure we push it because I'm gonna ask Triple B what he has planned for, if he has any plans for the coming weeks, what he has planned, anything he wants to kind of give us a little tease on.
Hey, dude, Tyler, what's up, brother? Good to see you. That's my nephew right there.
Oh, awesome. Welcome in.
Oh yeah. You know, Jay, what I got coming on right now is dude, that Sweetie Candy Vigilante I put out today was a big one, and I want you guys to go check it out because issue 6, which would actually be issue 12, is going to be coming out here next month. So I really want you guys to go check it out, read it, go buy it, support Dynamite, support Sweetie. I think you would love it. It's so much fun. And I got a mystery 10 pack coming out here on I got it on Monday now because I'm doing so I used to do all my mystery 10 packs would come out on Wednesdays, every Wednesday. Been doing it for almost a year now. I'm going to move that to Monday. So I got a mystery 10 pack coming out on Monday and try to just make it, 12 to 15 minute, video, which has been doing pretty good because Wednesdays I am available to do live shows where I can do a mystery live unboxing and plus talk about like whatever movie or show I'm watching on that time. So it's probably going to be some sort of horror movie, some horror show, plus the mystery 10 pack on Wednesdays. We'll do it. Get everybody that in the community that wants to come on. We can talk to them. They can ask me questions. They can answer whatever they have. It's so much fun on Wednesdays. I enjoy it a lot. So as of now, Wednesdays live at 6 o'clock Mountain Time, and then obviously putting out comic book reviews and mystery 10 packs throughout the week. We'll see when they come up, but yeah, obviously keeping it going, man. Keeping hardcore comics.
Nice. Very awesome. Like I said, if you're in the chat, you're watching on Rewind, you've never watched a Triple B video, links are all throughout this chat, but I dropped the link specifically to the Sweetie video he dropped today.
Thank you.
Or technically yesterday, whatever. But yeah, hell yeah, man. I want to make sure if you got a channel, I want to make sure we push it out. I want you to get, you should be, man, maybe I'm biased, but you should definitely be over the amount of subs you have right now. You should. Like I'm being honest. The production and the quality of work you put into your stuff, man, is just like is top notch. And I want to make sure that people see that and they can see, man, this dude cares about what he does.
Thank you.
Hell yeah.
For real. I do. I try to put a lot of work in it, and I have fun doing it, and that's the main thing. If I didn't enjoy it, I wouldn't be doing it. But like, I have so much fun doing a video, and like, just trying to get it like done, edited. Like, how can I make it even more fun? Let's put some music into it. Let's do something to it. And I don't know. I enjoy it. And even if I never, get monetized or whatnot, I have fun. And like I hope the people that watch it have fun too, because it is a lot of fun making every single video. And making 2 videos a week is, you would think that like maybe it feels like work, but it really doesn't. It almost keeps me out of trouble because I'm enjoying what I'm doing. And yeah, it's just great, dude. And like everybody out there that comments on my stuff and just watches it, I do appreciate it. And like this community that we're building, so glad for letting me be a part of your community, and let's just live life and enjoy comics for real.
Hell yeah.
Absolutely.
100%, 100%, man. Like this is what it's all about, man. This is the comic book YouTube community coming together, hanging out, just BSing for almost 4 hours and 40 minutes now.
I want to
no
break your
drama.
record. I want to break your record,
we
man.
have to do 5 hours.
Let's
So I
go.
can hold
Let's
it
keep
over
going,
Sean's
man.
head.
We will. We
Am I
will.
back? As long as I ain't being Comcasted, I feel like I got Comcasted half the episode. If I'm not all blurry or whatever, dude, we can talk about some more stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I don't have to be up too early. We do have,
Be
and
humble.
I need to go. I can't believe I almost forgot that. I'm talking about my job and everything. I almost forgot that tomorrow at man, hold on. I wasn't prepared for this. I can't believe I forgot. I
it was
remember.
5 to 6, isn't it?
Yes, it is 6 Eastern,
Yeah.
5 Pacific. No, not
No.
5 Pacific. Come on, Jay. It's getting late for Jay. 6 Eastern, 5 Central. We're going to have another pop-up show with me and Kyle, and
Okay.
I'm gonna drop the pre-save link there in the chat. Then I'm gonna do what I should have done earlier, because if y'all haven't seen this thumb, and
Lord.
even if you have,
This thing
even
will
if you
mortify
have,
you. I'm scarred for life.
I'm just gonna show you anyway. Let me move the chat over real fast so everybody can see that. Look at that. Now, granted, it's not as good as JD laying on the laying across the piano, but still good. Still good.
I don't know. You cuddling with that curly hair of Kyle's is quite disturbing.
Kyle just having hair is strange to me.
That's true.
I told him, I said, dude, I need to take a new picture because y'all have 3 pictures of me. There's actually one they use for a different. It's about this show for social media, but it's a different thumbnail, and it's me in my coat, I think my Cobra Kai shirt. I have that picture. I have the one where I look like a smug jerk that's usually used for Minute to Skim It, and then I have this one that's been used for so many different. One of the best ones that Kyle did was putting it on Dr. Manhattan's body for that one Devil's Advocate show. Like it was either him or Bronze Age that Bronze Age that did that. But I thought
you
it was
just
hilarious.
wanted the big blue monster. We know.
Yeah, that's true. that's true too. Busted.
So speaking of Sweetie, did they do a Halloween episode of Sweetie? Or with trick or treating or anything? Because that would have been like perfect. No?
No, they didn't. What they did
Man,
was like
that was a missed opportunity. That's screaming for a Halloween special.
They brought out the piranhas is what they did. And like issue 5 is the amazing of
Oh,
Vigilante. If you
Comcastic.
yeah. Well, it's the Swedish fish is piranhas, right? Man, man. To me, that's like that is a big missed opportunity. Like a person based around candy not having a Halloween issue.
Yeah, right? That's what I was thinking. I was hoping I had just missed it because that's just begs for a Halloween issue. Especially when they did a Powerpuff Girl Halloween. Come on. Sweetie definitely needed one.
Exactly. Tyler, I haven't watched since I think season 3. I need to get back on it. But Cobra Kai, at least the parts that I've seen, was pretty awesome. So that started off being a YouTube, like when YouTube was trying out TV or whatever. It started out as a YouTube original show, and then it moved to Netflix. Oh,
I have never watched it. I don't know anything about it.
mm.
I'm assuming it has something to do with Karate Kid by the title.
Yes. And here's my controversial opinion.
Uh-oh.
Daniel won with an illegal kick.
Ouch.
He won with an illegal kick, and it ruined Johnny's life. Johnny peaked before that tournament. And the way that they basically have Johnny tell you what happened in the first Karate Kid through his eyes was such awesome storytelling. Because once you hear Johnny talk about how Daniel was, you think to yourself, man, maybe Daniel wasn't like the good guy we thought he was. Definitely not, like originally planned Jar Jar Binks is a Sith kind of thing, but it definitely made you think after Johnny told his side of the story.
But considering everything Johnny had done to him, he kind of had it coming.
Oh yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. Poor Billy Zabka. He was the quintessential '80s bully.
Yep.
I think he was also the bully in Back to School.
And in the end, Daniel went home with Elizabeth's shoe, so he's the winner. Oh my goodness.
He definitely was the winner. Didn't the cupcake coverage? Yes, nope. That was because I told Nick that he better be careful because Rex is going to sue him for using his pose. There we go. He was, you were starting to move around right before you cut out.
I don't understand, dude. Like, I'm definitely gonna be doing a Rex call and be like giving him a rant.
Yeah.
See what the. I honestly never had any issues.
You did say it was like. I know. You said it's like negative, or it's like 15 degrees there.
Yeah, it's pretty cold outside. So.
I mean,
it's 18 here.
Y'all are crazy.
We had 2 inches of snow today. I woke up to a white lawn.
Man.
You're in Michigan still, right, Eddie?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Awesome. That's so cool, dude. You guys, do you remember when you were younger? Did you like hold on to back of like trucks, like a 4x4 truck, and like do the sliding and stuff?
Oh, heck yes.
Oh,
absolutely.
Hell yeah. That's what I did too.
We tied my red wagon to the hitch of my brother's pickup truck, and he would take us up and down the road in the stupid little red flyer wagon.
Oh, God.
And yes, I have stones in my knees that have never been removed, but it was fun and we did it anyway.
Yep. Man, I used to, you think back about all that stuff you did as a kid, and now sometimes if I sneeze too hard, I throw my back out. Or, I reach for something too fast and my shoulder hurts for 3 days. It's like you hit a certain age, you're not indestructible anymore.
Nope.
No, you're not.
All my years of being a bouncer have caught up with me. Everything hurts.
Yep. Don't bounce anymore, you just splat.
Exactly.
28, man. Y'all make me feel bad. It's like 51 here and I'm freezing.
Heck, that's shorts and t-shirt weather, brother.
Shoot. Well, I mean, I can't say much. I'm not a good gauge of cold because I'll wear a hoodie when it's 97 degrees outside.
True story, real quick.
Mhm.
Back in '95, I decided I was going to go on a spring break because I had never gone on spring break, and I was getting ready to finish with my second degree. And I went down to Myrtle Beach and I drove. Now, keep in mind, it was late February, early March, so it was like 10, 11 here, and we had feet of snow on the ground. And I was in my Geo Tracker. Yes, I did say Geo Tracker. And I drove down there and I got to Myrtle Beach and there's nobody outside. People are walking the streets with like coats on and it's 60 degrees. I took the top down and I'm driving through the beach in the sand in my t-shirt, yeehawing to music, and people are looking at me like, what in the hell is wrong with that guy? To me, it was summer. That's a 50-degree difference in temperature. That went from 11 to 60.
Ugh.
And I couldn't believe nobody was outside. I'm like, hell, man, I was driving up and down the beach and having a good old time.
Yeah.
Got quite a few looks.
Yeah, I bet.
Couple middle fingers, too, if I remember right. But, you know, it's all good.
Whatever. Like, you gonna be mad at some. Look, I would never be mad at somebody for that. I'd just be like, this person's crazy. Maybe I shouldn't go near them.
Well,
Have
I
a good
never
day.
said I didn't give them one first.
Oh, okay. Okay. Gotta hear the whole story first. I got you.
It's funny because it's funny how you can become accustomed to a temperature. Because in the spring and in the fall, 58, 60 would be jacket weather, even here. But when you're leaving 11 degrees and all of a sudden it's 60, it feels like summer. And I can't explain why. It just does.
I've always just been cold. I hate the cold. Like when I used to visit North Carolina during Christmas when I was a kid, they'd get like 5.5 feet of snow. I like to play in it, but the older I got, it was just like I'm always cold, whether it's bad circulation or not. And then I worked in a freezer, and people were like, which working in a freezer not the greatest when you hate the cold. But people are like, you're not used to it by now. I'm like, hell no, I'm not. I never get used to the cold. Never got used to it. The only thing I would do is work faster, so I would keep my heart rate up and make myself warm. But I mean, I'm telling you, it's just they're like, how can you hate the cold so much and work in a freezer? I said, well, because one, it's overnight. Two, it's just me working by myself. I just put my headphones in and worked until it's time to go home.
Yeah. Now, what state is the haunted basement located in?
Salt Lake City, Utah.
Utah. Okay. When did you leave Michigan for Utah?
90.
Oh, wow.
90?
So it's
90?
been a while. Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, you floored me when you said you were from Michigan. I was like, whoa, I never knew that.
Yeah, I much elementary schools in California, middle school in Michigan, and high school years in Salt Lake City. I've been here ever since.
Interesting.
Moved around a lot when I was younger. Sucked. It really did. You never really get grounded. You never really get childhood friends because you're always moving around. So it kind of sucked. But been here in Utah. Yeah, it's been good. But Michigan was fun. I definitely am glad that I lived there. I got to live, learn different, parts of the country, parts of the U.S. Right, California to Michigan. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's quite a move.
It was. I think my parents were running from something, but yeah, both of them, both of them
Well,
are gone now, so it's all good.
there's lots
Yeah.
of good places to hide in Michigan, so you might be right.
And nope, I don't envy that, man. Working outside all year round, nah. Especially down here in Texas, man. Our weather's so crazy.
Ugh.
It's
I
it's
start to melt at 78, so when you guys start talking about
Yeah.
your 30 days in a row of
Bro.
100, I'm like, oh hell no. I'd be in my basement huddled up by the air conditioner.
well, unfortunately, we don't have basements in Texas. I've always wanted a basement. Like North Carolina has them, and like what I tell people is this. So I was born in Texas, okay, but my home, the first place I remember, is North Carolina. And even my family up there will tell me when, say to me when you coming home and everything, because that was the first place I remember. Because most of my mom's family live in the North Carolina, Virginia area. So I'm from Texas. Always basically lived here my entire life except for that short time I was a baby. But man, the Texas weather is just until we had that big freeze, we'd never had like as much ice as we had that year. We had a freeze a couple years ago. At least until, I think the last time we had anything close to it, it wasn't even as bad, was when I first moved to the Woodland Spring area. When I was about 13, we moved here. And, but that's just ice. It's not like snow. I'm always like, if it's going to be this cold, at least give me some snow. Don't tease me with so cold you can't even stand outside. But then we got that heat that you go outside, you're just gonna sweat. You're not gonna find shade unless you're swimming. And if you're swimming, you better stay in the water. Like just it gets weird. Like it'll be 51 right now, and then 9 or 10 o'clock in the morning, it'll probably be like 75, 80. You never know, man. Like it's the weather here it just can't make up its mind. But it's about to start hitting that cold part where it stays cold all the time. But
And by cold, you mean 50.
yeah,
Yeah, exactly.
hey, 50 is cold to a Texan. That's near absolute zero for us.
I have been to Texas 3 times, and it was always when I was part of a chase team for tornado videos, and I never left the van unless I had to. But when you get a nice storm, you get that nice cool breeze behind it. So if we stayed close enough to the storms, I didn't mind it. But I don't know how you guys do that heat. I have friends that live in Australia, and they're telling me that it's 52 degrees Celsius there. And I'm like, wait a minute, let me do the math on that, and it's like 140.
Oh,
How do you people? Well, we have our air conditioner on, so it's only, and I'll convert the math. It's only 85 in the house. I'm like, only 85? No. If that's what your air conditioning is, I'm never coming to visit you in Australia.
oh, that's crazy. That's 85 in the house. That's when the air conditioner's broken.
Hey, thank you.
Yeah.
But they say when they come inside, they have to put on a sweater because they're used to the 140 from outside. And if you think about it, it's a 60-degree drop. But that just blows my mind.
Yeah.
And their hottest days are near Christmas. So Christmas to them, I made a little meme for them and put it on my Facebook wall today. And it was a rotary fan with presents under it. And I said Australian Christmas tree. And I made that specifically for them. And they loved it. That's a good idea, mate. And I'm like,
Yeah.
oh my God, you guys are crazy.
Oh man, I couldn't imagine. I couldn't imagine doing that, man. I'd be sick all the time.
Ugh.
Walking. Oh no, no. And there's a lot of times I get sick of the dry. As soon as the weather starts changing, Like I feel it already. The scratchy throat's coming on. I'm gonna be sick before the end of the year. I already know that's just something about weather changing. Weather changes, and I'm just like everything hurts. I'm just ready to just sleep for days.
Well, this will tell you all you need to know about me. It's supposed to get down to 17 tonight for the low, I think, and my window's about 2 inches open in the bedroom. I leave the window open all winter, and then in the summertime it's sealed tight, and I got the air running.
Oh, that would hurt my bones. That hurts my bones just thinking about it. 17 degrees. Jeez.
When it gets that cold, I can slip into a coma and have the best sleep. So from November until April, I can sleep great.
Oof.
From April until October, I barely sleep because air conditioning air is not the same as fresh air.
That's true.
It just isn't. It dries you out. It makes you miserable, but at least it stops you from dying.
Yeah, I mean, there's that.
Yeah.
You don't want to fry in your own house.
I would sleep like a vampire if it is 17.
Amen, brother. That's my room is pitch black. My wife calls me a vampire. You like it so dark and cold. You should live in a tomb.
Yep.
And I looked at her and she's like, "Don't even think about it. You're not putting a tomb in the basement."
It's gonna have its own
Amazing.
casket.
Hold my own sarcophagus. Do not open.
All pimped out, really like soft. I don't know, soft, firm.
When the casket's rocking, don't come a knocking. That's all I
know. Cold sleep, definitely. Camping in the winter is awesome.
Oh, absolutely. You know, grilling in the winter is awesome. I'll go outside in shorts, barefoot, standing in the snow, grilling burgers. And it's so much fun. And then you have a bonfire, and if I can get the fire big enough, my wife and daughter will join me because they don't like cold. And we'll sit around the campfire in a snowstorm, and there's nothing like sitting out in a fresh snowstorm with a huge campfire going, toasting your dinner or whatever, and eating it around the fire. That's just awesome, especially during Christmas time.
Yeah, that is true.
And plus, I have 6 acres of woods, so we're surrounded by pines. And when the pine trees have that snow on them, oh, it's just so gorgeous. But anyways, I digress. You Texas people and your hurricanes and your 100-degree weather.
I know. You ever seen a Texas snowman?
A puddle of water?
We used to actually, for the longest time when I was a kid, they used to sell snow globes. It was a Texas snowman, and all it was the hat, the carrot nose, and the 3 buttons.
Nice. That's funny.
Can't do the barefoot. Me neither, man. Like there's something about my bones, man. If I stand on something cold, it literally goes up to my knee and above, and it just just like ice. Like when I'm getting ice, if I don't use a scoop and I hold a piece of ice all the way up my elbow. Working in the freezer all that time didn't really do me too good, Plus back injuries and stuff like that. I was a really fat kid when I was a kid for a long time. Like I was a very fat kid. When I was about 14 or 15, I started exercising, working out, lifting weights and stuff, and I got real into that. So, yeah. And I got real built, and then I was showing off like you do in gym because there's kids 3 times my size. I've never been a very tall person. I've always pretty much been short. So they're sitting here doing, these exercises where they're like lat exercises where they're pulling the weight down, and you got these big old dudes like huffing it like 75, 100 pounds doing that. So I decided I know I could do more than that. So I put 200 pounds on this machine. I go to pull it down, and I'm so close to getting it that I kind of lean forward like that, and I just pulled this muscle in between my shoulder blades. I was 15 when this happened. Had to go see a chiropractor, see a doctor. And then, every once in a while doing something to lock up. And when it locks up the whole top half of my body. Then when I was about 20 or 21, I had a friend messing around with me, basically DDT'd me. And when he did, I went straight up and down and I twisted.
Oh,
And it sounded like loud bubble wrap. And he herniated the disc in my neck. So I had to get an MRI and I was out of work for a while. So it knock on wood, it hadn't acted up in a long time, but it used to be. There was one time I woke up out of a sleep because my neck and my shoulders locked up. And the only thing I do is go to a doctor and they either give me painkillers or chiropractor first, then, and I'm talking about painkillers that I really didn't want to take because it was like the hard stuff because that's how bad it was. But and then once I turned 30, all of a sudden my shoulders decided they didn't want to work, and I say all of a sudden, but I'm not a very patient person when it comes to I'm very patient, but there's certain things I'm not very patient with, and a friend of mine was moving out and had a big tube TV. And he and I carried it downstairs, loaded it in the car. Jen and I drove it. We were living with Sean in an apartment, and the apartment was on the second or third floor. I couldn't wait for anybody to help me, so I took this TV upstairs by myself. Well, in doing that, I screwed up my shoulder. My shoulders are just terrible now. They're terrible. They're better over the years. I've had to do lots of physical therapy and stuff, but I was like, man, at 30, I just started falling apart. And then, back injuries and knees and everything. And it's just haven't been able to exercise. And now I have this sedentary job. And unfortunately for a short person, a little bit of weight on you makes you look like you ballooned up. But still pretty healthy. At least I walk, I do my push-ups every day, stuff like that. But yeah, it's one of those things where getting old, just man, you're just not that durable anymore. I know I should eat better. I know I should stop drinking Monsters every day and all that other stuff, but if I can keep myself at a comfortable walking weight, I feel good. I don't feel the need to be ripped to shreds like I was as a kid and as a teenager. I think good uncle bod is what I call it. Is all right.
yeah, I hear you.
Watching from the phone, yeah.
I was always a very active person, and that's why this COVID thing has just really hit me hard, trying to learn how to walk again when I've always been active. And then being inactive for so long and then trying to get active again. So I know what you mean. And I am very aware of my mortality
Yeah.
now.
Yeah.
I'm reminded of it. I always said, when you're making your father's noises in the morning, yeah, you've got there.
Yeah. It's like an old diesel trying to get out of bed sometimes. Takes you about 15, 20 minutes, at least for me, to warm up before I actually get out of bed.
Oh, yeah.
Because nothing
Right.
wants to move, man. Nothing. I think I move more in my sleep than I do when I'm awake sometimes. But
Well, we took a curve, didn't we?
yeah. Well, y'all wanted to beat the record. I was running out of stuff to say, so I was like, you know what? Let me just go ahead and tell everybody. I used to and be honest with you, I gained some of that weight back when I was about 23, 24, something like that. And as weird as this is going to sound, P90X is what I did. I did the yoga. I did the whole thing for 90 days or 88 days. I stopped by 2 days, didn't complete it. 2 days. And I would start up with it and I'd be like, all right, I look good. So I'd just eat garbage because again, working overnight, it was like, hey, I can go to Whataburger at 6 in the morning, get something to eat, and go right to sleep.
That'll send it right to your hips.
Yeah. Yeah.
I used P90X with my Bowflex back in the 90s.
I had a Bowflex too.
Yeah, that's what I used to keep limber because that's when I was bouncing, was in the 90s. So you wanted to always make sure you were, in your best form. And I was also in the Aikido thing, and I got my black belt.
Ooh.
So I was quite active. So now that I've reached a point where it's hard for me to walk farther than 50 yards, it was so hard to take. Brother, it was. When I say you guys got me through a lot, you guys got me through a lot. So I love being on the EXP.
That's good, man. We love having you. We love having we love having everybody, we don't exist like without y'all. Like we don't. We would just be a channel talking to thin air. Like we don't the EXP does not exist without y'all. And we're all so grateful. Like there's shows on the EXP that I think are very underrated. Dan's show being one of them. Dan is so his show's so underrated, and I know that we used to do 3 episodes a week. That started getting a little too much for Dan, and when Dan had his health issues, unfortunately, that dropped a lot of his viewership down. But
yeah,
you and Triple B are always consistently on the show, and even though I work there, I'm still a fan, so I'll jump in on there too. But Dan's an underrated show. The Geek Chat's pretty underrated. We've gotten to a good point now with Nancy. Watching or being on Nancy's show used to be it was fun, but it was a long 2 hours. And now that we have more people on, including Nope and Randy and Lorena, the chat's fun and the time goes by fast. And that's the thing I want to tell people. Like, yes, we have sales shows, but we have all these other entertainment shows. We honestly don't care if anybody buys anything. It's just being active in the chat, which the two of you and folks in the chat right now, you are. That's what we want. We want to interact with you. Like, yeah, there's a lot of people that have said. There was one time we had somebody was like, "Hey, can John shut up for 5 minutes so we can sell a book?" And I deleted the comment.
Amen.
And I do that because you're not going to talk. Nobody's going to talk to anybody I work with. Nobody's going to talk to anybody in the chat like that. We don't need that.
Nope.
And when I see things like that, I'm just like, John didn't care. John was like, "Oh, it's fine." Like I was like, "But John, it's not fine to me." Like, I love John, and I'm not gonna. It just same thing with Kyle. If somebody was to talk about Kyle, deleted.
Uh-huh.
And it takes a lot for me to like. You got to be doing something bad for me to delete. Like I let a lot of stuff go, and you watch Henri's show sometimes. If I'm telling you, if Kyle caught some of the stuff that gets away, and Kyle's not gonna watch this. Hey, K-pop. Oh man. I'd be in trouble. But I can't help it because a lot of the stuff Henri does is so funny to me.
Oh,
that
totally.
like he verges, like he gets right there on the edge of maybe we shouldn't say that. And then sometimes he does go over, and I'm like, by the time I get to the cancel button, it's too late. It's already done. So I'm just like, okay. And sometimes like, Henri, we got to chill out just a little bit, man, because you never know when randomly, Kyle might pop in. Like we never know because Kyle is very consistently he's next to Nick, where you never know when he's not working, and it's not because he's watching us. He's watching the channel. Like he's very active. And I just dropped K-pop's link in there. Again, on the rewind, folks watching right now, if you haven't yet, go check out K-pop. So, you know, he looks at the chat, he looks at what the shows are doing, because we're always trying to improve. And, you know, I got to be careful. Like, unfortunately, yesterday on Nancy's show, Steve Vendetta, I'll go ahead and say it. He made a joke, and I knew what it was from, and I knew it was a reference. I won't tell you what he said, but the way you looked at it, it was a Revenge of the Nerds thing, if that gives anybody any clue. But what it said in the chat, I had to delete it, and I had to tell him, I was like, I didn't do it for any other reason other than the way that you put it in the chat. He goes, well, it was Revenge of the Nerds. I'm like, yeah. I was like, I get that. It's just I can't have Kyle or anybody else really coming back and watching the show that I've done and see that I left something like that, joke or not, in the chat.
It was great talking to you, Triple B.
Yeah,
I'm glad you were here, brother.
I will definitely have you on, and Eddie on, and everybody else I can get on here. Different combinations of people. Just like Nope was like, I don't have stories like, and that's fine. That is fine. Trust me, I can talk. Like, once you get me going, it takes me a minute to get going, but once you get me going, I think Triple B should hop on even if he's frozen, just so he could say he was in the longest stream we had. That's just me. That's just.
I think we still have like 4 minutes before we break the record. Wasn't it 5:14 or something?
I believe so.
We're almost there. Exactly. And you know, honestly though, it hasn't felt like 5 hours.
It really doesn't. Like, there's a point where you might feel like, man, it feels like we've been talking forever. And you'll look up and be like, okay, I'm just getting in the groove of the show. It's only been like half an hour. And then the next thing I know, once I've gotten into the groove, I look up and it's like, oh, wow, we're 4 hours and 40 minutes into this thing. And then I look up again and it's 5 hours and 12 minutes.
Yep. Good stuff.
Yeah, like it's just it's fun. And you know, again, I don't have to ever, like, if this channel never gets above the sub amount that it's at right now, I don't care. Like, it's not about that for me. It's about being a part of the community, sharing stuff that we love, and having folks that have similar or different interests, but coming on and sharing their love too. And, you know, I'm not saying that there's not other shows that will just bring people from their chat in. I'm not saying that at all. We're not the first to do that. But I want people in my chat to know, if you ever want to come on, you just have to let me know. I got no issue having anybody on. It doesn't matter if you have a channel or not. I just want everybody to know that. You're free to come on here, talk, take over the talking for me. That way I can just sit here and listen. And there he goes. Come on. We're getting you in here. We're getting you in here, brother. If you ever want to come on, you just have to let me know. I got no issue having anybody on. It doesn't matter if you have a channel or not.
Ooh, he's on a leg.
Yep. There he goes. He's got to put his earbuds in, get him reconnected. Which is good.
Well, I think it's awesome that you're doing this, Jay, and I'm humbled that you asked me to be a part of it. So thank you very much for inviting me to be on tonight. It's been a blast.
Absolutely, man.
Yo, Eddie, I wanted to say that, dude. I'm so, like, you're an amazing dude. You comment on my videos, and you're a big supporter of the channel. And dude, that really helps me a lot. Like it makes me feel good, dude. Like it really does. And I appreciate you, Eddie, and so glad that we are able to meet in this community. And I can forever call you, a lifetime friend for sure.
Absolutely. Absolutely, brother. I love your stuff, and your love of the content shines through. And that's what makes it fun for me, because I feel the same way about horror. And
Yeah.
to see someone get into what I'm into and to just go off like you, when you were going on your Scream thing and you were talking about the opening
Mhm.
scene, you had Jay and I both like right on edge before Comcast gave us the middle finger.
Dang.
And it was great. I love
Yeah.
it. I love watching your stuff. And I appreciate you did the Michael Myers stuff during Halloween time, brother. That was awesome.
That was, yeah. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate it. I enjoyed doing it because I enjoy the content that I talk about. So
2
I'm glad
seconds. I
that
got to
you
go
enjoyed it.
give Jenna her medicine
Uh-oh.
fast.
It only takes 2 seconds to give Jenna her what?
Yeah.
Sorry, he set me up.
He did.
I can't let something like that slide.
No, you can't at all. But no, yeah, Eddie, for sure, dude. So cool, man. Like, I consider you a good friend now, man. Like, for real. Like, you're awesome. And man, let's just we live this life and on Earth, and I'm just so glad that we're able to cross paths and be because we're alike. We have
Absolutely.
a lot in
I love
common, and yeah, it's so cool, dude.
like
Really
I
do
said
appreciate
earlier,
it.
COVID turned out to be a little bit of a blessing for me because I made friends that I never would have made before.
Yeah.
And now y'all are my family. And I talk to you guys more than I do my blood relatives.
Mm.
So
Amazing.
Hell yeah.
Love the community, man. I love that community that we're in. I love that the community that we are building. It's amazing.
yep. And Jay, when your channel does explode and you become popular, it's these little goofy beginning intimate shows that you're going to remember the most and smile upon because you actually knew everybody. Somewhere down the road, when you have 3,000 people,
Yeah.
you're not possibly going to know them all. But these little intimate shows are going to stand out, and you're going to like look back and say, we were smaller then, but it was fun. And in the end, if you can have fun with what you're doing, you're a success no matter who's watching.
100%.
So props to you, brother. Props.
100%. And you know what? Even if we have that many, we'll still do things like this because
Oh, yeah.
I love having you guys on. Like, this
It was
is
so much
awesome.
fun.
Yeah, hell yeah. And guess what? We're at like 5 hours and almost 18 minutes now. And nope, I'm going to look into that. I'm going to look into trying to get a tablet or something. And I don't think that's a complaint at all. I think that's a great idea. I'm going to check that out. That way, like I said, a lot of people know that there's the lag, but
I know I had to contribute to this because of me being Comcasted so many times. Made it 5 hours long.
Yeah.
So hell yeah. I'm part of that, baby.
yeah,
Don't forget on Rex's show on Monday, Triple B, to do a
Oh,
little
man.
rant on Comcast because you fallen victim.
yeah.
I did. Holy crap. I'm definitely calling them and be like, this is BS. I don't even live in New Jersey or New York or wherever they are. I'm in Salt Lake City, Utah. This shit shouldn't happen at all.
Oh, man. It's just,
It's been a great show, though, man. I've
Yeah.
actually had a blast tonight.
good.
I was able to actually listen, even though I was frozen maybe half the time. I was still able to hear all y'all. So it's been an amazing show. I didn't honestly think that we would go this long, and I can see why.
Yeah.
Like, we can keep on going. We can still keep going. There's no stopping.
Well,
Like I've told Jay before, to me, this is like buddies sitting around a campfire drinking a beer and BSing all night.
Yeah, for sure.
And I can do that until the crickets stop and the frogs start. No problem.
I can do that till the whiskey's gone, and now it's all gone. So,
Well, if there's that much whiskey, I don't know. I might pass out. My liver is well used. Let's just put
Yeah.
it that way.
Exactly. Yeah.
This is exactly what I wanted. When Sean and I decided to do like this open invitation thing, this is exactly what we thought of. Just having random friends that, yeah, you guys talk to each other on, either the
Comments and stuff.
EXP or on, Triple B's channel, but now you get to voice and I get to meet Triple B face to screen, screen to face, you know?
It's so good to meet you, Jay, like and
Oh,
Eddie
yeah.
too. I mean, like it's been like I was kind of like, oh crap, Eddie might be on here. Oh hell yeah, I've never ever really spoke to Eddie one on one, and so actually get to hear your voice, and then see Jay, and we're talking for the first time. This has been such an amazing show. I was so stoked for it, and it absolutely blew my expectations out of the park, dude. This was so much fun, dude.
Same,
Yes.
same. I've had a blast.
And now my internet's like at 100%, which makes no freaking sense. you know,
I blame your ghost, dude. I'm telling you,
it
it's your
is,
ghost.
dude. I'm telling you, man. There's been times in here where I'm recording and like you hear a bang and it comes from like the corner of the studio. I'm like, there's no way a bang can come from there. Like not even upstairs. There's no way. And like,
So what is? Let me ask you, Triple B, real quick. Are you rushing to end, or can I ask? Can I
no,
ask
I'm
some
good.
questions?
I'm good to go.
What is your coolest paranormal experience? Personal.
There's a couple of them. I guess we can start when I was really young. Living in a house and sleeping in my bed. I was probably like 9 years old, and uh, there I woke up in my bed. We were in twin beds, so my brother had a bed over on one wall, and I had a bed on the other, and there was nothing in the middle of us. So we were two twin beds, and I was sleeping, and I woke up in the middle of the night, and I saw like this entity. It looked like I know it sounds like cliche-ish, but it was like a clown, and it was like staring right over me, and it just like was just like I just remember how it was like breathing. It was breathing like like right in my face. Scared the hell out of me that I pulled my sheets over my head. And for like 2 years straight, I slept with the blankets over my head because I was so scared of it. But then now flash forward a few year, like when I'm like, in my like 25, 30, I'm in a house and nobody's in the house at all, right? And like I'm taking a nap, and it's like I was taking a nap, and it was like middle day. For some reason, I wanted to take a nap because I was tired. 'Cause I used to bowl a lot, so I had league bowling at 6 o'clock. So I'm like, oh, it's like 3 o'clock. I've been up, went to work. I'm gonna take a nap before I go bowling, and so I'm in a house by myself. I'm sleeping like downstairs in the basement, and all of a sudden you hear like boom, boom, like somebody like jumping above me on the floor above me because I'm in the basement. So like they're jumping on the wood floor, like boom, boom. I'm like, oh my God, somebody's here. It woke me up. I went running upstairs. Nobody's there. All right. So I'm tripping out, right? I'm in the same, so a couple days later, dude, I'm in the same house, right? And so I'm sleeping. It's in the middle of the night. And like all of a sudden, I'm in my bed and like I wake up and I like because I kind of sleep on my side. So I turn from my side and I look behind me on my bed because something woke me up and it was like light. Like it's the middle of the night. Why is there light in my room? Like somebody turned on a light switch. And I turned around, and when I looked, I saw a straight up freaking beam of light like a ball, and it turned into a spear and it disappeared. And it lit up the whole room, and then all of a sudden the whole room was dark. I was like, what the bleep was that, dude? I just like straight up saw freaking a light. And that's just only two of the things that I've seen in my life, but I've seen some more things. But like when it comes to those two things, being alone and I mean, especially the orb thing, because I was older, you can maybe chalk up the thing that I saw I thought was like a clown ghost laughing at me when I was younger. That could be just trick of imagination. But when you're like, 30 years old and you see your whole room light up when it's pitch black, it was absolutely scary as hell.
Jay's like, nope.
Yeah,
Throw
I
the
see.
whole-
He's like, no.
Throw the whole street away.
But no, in this house, dude, like in this house for real. So I call it the haunted basement studio because when we first fucking moved in here, right? Like, the day we moved in, okay, this place is totally empty, right? There's nothing in here. We're just now bringing our personal belongings in to the house, and um, we're on the staircase, right? And like we're walking downstairs. So I'm coming downstairs because like this is where my wife's mom lives. Like she lives over here, over that way in another room. And like we hear like somebody running upstairs. It's hardwood floors in this house. Boom, 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 boom. Who the hell's in here? We're like, we thought like, because we're just now moving in. Maybe there was some squatter here or something, right? And so like we run upstairs. There's nobody upstairs. And we're like, oh my God. And then so like I pull out my phone, dude. I'm like, I'm recording this shit. There's something going on. I just felt it. And then I'm like, let's go downstairs, dude. There's something going on. And so, like, I turn the phone on and we start going downstairs into the basement where I'm at right now. And like, you hear in my phone says, and it's a straight up EVP. Like, I have it on the Haunted Basement channel. I put it on there as a video. You have to really listen to it. But the phone, you hear what you hear right first. You hear a tap, 3 taps. You're like, you don't I don't hear that at all because I'm recording. And all of a sudden you hear, "You did this. You did this," is what it sounded like. Like, "You did this," is what the EVP freaking says. I don't hear it at the time. I hear it afterwards. And then like, so you hear, "You did this," and then you hear like a scream in the EVP, and we're like, "What is that?" Because like we hear it. We go running downstairs, don't hear nothing, but then the playback with that EVP that says, "You did this." And it's exactly how it sounds like that. And like I got to thinking, I'm like, at the time, like we were about ready to be homeless because we were living in a house and the owner freaking he sold the house. Like he didn't sell it. It got foreclosed. We were making payments on the house, like rent, but he wasn't paying his mortgage. So the house got freaking repoed pretty much, and we got kicked out. And like the whole time I'm trying to figure out, I got 2 girls, a wife. I need to find a place to live. How am I going to do this? I'm about ready to be homeless. And then I found this house, which is here, which was kind of shady. Like the owner of this house is kind of like not, a little bit shady. But like I found this house and I was so afraid of being homeless and not having a place for my little ones. And when I found this house, I did do it. And the ghost told me, "You did this." Like, be proud of what you did because you were about ready to be homeless and you did it. You found a place. You found this house to live in. And that's how I take from it.
Well, that's a cool
Crazy,
take
huh?
on that, man. That's a cool take.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Wow.
I love
Crazy.
Jay's reaction. Jay needs to do paranormal reaction videos. His reactions were amazing. He's shaking his head. He's like, "Hell no, nope, I'm out. I'm lighting the house on fire. I'm gonna nuke the thing. I'm out."
Dude,
I did it
Jenna's
though,
like
man.
an antenna. Jenna is an antenna for this stuff, man.
Hmm.
Like, there was the crazy story. Like, me, I've seen some stuff way in the past, haven't anything recently. Her, there's one time I get home in the morning and I'm sitting in the living room waiting for her to wake up. And she comes out here, she's like, "What?" Or no, 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 no. No, no, I'm getting my stories mixed up. Hold on. Give me a second. She calls me. That's what it was. She calls me and I'm still at work. And she goes, "Where'd you go?" And I said, what do you mean, where'd I go?" She goes, "Well, you were just here." I said, "No, I was about to call you to ask you where you were." She goes, "No, you said Wes got off at six o'clock and brought you home." I was like, "I haven't been home yet." She goes, "No, you were sitting right here and you told me, 'Don't
What?
worry, Wes gave me a ride home.' And then you went to the living room and I didn't see you for the next hour." I was like, "No, I've been at work. Wes doesn't get off till 8 o'clock." Like, she goes, "No, you were home." Like, "No, I was not."
Creepy.
Now, there's that, but there's also another time where I went to the bathroom, and when I came out, she goes, "Just tell your mom, go ahead." And I was like, what are you talking about?" She goes, "Well, what you just," I can't remember what she said I asked, but she goes, "You just asked me about your mom." I was like, "No, I was in the bathroom." She goes, "No, you came over here, you sat down next to me, the place where I was sitting was still warm." She goes, "No, you just asked me this." I was like, "No,
Mm.
I haven't." You know, she sees me when I'm not there, is what it is. It hasn't happened to her in a while,
Wow. That's
but
wild.
she goes, "No, you were standing here wearing exactly what you're wearing. You told me don't worry about it." And then the other thing was when I was talking to her about my mom, she said, I never got up to go to the bathroom." She said that she turned her head while she was talking to me, and the next thing she knows, I'm standing in the doorway of the bathroom. And I was like, "No, I came in here earlier. I haven't said anything to you."
Well, at least it's been positive stuff.
That's the best I can say. The other thing she sees is things crawling on the wall, and when she sees, there's a horror movie she saw recently where she was like, "That's exactly what they look like." And I
Oh
was like,
wow.
"With what look like?" She goes, "The things that I see." And she's
Mm.
seen and heard stuff her entire life.
Wow.
So yeah, like we go places. We were coming home from North Carolina and we stopped at a bathroom one time, and she wouldn't go. She wouldn't go like try. And I was like, "Well, we still got a way to drive. Sean was driving." She goes, "We need to get out of here now." And I was like, "Why?" She goes, "They're angry." And I was like, "Who's angry?" She goes, "The people that are stuck here." She goes, "We need to leave now." We had to drive like another hour before she'd go to the bathroom because she couldn't go to the bathroom there. She said there's too many people there. And there wasn't people there. There was things she was seeing there. So
Wow.
when it comes to
Sounds
that
like
stuff,
she's so sensitive.
yeah.
She's sensitive. She can sense it. Seems like.
Mhm.
And
Yep. And I'm
Interesting.
talking like some of this stuff scares her so bad she breaks down and cries. And all I can do is I'm like, I grab salt and she's like, "No, you can't go in there." I'm like, nah. I was like, "Screw that." Like, I'm the dummy that if it was a horror movie, I'd be the first one gone. Because I grab the salt and start throwing it where she tells me they're at. And I'm like, get the hell out of here. Like, leave her alone, man. She's trying to sleep. You're waking up dead sleep, scaring her. Nah, get the hell out of here. I had salt all over my house and I don't care.
Oh man. That's good. That's good stuff, man. But it's not really good. I mean, obviously, she's sensitive, she's seeing stuff, and if somebody's saying that stuff, they're not trying to get attention, they they're sensitive, they feel it, and I totally believe it 100%.
And you got a good attitude, Jay. Protect your woman. That's
Hell
awesome.
yeah. Look, I don't see it, and even if I could, oh well. I've looked like a loon going into my backyard when it's just me in the backyard, and I'm throwing salt around, telling it, "Get the hell out of here."
I'm going to see you on YouTube someday from your neighbor.
You are. Look at this crazy guy out here throwing salt, telling nothing to go away.
I'm gonna buy Jay some salt for Christmas is what I need to do.
I'm telling you. I tell her, I said, "Point me in the direction." And I mean, she's physically trying to pull me back and telling me no. she's like, no, I don't want it to get you. Like, there's been some stuff that has really scared her, and I'm just like, I only one of us get to be scared. So I don't want you to be scared, but you're gonna be scared, so I can't be scared. So I've got to I don't care. It's salt. It's me saying, hey, you know, just leave. You know, leave her alone. You follow her from house to house because it goes everywhere we go. You know?
Yeah. It's a poltergeist. Poltergeist is gonna follow you around. There's nothing you can do about it. There's, poltergeists say it's a noisy spirit, but poltergeist really is, you know, um, somebody that attracts that spirit or that ghost, and they're gonna follow them, no matter where they go. And that's sounds like what you have. Sounds kind of like what I have, because no matter where I go, it seems like the same tropes, the same incidents that happen. I can be like laying in my bed and like I'm about ready to fall asleep or I'm asleep and like you straight up get touched, dude. Right in your leg or your toe, dude. Like the toe's the
Oh.
worst. Right in your toe. They grab your foot and you're like, what the heck? And you look and there's nobody there. There's time here in this house, dude, where they grab my toe. There's a time where like I have hardwood floors and like you hear somebody running, boom, 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 boom. And like I look around, I grab my phone, I turn on the light. There's nobody there. I go out in the freaking hallway. I turn on the light. There's nobody there. Like, what is that? I go lay back down right in my bed. I put my phone down. I turn the light off. And then like all of a sudden, my bed shakes for a second. Like, what the fuck? And I grab my phone. I turn on. Nobody's there.
Nope.
Like, this
Nope.
stuff like this happens.
Nope.
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 Mm-mm.
I love that reaction. Nope. You remind me of that. Have you seen the movie Nope? You
Yeah.
remind me of the old man in that. Nope.
That's exactly how I feel. Like I may not be scared of it for her sake, but I ain't about that, man. I'm not about hanging around.
It's wild,
Like
dude.
like other houses. If I go to somebody else's house and I feel weird, like man, I can't be here. Can't
It's
can't
true,
do it.
man. It's true. That I believe in it 100%. There's something else out there. There's some sort of ghost, sort of entity, some sort of different dimension. I don't know, but yeah, it's scary. But again, like I've been living with it for a long time, just like your wife is, and so we just learn not to be scared of it. But
Yep.
it happens, and it's scary.
Mm-hmm.
You know what's hilarious, and it's probably just a coincidence. The entire time you were telling your story about your house, it was perfect.
Mm-hmm.
And now that you're done, it's doing it to you again. You're locking up, you're pixelating. And it's
Yeah.
almost like it was enjoying the attention.
Yeah.
It's
I saw
probably
that.
not
I
nothing to
saw
do
that.
with it, but that was coincidental. Interesting.
Like, don't tell my story out to the world. I'm gonna block you off.
Oh, it's good stuff, man.
Oh, absolutely. And it sounds like Mr.
Yeah.
Nope has stories to tell after all, even if they're his buddies.
Oh man. Well, we'll definitely have a segment like that whenever you're on. I look. It might freak me out a little bit, but I like hearing about stuff like this because it's just one more.
Fascinating.
It's fascinating, but it's also like, no, you're not crazy. This doesn't just happen to you. It's one of those like vindication for things, you know,
Mhm.
when it because there's a lot of people that she's tried to tell this stuff to before, and they're like, nah, you're just imagining it. You know, you have an overactive imagination and stuff like that. And I'm like, man, I don't know. Like, for one, my wife's not a very good liar. She's tried to do it before, not great at it. Secondly, it's the way she looks when she says these things to me. If she was an actress, she would need to be in the movies because Like there's a genuine look in her eyes when she tells me some of these things. So, I mean, there's been times when we first got together. She woke me up at 4 o'clock in the morning. She's sitting up in bed and she's whispering something, and I'm like, "What?" She goes, "It's over there," or he's over there, or something like that. And I was like, "What?" She goes, "No," and she covers me up with the covers, and then she peeks out. She goes, she starts talking to the corner again, and then she lays back down. I was like, "What the hell was that?" And she just wakes up, and she's like, "What?" She looks at the clock. She's like, "It's 3 in the morning. What are you waking me up for?" I was like, "Me waking you up? Do you not know? Did you not? This conversation we just had?" She goes, "I've been asleep this entire time." I was like, "You talk in your sleep, and not only do you talk, but you freak people out." So you were talking to something in the corner. She's like, "I
Scaring
don't
the
remember
hell out
any
of
of
Jake.
that." Yeah, she doesn't
That is
remember.
awesome.
She doesn't remember, and other people have told her, you talk in your sleep and you act out in your sleep. It's almost like sleepwalking, but you don't get out of bed. You're just sitting up and you're talking, and you don't remember any of the conversation. And she could do that with her eyes open too. She's done it to me before, where I think she's awake and I say something to her, and her eyes slowly shut, and then they wake up, and then she opens them like she just woke up, and she doesn't remember anything that happened beforehand.
Wow.
So
Better
said
call an exorcist.
it's crazy. She has a cross that her mama from Louisiana like blessed for her, that comes
Maybe get
with
rid
us
of
to
that
the house.
cross.
Well, yeah,
Sounds like that. Yeah, that's amazing. Your wife is super sensitive to what is going on here, is what I would have to say. And
Yeah.
I wouldn't say anything different. Oh no, she's crazy. She doesn't know what she's talking about. But there's too many incidents that's happening. I would say she's a very sensitive person when it comes to the,
Yeah.
other side.
Holy crap, y'all. I don't know if you noticed the time.
We're almost to 6.
Holy crap.
That's pretty crazy. It doesn't seem like it to me.
It
No, it
doesn't.
doesn't.
Like, that is insane.
I was thinking maybe 2 hours,
I'm telling you, the first show we did, it wasn't even supposed to be a show. It was supposed to be another test, but a test with me and Sean ended up being a little over 2 hours. Then Sean got sick, and I was like, well, there's no way I can do 2 hours by myself. Sure enough, did a little over 2 hours. And then the next thing I know, we did 4 hours. Then another time we did 5 hours, and then we did 4 hours, and then we did once you get to talking, it is just, especially when you have other people, like it's a lot more fun. Like I like being on here at all. I want to make sure that aside from my sister's baby shower, I want to be consistent with Saturday. But it's nuts to me that like I went from thinking I'd maybe do 30 minutes to 45 minutes by myself to doing 2 hours, and I'm like, you know what? If I bring people on, you know, and at any time when anybody ever comes on, you want to drop out, that's cool. And if somebody else from the chat wants to take their spot, we can do that. But it's just I have so much fun that I don't realize it, and I'm like, eventually my wife's gonna want me to come to bed, but I'm like, I just gave her sleeping pill and her allergy pills, so I still got about 20 minutes before she's ready to pass out. But that's insane. That's
I haven't been up this late in a long time, I'll tell you that, right? I'm usually passed out by now.
This is my usual evening, other than not having anyone to talk to, because my wife and daughter have passed out by 10:30.
How old's your daughter, Eddie?
She's 20.
Oh wow,
She's
awesome!
a
Oh,
junior in college,
that's
going to be a teacher
amazing,
after her
dude.
daddy.
Nice.
Amazing. Amazing, amazing, amazing. I can't
Sheeta
wait.
has no interest in teaching what
Up
I'm
there in
teaching.
what?
Pardon?
Yeah, what I wanted to ask you is like, what do you teach? What do you like? What grade and everything?
I teach. Well, I teach. I've taught high school. I've taught junior high school. Right now, I'm teaching mostly college, undergrad, or grad classes. But I've ran the gambit. I
Awesome.
either teach math or something to do with computers. So right now, I'm teaching an AI class and a cybersecurity class. I just finished doing an intro to algebra, and next term I'll be doing calculus. So I teach whatever I'm needed to teach. And what's cool is that with the online education now, I can branch out and I can be teaching at several different places because there's no set time. It's all asynchronously. So it's just whenever the students are convenient, they log in and they see my lectures, read my notes, and then
Okay.
if they need to have a one-on-one, we do something like this, except we do it through our LMS, which is Canvas. And I'll do them a one-on-one lecture that way. But yeah, I've always been an insomniac. I was the only one in my kindergarten class that knew who Johnny Carson was. The rest of the kids thought I was insane. Who is this Johnny guy you're always talking about? I'm like, how do you not know Johnny Carson? He's hilarious.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So I enjoy having the company. That's why I love watching you guys' shows.
It's amazing, man. It really is. That's so cool that, you never know who you're gonna run into, and a teacher like you, that's I mean, never would have thought, to be honest with you.
Well,
That's
what's
so cool.
hilarious is when my students find out that I'm a comic nerd. They're like, "What?" I'm like, "Well, come on. The signs are there. I do math and computers. What else? I'm a
Yeah.
geek. Come on, comics."
Mhm.
Yeah. I know
I
that's
feel you, Mr. Nope. Me too. It's my entire life's been that way.
like I said, after my most of my career was spent working overnight, and granted, I haven't worked there for about 3 years now, maybe two. I think it's about two, and it's still like I can't get. I either go to bed early, wake up early, or go to bed late, wake up early, like I did today. I went to bed at like 3 in the morning, woke up about 6:30, 7 o'clock. Couldn't go back to sleep, but took a nap. Took about an hour and a half nap. Make sure I had enough to go for this show. And sometimes it's been a while since I've slept like 8 hours. But when I do, it's not 8 hours. When I finally crash out, it's about 11 hours.
Wow. There you go. Yeah.
Sleep is so messed up, man. It feels like I love sleep, but also at the same time I'm like, man, there's so much to do. And I mean that in a good way, because I love what I do. It's I'm
there
always
will
at the
be-
computer.
There will be
Stuff like that.
plenty of time for sleep later.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's what Jenna tells
Unless
me
you get to
as
come
well.
and haunt Triple B's basement, and then you'll be up all night again.
That's true. That's true. But that's it's one of those things like people ask me, they're like, man, you don't ever get burned out. I'm like, look, there are some days I do sit in my office a little too long. There are days I am out of the office. But like I'm always editing stuff. I'm always doing stuff. Either for the channel or for the experience. They're like, man, you're gonna burn yourself out. And I'm like, I love doing it. Like,
Yep.
it's one of those things where if Jenna would let me, I'd probably spend days in this office and just
Mhm.
sleep on a pallet on the floor.
Yeah.
And then just, micro nap, get up, do some work, do something. But
I don't remember exactly when it was, but there was a time not too long ago when you had to have done like 20 days in a row, because you and I were gabbing every day on
yeah,
every show. And I'm like, dude, what are you doing? He's like, well, people are off, so I'm just picking up work.
yep.
I don't remember when that was, but it was crazy because
It
you
was
were on.
it was during one of the giveaways, I believe, like we
Okay.
hit 2,500 or 3,000, one of those goals, because I kept getting on with the same spiel because I wanted to thank everybody for watching. And ooh, it's like that's the music from the beginning.
Somehow, yeah, it was. I don't know. I hit my phone and then turned on Triangle of Truth or something like there, playing some music from y'all. But yeah, I understand what you mean by Jay, like freaking. I mean, talking about trying to get burned out on YouTube videos and trying to work. I mean, I work freaking 50 hours a week at my normal job. And then I try to run 2 channels and I try to put out content like on both of them. But really like trying to put out content on the hardcore comic channel, it's not really that hard. I mean, because I love doing it. I mean, seriously, I have these mystery 10 packs and like I want to see these covers just as much as like I want to show you guys this. And I never get to like see them until I record them. So it's like that anticipation of me doing a video. So that's why I'm so excited. Like, okay, well, I'm going to do my video like recording on, let's say, like Wednesday. And like it's not going to come out until another week later, because I want to do the video. I want to be able to do it right. And then I got to like take pictures of all these, covers, put in my app, and then put them up on the screen. So I got to edit it all. And so, like, doing just 10 books is going to take, about 12 minutes. But if I want to do 20 books, it's going to be a 25-minute video. And it's just like, that's so much more time to doing it. But I love doing it. But then again, I got to have that time to be able to do it. And like, I got to feed my kids. I got to feed them dinner. I got to feed myself dinner. Half the time I forget to eat because I just want to like try to get this video done. And so, but for me not to get burned out on doing this stuff is like, I got to take time off. I got to take that, days where I'm not coming downstairs and coming into this room where I'm at now, and I stay upstairs and like, okay. And those days off from being down here, when I do finally get down here, like I'm jacked, I'm ready to go, instead of, like, oh, it's a burden. I got to come down here and record a video. It's not that at all with me. Like, take a couple days off. It's okay. It's okay to take a couple days off because you can rejuvenate yourself. And when you finally come back down in the studio to record a video, I'm stoked. I'm excited. I'm ready to do it.
Yep. 100%. Like when I get done here, I still have to make sure that I have my 3 Monday clips done for social media for the experience, because I got to have them in at a certain time before Dan needs them so he can post them for tomorrow for Monday, or today for Monday, because it's Sunday already, because it's almost 2:00 in the morning. So when I get done, and I've already clipped those out, so basically it takes me 5 minutes for all the 3 shows, so 15-20 minutes max, and I'm done with it. But I can do that when we're done here, and then I do that, go to bed, and I just got to make sure that which I will be up before the sales show tonight. So,
well, if it makes you feel any better, it's 3:00 here. So you have an extra hour sleep. See?
Yeah.
It's only 1 here, man. It's only 1:00 here. So hell yeah.
3 different time zones going on.
You're talking to a man in the future. Ooh. And I've got 2 dudes from the past. Or no, yeah, I got 2 dudes from the future. I'm from the past.
Yeah,
Or
you're
no,
from the past.
I don't know, one way or the other. No, I'd be in the future because I'm at 3:00 and you guys are in the past.
Yes.
We're from
That
the
sounds right.
past.
That sounds right.
This asset is Jay Doc or is he Marty? That's just what I want him to know.
He's definitely Marty. He's not insane enough to be Doc. He's too calm.
Yeah, I might be a little batshit crazy, so hell yeah. I'll take that all day long.
I will be too, Mr. Nope. I won't be going to bed tonight. The two coolest experiences that I've had, one of them was UFO related, and
Oh, sweet.
I lost a friend over it,
Oh no.
and the other
That's
one
not good.
freaked my wife out beyond belief. So when we were younger, I had to learn how to drive when I was 13 because my dad passed, and I got a special driver's license and work permit, or else we'd have lost the house. So I was like the only one of my friends group that had a car at that age. And of course, there was some toilet paper involved and some things that we did back in the 80s that you no longer can do now. And I was taking a buddy home. His name is Tim. And we all lived out in the sticks. We grew up in the thumb of Michigan. And if you're not familiar with Michigan, within 30-mile radius of any spot in the thumb is nothing but trees. You had to drive to go to a store. So we all lived in the sticks. I'm taking him home, and all of a sudden, this line of lights appeared in the sky that went from east to west, covered the whole sky, came back and made like a giant triangle that, if I would have had to have guessed, had to have been 10, 20 miles long. And it was just there. And then it started moving, and then it was gone. And I hit the brakes, and I looked at Tim, and Tim looked at me, and I'm like, "Did you just?" And he's like, "Yes, I did." And I took him home, and this was at like 1 in the morning, and I had to drop him off and then drive back to my house. And he's like, "You can spend the night here if you want." And I'm like, "Thank you," because I had no intention of driving home, even if I would have been in your driveway. Okay, that's the only time any of that ever happened. He never talked to me again after that. He wouldn't talk to me. He didn't want the story getting out and us being UFO spotters that are crazy. I'm like, well, it's not like I'm going to tell anybody.
It makes
But that was
sense.
the end of our friendship. He, even to this day, I haven't heard him in like 30 years. And we were like close. And now with my wife, I like paranormal hunting. It's something that I've been doing way before the ghost hunters were on. We went up to the UP of Michigan, that's the Upper Peninsula, and they have an abandoned iron ore freighter that has relics from the Edmund Fitzgerald, which is the iron ore tanker that sank in the song from Gordon Lightfoot, if you're familiar with the wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald. And we were looking at the stuff, and there's one side of the ship that's all lit and has a museum and a gift shop and all this stuff. And then there was another side of the ship that wasn't lit, and it was dark, and there was nothing over there. So I was like, let's go to the dark side of the ship. And she's like, I don't know if I want to do that. I'm like, well, be careful. You won't fall. And I said, besides, I have a light on my phone. So she's like, I don't know. And I'm like, oh, come on, let's do it. So go up the stairs, go down to the dark spot. It's really dark. So I click on my light on my phone, and I'm like, I'm going to take a video. So I clicked and I hit record, and I'm walking down the stairs, and I'm doing some, dramatic audio, like, I'm creeping down the stairway of an abandoned iron ore freighter. What are we going to find? And she like taps me on the shoulder. I'm like, just a minute. And I took another couple steps, and I'm still going, and she taps me again. And I kind of waved at her, like, just a minute, I'm recording. So then she did it again, and she grabbed my shirt and tugged. And I turn around, I'm like, what? Nobody. The stairway is empty. I shined the light up. My wife's not there. I'm like, Amy, Amy. I ran up the stairs, looked out. She's at the gift store on the other side of the ship that's lit. So I'm like, holy shit. I ran back down there, and I'm like, can you do that again? And of course they wouldn't. I'm running all over in the dark. I'm like, please, whoever touched me, do it again. Talk to me. Let me get your. Nothing happened. So of course I tell her, and she's like, you're jerking my chain. I'm like, look me in the eyes. Am I lying? And she's like, I'm not going over there. Like, you don't have to, because I thought you already were. And then there was another time when I spent the night at a haunted lighthouse, but that's a longer story. And that was a lot of fun. It was a bed and breakfast, and it's right on Lake Superior.
Okay.
And I spent the night there, and they asked me what room I wanted. And I had read that the McDonald room was the most haunted. Like, I want the McDonald room. And it cost me like $250, but it's just one night.
Holy.
It's just one night. I wanted to do it. I go up there, and you got to remember, you're in the lighthouse, so everything is in one room. Your shower's there. Everything is like right there. So I hop into the shower. The lights in the room go off. I'm like, damn it. So I got out of the shower, and it was a dial that you have to turn. So I turned it. It was physically turned off. So I turned it, got back in the shower, and the lights went off. I'm like, I'm trying to take a shower. Will you please turn the lights back on? The lights came on. I'm like, oh, this is awesome. So I finish my shower, and I sit on the edge of the bed, and I'm like, who are you? Are you still here?
Yeah.
And a glass that was on the table fell over. It didn't roll, but it fell over. I'm like, man, I wish I could write this down, but I don't have a pen. A pen that was on the fireplace mantle came flying off the mantle, landed between my legs on the bed. I'm like, this is the coolest night of my life. But then it stopped, and I couldn't get anything more to happen.
Wow.
And the next morning I came downstairs, and it was a bed and breakfast, so you all eat together. And the host was like, anybody have anything interesting happen last
Wow.
night? And I started speaking up, and they're like, oh my God, I heard a man's voice. Oh my God. And everybody had a story, but they were too afraid to sound stupid. So they wouldn't say it until I told mine. And the guy's like, what you just described with the shower happens all the time. He loves messing with people in the shower.
Oh my God.
I've wanted to go back there so bad, but it's expensive. I don't know what it would be now, because this was years ago, but it was so cool. And and being a lighthouse, it's still an active lighthouse. So I had to sign a piece of paper saying that if an emergency happened during the night, I had to make sure that the light would come on for the ships, if a storm came up.
Yeah.
They make you like a temporary keeper. So of course I'm going up the light stairs to where the light is at 2 a.m. and trying to get shit to happen. But all that happened was in my room, and it was the coolest experience ever.
Ugh.
And
That
I told Amy about it. She's like, nope, don't even ask. Not going, not gonna happen. I'm like, come on. Nope, ain't gonna happen.
Smart.
We made 6 hours.
Yeah. 6 hours and 2 minutes. Holy crap. That is so
We have
far.
set the bar. We
Yeah.
have set the bar.
So glad that we did it. I'm so glad I was able to come in and out of this, but hopefully it looks like it's all right.
Yeah, you're doing great now. It's
Man,
perfect.
that's a great story, Eddie, dude, for sure, man. That's amazing, dude. Like, a lot of people don't have these experiences, and when it does happen, and like you're completely genuine about it, it's just, yeah, it's great to hear that
The
type
one
of
that freaks me
paranormal
out
story.
the most was the light in the sky.
Yeah,
Because how were we the only ones that saw it? Now, granted, it was 1 a.m. and we're in farm
Yeah.
country. Most people were sleeping. But there's always another vehicle out there. And I can't talk to Tim about it because he won't talk to me anymore. It freaked him out that bad.
yeah. I think it only wants to let you see it if it only like that type of incidents with lights in the sky. They only want they can let the person only see it. Like if they want you to see it, they'll let you see it. It's like a lot of people, it's just blind to their eyes, or maybe somehow they're camouflaged with their cloaking device that's around that device that around that UFO isn't working at the time, or else they want you to see it. It's one of the two. So I've seen a few UFOs in my time too, and just from one incident, I was up in the mountains, and we're deer hunting, and it was about ready to be dusk. It was almost dark. And like, I swear to God, like I'm sitting in the cab of the truck and I'm looking out, yonder, and all of a sudden I see like a light that's like a plane or something, but it's flying from like as far as you can see, and it goes right over you, and it flies off as far as you can see, like within 5 seconds. if that.
Oh,
So like
wow.
you're seeing something that just flies so far. I'm like, oh my god, what is that? And then because I had my mom and dad, and I had a couple brothers in the truck. They're like, what are you saying? And I'm like, oh my god, what is that? And like my mom and my brother, they both looked up and they saw it, but like I saw it more because I saw it coming to us and then over and then gone. So it could have been, something that, was from the US, some sort of like plane that can like, dude, seriously, that can fly as far as you can see, or else it was a UFO. To
Did it
me,
have
I
a
think
shape or was it just a light?
it was no, it had like a light beam on it. So like it was a shape, but there was definitely something coming from the back of it. You know what I mean? So like maybe an afterburner or something, but it was like so fast. Like I couldn't even explain how fast it went. And it was gone. And
Cool.
one time I was disc golfing and I looked up in the sky and saw like a silver spear like this, but it was way up there, right? And the sun was blaring, so it was like middle of summertime. Like all of a sudden there was like this silver like something way up there though. I looked down and then I looked back up and it was gone just like that. Like so if it was like, maybe a plane or something, it would have still been there. You could see it flying away, or if it was a satellite in the sky for some reason you saw it, it would still be there, but it was totally gone. And then
Oh,
just
wow.
just the other day, like I'm driving home and I see like another silver like spear way up in the sky. And I'm like, I'm driving, so like I got to keep my eyes on the road. I see it, I look at the road and I look back up and then it was gone. I'm like, I swear I just saw something there. I'm like, maybe it was just like something like a plane or something. And kept on looking for it, never saw it again. So, yeah, I mean, to me, like, I'm a believer in the paranormal and I'm a believer in aliens. So when I see something like that, definitely, I think twice about it for sure. I'm like, oh my God, that might have been, but like you said, you and your friend, you saw that, he never wanted to speak to you again. And I mean,
See, he starts talking about it
all
and
these different types of
that's
stories
crazy.
and sightings that you hear about.
Hey,
Wow.
Jay, I don't know. I just noticed something. I'm going to share it with you.
Okay.
I have the YouTube stream open in another window so I can
Mhm.
go out and chat with the group,
Mhm.
and the lag is gone as long as I have this window and the chat window open at the same time. Because when I went over there and I just typed that "see you have stories to tell" note, when I came back to this screen, it was already showing. There wasn't a 25-second lag. It appeared instantly, and it's been doing that all night. So it's
Int
like if I keep the restream window open and I have a separate YouTube window open to chat, my posts are appearing instantly. Watch, I'll tell you when I type it. I'm gonna type "Hi Jay," and you tell me when it shows up. I'm hitting enter now. I just hit enter, and boom, it's on my screen. "Hi
Yeah,
Jay."
that was 4 seconds.
Yeah.
Huh.
So I don't know if that has something to do with it or what, but as long as this is open and the YouTube is open, I'm getting like instant feedback.
That huh. That's
But when I post to you, it doesn't show up for like 24 seconds when I'm not on the stream.
Hmm.
So I'm wondering if you had the two windows open at the same time. I don't know why it would be like that, but it's crazy.
that is.
All right, you tell me something to type so you know that I'm not pulling your leg. Tell me
No,
right now.
no,
No, just tell me something. Tell me
I
something.
I just did it.
Oh, and it
Like,
worked?
yeah, like right before you said hi Jay, I typed in interesting and it popped up almost right away.
Okay, I just did it. And there
4
it is.
seconds. What?
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
I don't know why. We'll blame Triple B's ghost.
I
Face?
see it coming up.
Oh,
I
you
see it come up faster. Like when I wasn't, if I'm not like when I'm just watching you guys and I'm not on it, like last week or the week before, I noticed my comments would come up faster than you guys would see them.
Oh wow.
yeah, Nope is seeing it fast too.
Yeah, I'm on the page
Yeah.
and his comment showed up before it popped onto YouTube. The YouTube I'm watching.
Isn't that
That's-
crazy?
So they're probably like, you know what? These fools are in minute 10 of hour 6.
We broke the internet.
Broke
Yeah,
it, maybe it
fuck you,
fixed it. I
Sean.
don't know. That's
I'm just playing.
that's
Up
crazy.
yours,
I'm joking.
Comcast. We figured it out.
That is crazy.
So we'll just tell Rex he has to do his shows at 3 a.m. and he has to have 2 windows open.
Exactly.
And we'll be good to go. You probably got to get going, right? I don't want to keep you up too late.
Yeah, I do have to start winding it down so I can get up and do house stuff before the show with Kyle and get those clips done before I go to bed. That way Dan has them.
Sounds good. Well, thanks again for having me on here, brother. It's been a blast, and I appreciate the invitation.
Oh, so much fun, man. And,
Great talking with you, Triple B. Love it, brother.
And I think he's frozen.
He's frozen.
But
Let's
you know
everyone
what?
Comcast it
let's all
again.
pause. Let's all pause for Triple B and just freeze
I
for 2
don't
seconds.
get it. I am so mad, but no, I'm so glad that I was here tonight and so glad to talk to you, both you guys. You guys are awesome. I do mean it.
Thanks for hanging with us, Nope.
Yeah, for
Mr.
real,
Nope
man.
has been killing it. Thank you, Mr. Nope, for being in the house and the chat.
Yeah.
You might be onto something there, Nope.
Yeah, see now after seeing this, I get what you're saying. I thought you just meant have it open so I can see it on here so I can answer before the 24 seconds are up. I didn't realize that it was popping up like that.
And that's what made me do it at the start, so I could chat with the people when I wasn't talking. But
Mhm.
then I noticed while I was chatting, when I would get back to the screen, my stuff was already up. And I'm like, well, how is this working? And it's been doing it all night.
Well,
So.
I'm happy to have everybody here. Like Sean and I have said before, we never thought anybody would actually show up, let alone stay the whole time to watch us babbling about crap. But it's fun crap, so
That's right. Hell Hydra.
I didn't start not the finish, man. I gotta finish this for sure.
Hell yeah.
That's what she said.
Or she'll finish it herself. Anyway, so yeah, we're gonna dip out of here. Appreciate you. You watching on the rewind. Thank you so much. Check out Triple B's channel. That link is around here in the chat. In fact, you know what? Before we go, I want to share it one more time, just so while I'm talking about it, it can show up. Because if you're into horror, if you're into comics, you really need to be watching this
Talking
channel
all day long, man, all day long. I just barely started talking about Scream.
Yeah.
And it
So
cuts
many
him
more
off.
horror fans. We didn't even talk Halloween.
I know.
Dude,
That's
you and I can do that anytime, man. I could BS horror with you forever.
Oh yeah, man. It'd be good to bounce ideas off.
You might want to drop K-Pop's site up there too. She's popped in and said hi if you got it.
Yeah, I did earlier, but I am gonna do it. But I am gonna do it again. I got her saved. I did have Fable saved. Ooh, well, hold on. Let me get the.
Oh yeah, Fable was on here earlier, wasn't he?
Yeah. Fable's a good dude. Like I met a lot of good dudes thanks to Robbie. Stu, I love Stu. All those folks. Now, actually,
You
right
mean
before
Shane's brother.
I'm never gonna unsee that, man. Never gonna unsee that. I need to tell him about that if you haven't already.
No, I haven't. I don't really know him, but no, go for it. Tell him. Wouldn't it be a trip if he's like, he's my cousin?
Oh God. Oh, so
Oh yes, always keep it creepy.
the last thing I'll drop in here, Garrett Gunn, The Return of Warcorns has dropped on Kickstarter. He actually dropped it Thanksgiving Day. The first Warcorns was my first Garrett Gunn book. Going through my collection, scanning what we can scan, I was able to look at a list of things that I have, and Garrett is basically my number one collected writer because I have so many copies of his books, whether it's metal covers or just exclusives and stuff like that from when I was on his Patreon a long time ago. Warcorns is an awesome book. They're unicorns, they're soldiers. It gets bloody, it's funny. If you've never read a Garrett Gunn book, this will definitely be like a great place for you to start. So make sure you check that out. Even if you don't back, like I always say, you don't always have to back, but sharing is caring. Share this out to somebody who's like, where you're like, I think so and so might like this. The shares are free. Garrett, I've met Garrett many times. Garrett, I love the dude. Good people, that Garrett Gunn, regardless of what he would tell you about himself. He's awesome. So make
On that
sure.
note, I've been talking to some Kickstarter people,
Mhm.
and in the past, I was always leery about, how it says contribute but don't support, how you
Mhm.
can just like throw a buck in there.
Mhm.
I always thought that might be an insult to just give them a buck. And they were all like, "No, we love it. We appreciate it. If you can just give us a buck, it supports us."
Mhm.
So even if you can't afford to buy the book, drop them a buck if you can,
Yep.
and they really appreciate it.
Yep.
So
Good people. Good folks out there, man. Just like I said, check out all the links. Make sure you check out Triple B and Fable and Bearded Comic Bro and just all the great people in the YouTube community that we have. The YouTube comic community is one that's like hopefully get to a point where we can just hop on everybody's streams. There's no tribalism here. So want to have more fans on. Again, that's an awesome way to freeze Triple B. Uh,
I don't know. I don't know
you
why
know,
I keep on cutting out, but man, I appreciate you all having me here and
hell
love you
yeah.
guys, dude.
Love y'all too. I'm so happy that y'all did this with me. This record breaking now for our
yeah,
channel, 6 hour and 17-minute stream. I need to get some other work done. We're gonna have to go to sleep. Uh, remember, no show next week. Got a baby shower, but we will be back the following week and hopefully some new people. Sean, maybe the same. Maybe we'll have 4 people on. Maybe if y'all can come back, we'll do this again. Who knows? But until then, the weird one, the creepy one, the creepy weird ones, the chat, everyone, you take care and probably see most
Good
of you Monday.
hardcore comic.
have a good one, guys.
Take care.
It is.